In a world shrouded by darkness, crows circled over a land of the dead. The blood of all factions mingled, overflowing in a catastrophic river of bodies. This was the great war between the righteous, the evil, and the demonic sects. A long, agonizing nightmare that finally came to a bitter end. A truce was declared, brokered by the absolute rulers of each faction. Now, 19 years have passed, and the ignorant call this an era of peace. But beneath the surface, a secret war rages on, hidden from the world. A young man reads a report detailing corruption from the highest levels of the Muram Alliance. Embezzlement, surveillance, he scoffs, disgusted by the endless stream of filth. Even here, in the supposedly sacred land of Mount Tian, the rats have made their nest. He smirks, the report confirming his suspicions. They actually dared to engage in espionage here. Just then, a guard approaches, trying to shoo him away for loitering at this late hour. The man boasts, asking if he even knows whose house this is. Of course he does. He calmly states the owner's name and rank, then tells the guards to stop talking and open the door. The guard is about to curse this lunatic when his own partner suddenly grabs him from behind. A dark energy emanates from the traitorous guard, who simply says he is obeying a command. The arrogant guard is thrown to the ground, his mind reeling from the sudden betrayal. He can only watch in terror as his former comrade draws his blade to silence him forever. Our man watches impassively as the deed is done, a clean and silent resolution. With the obstacle removed, he and his two enforcers stand before the gate, ready to proceed. The two guards, revealed to be infiltrators, bow deeply to their true superior. He is the squad leader of the Chanma Divine Cult's elite counterintelligence unit. Zhang Yi Seo, the infamous Grim Reaper of spy hunters, praises them for their flawless setup. Now, with the path cleared, it's time for the real operation to begin. His eyes glint with cold purpose as he gives the order to the third squad. Under the authority of the cult leader, they will purge all Martial Alliance spies from this place. Without a word, his assassins leap into action, moving like shadows through the compound. A pair of unsuspecting guards on patrol freeze, hearing something just out of sight. They look up, and their blood runs cold as a pack of killers descends from the sky. Before a single alarm can be raised, the assassins strike, silencing the guards in a brutal, efficient slaughter. The chaos spreads as more guards stumble upon the massacre, utterly bewildered. It's an ambush, a perfectly executed one, and they are cut down without mercy. One lone survivor manages to break away, sprinting down a hallway to warn his superior. He bursts through the doors, screaming that they're under attack. But his vice captain was in the middle of some very important business. The news of unidentified men attacking finally snaps him out of his reverie. This is Yongwu, the 5th grade ghost and vice captain of the logistics unit. He roars in disbelief, questioning who would have the gall to trespass on his grounds. His subordinate can barely explain, admitting they're struggling just to hold the line. Yongwu gets up, realizing this isn't some simple band of thieves, it's something far more serious. But something feels off, and without a moment's hesitation, he draws his blade. Not on some unseen enemy, but on the very subordinate who just warned him. The man freezes, the cold steel at his throat, stammering in utter confusion. But Yongwu's eyes are deadly serious. He prides himself on his perfect memory. He remembers every treasure, every woman, and every single soldier under his command. And as he glares at the man before him, he knows one thing for sure. He's never seen this face before. The imposter's panicked act drops in an instant, a small, disappointed smirk taking its place. He admits the plan was to drag Yongwu outside, but it seems those old cult instincts are just too sharp. His hand reaches up, and with a sickening tear, he rips away his own skin, revealing it to be a mask. Yongwu's mind reels as the true face is revealed. It's Zhang Yiseo, the mad dog of counterintelligence. Yongwu sputters, demanding to know why the mad dog is here, but Zhang Yiseo's smile is chillingly calm. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he drops the bombshell. There's been a report that Yongwu is a spy. The accusation hits like a physical blow, leaving the old cultist utterly stunned. He explodes in a rage, screaming that no one is more loyal, that this is all a lie. But Zhang Yiseo just brings up that merchant caravan Yongwu raided a week ago near Hubei. Yongwu laughs it off, asking if he's seriously making a fuss over that. Killing merchants and taking women is just entertainment. He rants about it being a common practice in their cult, but Zhang Yiseo's dead-eyed stare cuts him short. Because, as he coolly reveals, they have intel that the caravan was affiliated with the Muram Alliance. That little party was just a convenient cover for Yongwu to rendezvous with his contacts. As Yongwu screams for proof, Zhang Yiseo calmly assures him, "Oh, don't worry, it's already been secured." Zhang Yiseo lays out the damning evidence. A secret letter from the Muram Alliance embezzled spy funds, all neatly collected by his very competent subordinates, who stand by silently. The blood drains from Youngwoo's face. Muram alliance funds? In his house? Impossible. The gears in his mind start turning. This operation was too reckless, too perfect. A cold dread washes over him as he stares at the younger man. This feels like it was planned from the start. He racks his brain. Who would dare to frame him like this? And a twisted, familiar grin flashes in his memory. The horrifying realization finally hits him, his eyes widening in shock. He slams his foot down, his entire body trembling with rage. With a desperate roar, he lunges forward, sword aimed right at the man who set him up. He screams that it was Zhang Yixio all along, as the traitor calmly raises a hand to meet the blade. Yongwu's blade, full of righteous fury, is stopped dead by a single glowing palm. But Zhang Yixio doesn't even flinch, his eyes blazing with cold, hidden power. With a flick of his wrist, he seizes Yongwu's arm, twisting it effortlessly. And in a blur of motion, the older man is thrown through the air like a rag doll. A heavy foot stomps down, pinning him to the ground with humiliating ease. Spitting venom, Yongwu accuses him of trickery, of being a spy for the righteous sex. But Zhang Yixio scoffs, mocking him for daring to spout nonsense to the counterintelligence captain. He calmly pulls out a scroll, telling Yongwu to accept his fate and listen to the cult leader's message. On the floor, defeated, Yongwu can only stare up as the official verdict is unfurled. The message calls his truth regrettable as his own sword lies just beyond his trembling fingers. The verdict is read. Yongwu will receive a punishment befitting his crimes. But he's not going down without a fight, his hand snapping to the hilt of his fallen sword. With a defiant roar, he lunges, only for his blade to be effortlessly blocked by the captain. Zhang Yixio looks down, almost amused that this man would dare defy the cult leader's decree. His eyes narrow with cold authority as he declares his full title. Realizing he's been branded a spy who resisted arrest, Yongwu makes a desperate choice and bolts. He crashes through the wall and leaps across the rooftops as the captain's men simply watch. Panic sets in. He knows that no one accused by this mad dog has ever survived. He doesn't understand the reason for the frame-up, but running is his only chance. He vows to clear his name later, just as a flash of deadly energy streaks through the air. But his desperate flight is cut short by a searing pain across his neck. He chokes, blood erupting from his mouth as he realizes what just happened. Something impossibly thin and sharp has just sliced clean through him. Far behind, the captain, Zhang Yixio, coolly retracts his weapon, a razor-sharp wire. Before Yongwu can even fall, more threads wrap around him, biting deep into his flesh. The captain pulls his hand back, the threads tightening with terrifying speed. They shred through bone and muscle, tearing Yongwu's body apart in mid-air. With a single clenched fist, Zhang Yixio unleashes his signature instant kill. Life fades from Yongwu's eyes, but one burning question remains. With his last breath, he gasps, demanding to know who ordered this. With a final, vicious tug, Yongwu's body is utterly annihilated. But Zhang Yixio just watches the bloody mess, a chilling indifference in his eyes. A faint smirk appears. That was the wrong question to ask with a dying breath. The man shouldn't have asked who ordered it, but why he was the one chosen to die. His mind flashes back to another slaughter, a pile of bodies he left in a forest clearing. He remembers telling them how common it is to be falsely accused and unfairly killed. As he casually wipes the blood from his hand, his weapon, a simple, elegant blade meant for a quick, clean death, is the perfect tool for his true mission here in this damned heavenly demon cult. His identity is now clear. Captain Zhang Yixio, a spy for the Muram Alliance, deep in enemy territory. With the deed done, Zhang Yixio hauls a heavy cart to a secluded shack under the moonlight. He wheels it inside, the sound of the creaking wood echoing in the silence. He sighs, noting that this kind of hard labor is almost tougher than the assassination itself. Taking a seat, he prepares to inspect the contents of the cart. A wicked grin spreads across his face. He knew that Pig Yongwu was greedy. Lifting the cover reveals a glittering stash of gold bars and treasures, confirming his suspicions. He remembers Yongwu's final moments, thinking how his excellence as a cult member was the very reason he had to die. So, as a little compensation for his trouble, he'll be putting all this money to good use. The rest of the cleanup can wait for later. His eyes narrow with cold determination because for now, he has other plans. Zhang Yixio slips into his secret hideout, pushing the door open with practiced silence. He enters the quiet room, his senses on high alert for anything out of place. There it is, the single strand of hair he left in the door crack, perfectly undisturbed. His eyes sweep the room, noting the folds in the carpet and the dust on the window all exactly as he left them. Finally satisfied that his sanctuary remains uncompromised, he ties back his hair. This level of paranoia isn't just a quirk, it's a necessity for his survival. Because he's not just a spy, he is an agent of Amgak, a blade forged by the Muram Alliance. The story begins 19 years ago, when the Muram Lord, distrustful of the peace treaty, built an organization in the shadows. This group, Amgak, was comprised of the most elite warriors, trained for clandestine warfare, and he was one of the chosen few sent deep into enemy territory, patiently waiting for his orders. And Jang Yi-seo was one of them, a blade hidden deep within the enemy's heart. But as he sits alone, the pride gives way to a simmering frustration over his mission. Why, after all this time, has he still not received his orders? He admits, making money and gaining power was nice, but 14 years without contact is ridiculous. He was just thinking about a certain skill he learned to get by, or so he thought. Suddenly, the haunting image of a red-eyed assassin flashes through his mind. He sits in stunned silence, the chilling memory lingering in the air. But then, his finely honed senses twitch, detecting something amiss. Without a second thought, his hand shoots out, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wires. His wires slice through the air, but his target is already gone. Jang Yi-seo freezes in disbelief. How could he have possibly missed their movements? A soft thud on the floorboards behind him is the only warning he gets. Before he can even turn, a blue-hooded figure with glowing red eyes blurs right past him. In a flash, the assassin strikes, faster than he can properly track. A thin line of blood traces his cheek. This is no ordinary opponent. He realizes with chilling certainty that if he lets his guard down, he'll be taken out. But Jang Yi-seo is a survivor, meeting the assassin's fist with his own in a powerful clash. Not missing a beat, he pivots, launching a deadly counterstrike of his own. His opponent, however, is just as fluid, weaving effortlessly around the attack. The furious exchange of blows continues, each warrior refusing to give an inch. But amidst the chaos, Jang Yi-seo had already woven his true attack. The assassin's eyes widen in sudden realization as he feels it. He recognizes the faint shimmer of a deadly wire dagger thread. With a sharp clench of his fist, Jang Yi-seo springs the trap. The razor wires snap tight, yanking his target backward through the air. The hooded figure is completely bound, seemingly helpless in the intricate web. A confident smirk plays on Jang Yi-seo's lips. He's certain he's won. But the body caught in his wires suddenly dissolves in a flash of blue light. His triumphant expression instantly shatters into utter disbelief. The wires fall limp, the trap completely empty. Jang Yi-seo can't believe it. How could he have escaped a perfect capture? Then he looks up, seeing a figure perched on the broken roof, bathed in moonlight. The real assassin stares down, his crimson eyes glowing with unnerving intensity. With skills like that, he must be a squad leader at least, as a dagger flies from his hand. Jang Yi-seo draws his own blade in a flash to deflect the deadly projectile. With a sharp clang, he manages to knock the weapon aside. But instead of clattering to the floor, it embeds itself deep into the wall with a heavy thud. He stares, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. That's no ordinary dagger, it's some kind of specialized tool. A name echoes in his mind, one that sends a chill down his spine. The Hidden Pavilion. He surges forward, desperate to confirm his suspicion about who the assassin is. But when he looks up through the shattered roof, he's met with only the cold, empty moonlight. The assassin vanished in an instant, leaving only a shallow cut on his cheek as proof he was ever there. As he wipes away the blood, his sharp mind puts it together that wasn't a killing blow. It was an assessment. His eyes snap back to the unique weapon still jutting from the wall. He yanks the specialized dagger free, examining its strange mechanical design. With a soft click, a hidden compartment opens, revealing a tightly rolled message inside. This was no mere attack. It was a delivery, an order for Amgak Agent 103. His new mission is laid bare. He must deal with the seventh prince of the demonic cult. The words on the page sink in, and Jang Yi-seo's face twists in pure disbelief. The young cult leader? His hands tremble as he crumples the note, laughing bitterly. After 14 years in hiding, this is his grand purpose? Surrounded by the bodies of his fallen men, the absurdity of the order hits him. An image of the seventh prince, Mao, flashes in his mind, a blood-soaked, smiling demon. His teeth grind together in absolute fury. That bastard. He tears the order to shreds, screaming that they want him to support the one person even the cult leader cast aside. A frustrated roar echoes out into the cold night sky, decrying the madness of his superiors. Our story shifts to the Hubei region, famous for its picturesque mountains and vast lakes. Here, the Muram Alliance maintains a branch that appears to be just another peaceful public building. But this is only a clever disguise, concealing the dark secrets hidden deep underground. This is the secret headquarters of the Muram Alliance's most powerful intelligence agency. An organization so classified its very name is a secret, Amgak. A young woman enters to give her report, her hands clasped in a formal salute. She is Jugasumi, the Vice Lord of Amgak, and she has news from the Tianshan mission. She reports that the mission was delivered to Agent 103, but then casually addresses the man as Grandpa. A heavy book slams down onto the table with a sharp crack. He is Juge Shang, Lord of Amgak, and he demands she separate public and private matters. He scolds her for her improper speech, reminding her of her position as Vice Lord. She silently apologizes, thinking how they were just laughing together on their way to work. Her grandfather is truly impossible to deal with when he's in his cold, professional lord mode. Having regained his composure, Juge Shang invites his granddaughter to ask what's on her mind. She immediately questions the true intention behind Agent 103's mission. Why order a spy, abandoned for 14 years, to turn the demonic cult's young leader? It sounds impossible. Her grandfather just laughs, telling her that for all her talent, she still has much to learn. But then his smile vanishes, his voice dropping as he poses a grave question. How long does she think the current peace in the Murim will actually last? He doesn't wait for an answer, providing his own chilling prediction. 3 years. At most, 3 years. Jugasumi is stunned into silence by the terrifyingly short timeline. He explains that his generation, the one that maintained this era of peace, is growing old. A violent storm is coming, and to face it, a single, simple move will not suffice. With a sharp crack, he places a stone on the board, explaining they must use every possible strategy. Sumi's eyes widen as she begins to understand the sheer scale of his game. The spy she was so concerned about, Unit 103, is just one of many pieces already in play. Her grandfather then lays out the political minefield brewing inside the demonic cult. The heavenly demon is about to choose a successor, with the strongest being the ruthless first prince and the loyal second. And, not to be underestimated, is the third princess, a woman renowned for her cunning mind. Sumi can only listen, taking in the fact that all three are dangerously ambitious. No matter who succeeds the heavenly demon, he states with grim certainty, a great war is inevitable. Her hand trembles as the pieces of this massive puzzle finally begin to click. For 19 long years, he reveals, their shadow pavilion has been sowing seeds, and now, it's time for the harvest. Not a single piece, he declares, will be wasted in his grand design for peace. Sumi is left momentarily speechless, the true scale of his plan finally dawning on her. A small smile forms as she understands. She thanks the pavilion lord, her resolve now clear. She rises to leave, telling him she'll go meet the other agents for the upcoming briefing. Now alone, Juga Shang quietly sips his tea, her words still hanging in the air. Left unattended, huh? That phrase brings back a very specific memory. He recalls the first time he met that kid, a young boy radiating pure, venomous resentment. A child who hated the world, yet cherished his younger sibling above all else. He sacrificed his own life to the shadows, becoming a killer to ensure his sibling was adopted into a better one. But, Juga Shang thinks to himself, Sumi is wrong. Unit 103 was never neglected. On the contrary, he was one of the rarest talents the Shadow Pavilion had ever seen. A trainee with a perfect record. A prodigy who mastered elder-level techniques at just 14 and was even acknowledged by the Murim Lord himself. For this very reason, he was hidden away, forged into their most lethal, secret weapon. Juga Shang's eyes narrow with anticipation, eager to see just how much his prized asset has grown since being planted deep within enemy lines. The scene shifts, jumping back a few hours before the current chaos. We arrive at the Banga village, a settlement of artisans tucked away in the mountains of the demonic cult. Here, Zhang Yiso walks through the dusty streets, his expression darkening with every step. He can't shake the simmering rage, the sheer audacity of the Murim Alliance's orders. They were the ones who buried his people in this forsaken valley, and now they dare to command him? To think they'd send a master so skilled he's a legend, even within the dark engraving. Zhang Yiso clenches his fist, realizing this is their unsubtle way of reminding him who holds his leash. He remembers the day it all began joining their ranks so his younger brother could live a normal life. From the moment they put goo poison in his heart, he's been nothing but a blade pointed at their command. But he just lets out a tired sigh. Fine. If they say jump, he'll ask how high. For now, he has a mission to complete, and he knows exactly where to start. To operate as a spy, one needs connections, and the demonic cult has its share of shadow organizations. There's the Beko Moon who cleans up bloody messes, and the Yuha Inn that trades in information. But Zhang Yiseo is headed for a place that appears to be a simple study hall. A place that is secretly the central marketplace for all of the cult's darkest secrets. This is it, the Zhuge Library, a front for the cult's information brokers. Zhang Yiseo can't help but smirk at their sheer nerve, using a righteous clan's name so openly. but he supposes you'd need that kind of audacity to thrive here, as he pushes the doors open. The moment he steps inside, his senses tell him he's not alone. He stops. Someone was here before him. A spy's most crucial skill is to read an opponent from the smallest clues. He takes in the details. A figure shorter than him, with elegant silky hair. The graceful neckline suggests a woman of refined beauty. An amateur would be easily charmed, but he knows to look past the superficial distractions, to see the truth. And as she turns, the beauty is revealed to be a plain-faced girl, looking utterly bewildered. The receptionist breaks the silence, asking why he's staring, and Jang Yi-so offers a slick apology. He flashes a charming smile, claiming he just couldn't help himself in the presence of such exquisite beauty. The girl is utterly dumbfounded by the absurd compliment, her face a mask of confusion. He barrels on, asking what kind of books a lovely young lady like her might be looking for. Leaning in closer, his tone drops to a playful, conspiratorial whisper. He guesses she must be searching for a secret manual to win the heart of a man she loves. The receptionist's eye twitches, a flash of red betraying her complete lack of amusement. He either doesn't notice or doesn't care, cheerfully offering to recommend the perfect book for her. He glances over the shelves, acting as if he's genuinely trying to help her with her romantic woes. But she's done with the act, her hand resting on a tome as she declares he's nothing but a lowly scoundrel. She can't believe the vulgarity of this man, harassing her in a place like this. But wait, it seems he wasn't talking to her. Another presence is here, and he warns them to face the consequences. A smirk plays on his lips as he confirms that he, himself, is always prepared. He turns back to the stunned receptionist, his expression dangerously playful. He advises her not to get involved with the lowlife he's dealing with, warning it's not in her best interest. But she's had enough of his games, simply calling him a bastard to his face. His smile vanishes. He leans in close, his voice a low threat, telling her to watch that mouth of hers. Her eyes blaze with fury as he warns her to be careful if she wants to live to see another day. And with a sharp crack, her hand connects squarely with his cheek. But instead of rage, he just smiles, finding her boldness amusing as he promises they'll meet again. He leaves her with a final, unfinished taunt as the door slams shut. Walking away, a self-satisfied smile spreads across his face. He seems quite pleased with the impression he's just made. But as he continues deeper into the library, a new figure watches him approach. The man wonders aloud who this crazy bastard is, before recognizing him as Jang Yi-so. This is Juge Gilong, the bookstore's owner, and he demands to know why his guest was being harassed. Jang Yi-so just waves it off, asking why he's so prickly, but Juga demands he get to the point. Complaining about the old man's rigid nature, Jang Yi-so finally gets down to business. He slams a heavy pouch of coins onto the counter, making his intentions clear. With a sly look, he leans in and whispers that he's come for a certain biography. Juge Galong's expression hardens. Whose biography could be worth this much trouble? The answer comes without hesitation. The seventh little demon of Tianshan. The old man considers this, asking just how much information he's looking for. With a smug, unwavering grin, Jang Yi-seo makes his demand clear. He wants all of it. The proprietor immediately grows suspicious, accusing him of cooking up another shady scheme. But Jang Yi-so just slyly invites him to join in. Done with the games, Juga Gailong simply tells him to follow, reaching for a specific book on the shelf. But with a soft click, the entire bookcase groans and slides open, revealing a secret passage behind it. The old man leads the way into the hidden archive, a place far beyond the public library. He warns that considering their target, they'll need to find a mountain of information. And so their research begins, continuing for hours as the day fades into evening. From a rooftop vantage point, she watches Jang Yi-so below, asking her subordinate for an update. She demands to know who that man bought information from Juge Gilong about. Her aide, a third-rank ghost named Narak, begins his report with a grim look. He followed her orders, questioning the old librarian about the client's motives. But Gilong stonewalled him, offering only a flat refusal to speak on the matter. Narak adds that the old man seemed to genuinely cherish the person he was protecting, and asks if they should apply more pressure. But the woman calls him off, her eyes fixed on Jang Yi-seo. She muses that the old man has already given his answer. After all, there are only a few people Gailong would defy her to protect: her father and her 7 siblings. A flicker of excitement crosses her face. This mysterious figure is making things far more interesting. And down below, Jang Yi-so smirks. He knows they're digging. They saw through a disguise, sensed a killer, and now they're on his tail. The game is on. She turns to Narak, her command cutting through the air. Find out everything about that person. A cold smile plays on her lips as her eyes narrow with predatory focus. She demands to know every single detail, a fitting order from the Ice Blossom Sword Emperor, Saharyung. Across the city, Zhang Yiseo stands calmly before the library, as if sensing her gaze. He closes his book, having already grasped the entire situation. A confident smirk forms as he muses that they'll be seeing each other again very soon. Because for his master plan, Saharyong isn't just some pursuer, she's his first move. And what a formidable first move she is. Third Lady Saharyong, a genius of the highest order. Her talent was so exceptional she was considered a candidate for Heavenly Demon, despite being a woman. Furthermore, her loyal aide, Narak, possesses the martial prowess of a full-fledged clan leader. Even in the cutthroat demonic cult, her danger level is considered among the very highest. Yet, Zhang Yiseo flips through his notes, unfazed. He asks himself why he would approach such a monster despite the obvious risks. The answer is simple. It's all because of one person. The Heavenly Demon's seventh adopted son, Mao. Born into one of the three great houses, Mao was a golden spoon with a physique that gathered energy just by breathing. Or at least, that's the official story. The reality is far more pathetic. The man has a mind as dull as a rock, and a laziness that would shame a grasshopper. He even used a divine artifact from the Heavenly Demon himself as collateral for a gambling debt. With all his support cut off, this empty shell of a young master had only one person left to rely on. And that person is, of course, the third lady, Saharyong. To control Mao, he realizes Saharyong plays a crucial role in his plan. He closes the book on that thought, his strategy clicking into place. Still, he muses that she probably doesn't have a very good impression of him. The mission itself seems impossible. Make the delinquent seventh prince the next cult leader. So, when given such a hopeless task, the first step is always the most important. One must decide, as quickly as possible, what needs to be done first. Zhang Yiseo knows his target is a scoundrel, but he's also a top-ranking first-grade ghost. For a mere seventh-grade ghost like himself, Mao is an untouchable existence. Therefore, the first condition to completing this absurd mission becomes painfully clear. He must secure the position of the seventh prince's aide, no matter what it takes. But of course, there's always one major obstacle. His greedy boss, the head of counterintelligence, who isn't about to let his favorite pawn go. So, with a shovel in hand, Zhang Yiseo gets to work. To solve a problem like that, a simple bribe just won't do. He's going to need something special. It all goes back to a certain day, 7 years ago, when he found an old abandoned well. He was just looking for a safe place to stash the wealth he'd embezzled over the years. Back then, he never could have imagined what lay hidden at the bottom. A secret door, pulsing with an ancient, miraculous power. With a sly grin, he remembers that fateful day, greeting the secret he had uncovered. For behind that door was a name that could shake the very foundations of the cult. Heavenly Demon. This is his ultimate trump card, his own private Heavenly Demon vault. And what a sight it is to behold. He practically gushes over his precious treasures, all the more beautiful for being stolen from the cult. This is a fortune his family in the Muram Alliance could only dream of amassing. Now, he just needs to pick the perfect item for a little persuasion. Then, an idea strikes, and his hand closes around the hilt of a sword. Not just any weapon, but a masterwork blade forged with the purest gold. He holds it up with a grin, admiring the legendary Guillaume-Sac blade. For a certain man obsessed with both gold and swords, he knows this will be more than enough. Satisfied with his choice, he decides to present it at daybreak. But since he's already down here, a new thought begins to form. He thinks it's been a while. He might as well mess with that thing again. His attention turns to a massive, sealed structure, the Demon Wall. This was the true fateful encounter he stumbled upon inside the Heavenly Demon Cave. Taking a steadying breath, he prepares to unleash the secrets he's been hiding. First, he draws a pristine white dagger known as White Thunder. But this isn't just a blade. It's a conduit for a terrifying demonic art. He activates the thunderclap technique, converting his chi into explosive lightning. His entire body surges with power, his eyes glowing with an electric blue light. All that volatile energy is focused, compressed into a single, devastating point. And with a crackle of thunder, he unleashes it all directly at the wall. The lightning snakes across the stone, feeding the ancient, dormant mechanism. He can feel it humming, so close to activating. He just needs a little more. Gritting his teeth, he forces every last drop of his chi into the blast. The entire cavern flares with an overwhelming blue light as he pushes his limits. He knows the secret lies within the eyes of the carving. If he can just fill them completely with his energy, then surely. But the seal suddenly backfires, violently repelling his power and sending him flying. He's yanked to a halt mid-air, caught by one of his own pre-placed wires. A single drop of sweat rolls down his cheek as he looks back, a wry, defeated smile on his face. Collapsing to the floor, he groans, realizing this was his 9,820th Failed attempt. He reflects on his cursed body, the 9 apertures physique, that leaks away any energy he gathers. The elixir thunder ginseng once helped him adapt, but for years, he's been stuck at a frustrating plateau. Yet he can feel it, the thunderous energy thrumming through his veins, full of potential. He knows with absolute certainty that filling the mural's seal will unlock a grand transformation. But after another failure, he simply stares at the unmoving door, his resolve unbroken. With a casual stretch, he shrugs it off, wondering what's for dinner. There's always tomorrow. And as the sun rises on that very next day, we find ourselves at the imposing headquarters of the Counterintelligence Corps. Inside, a quiet, knowing chuckle echoes through a private chamber. The head of the Corps holds his tea, his hands trembling. An unexpected guest has arrived. The man introduces himself as Guillaume Saik, the 4th-rank ghost and leader of the Counterintelligence Corps. But beneath the formal greeting, he's desperate to know what brings such a high-profile guest to his door. His visitor is none other than Sahair-young, the 3rd young lady, and she looks thoroughly unimpressed. She feigns disappointment, asking if she truly needs a reason to pay him a visit. Her eyes narrow as she subtly probes, wondering if he's gotten a little too friendly with her older brothers. The unspoken question hangs in the air. Has he already picked a side in the succession war? Guillaume Saik lets out a practiced, hollow laugh, trying to dismiss the accusation. He claims loyalty only to his employer, but she counters with a chilling remark about how much his life must be worth. Cutting through the pleasantries, she announces it's time to get to the real reason she's here. And with 2 simple words, Zhang Yisou, she makes the Corps leader visibly flinch. With a cold, unwavering gaze, she asks him point blank, was Zhang Yisou sent by him? The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a direct challenge to the spymaster in his own office. Guillaume Saik sputters, feigning shock that she'd think he was digging into her affairs. He waves his hands dismissively, claiming he's utterly dumbfounded by such a wild accusation. But Sahair-young just watches him, her silence more damning than any words could be. She knows this man's reputation. Guillaume Saik may act like a fool, but it's all a facade. In the entire cult, there isn't a single person who takes him lightly, and for good reason. His martial prowess is legendary, once making him a candidate for the elite Ghost Hall leader. And that is exactly what makes him so dangerous if he's truly conspired with her brothers. Her mind is made up. If he's a threat, then he needs to be removed from the board immediately. Her resolve hardens. She's prepared to eliminate him, even if it means shedding blood. Guillaume Saik observes her killing intent, realizing that bastard must have caused trouble again. His mind flashes back to Zhang Yisou, a money-obsessed pervert and a complete scoundrel. But as for what he's done this time, Guillaume Saik feigns total ignorance. Sahair-young cuts through the act, stating she knows he's here to investigate that very man. He offers a vague assessment, calling the man brilliant when it comes to handling matters. A tense silence hangs between them, both warriors sizing each other up. She warns him that she certainly hopes that isn't all the information he has. Her patience is wearing thin, but he smoothly interrupts, needing to clarify something first. Guillaume Saik leans in, turning the tables with a sharp question. Did she extort his money? The question catches Sahair-young completely off guard, leaving her utterly baffled. Her attendant, however, is furious, demanding to know what nonsense the Corps leader is spouting. Guillaume Saik casually waves off the concern, remarking that it's a relief she didn't, as it would have caused her a lot of trouble. This bizarre deflection only makes her more suspicious. What exactly is the relationship between him and Zhang Yisou? She wonders if Zhang Yisou was truly acting on his own, and for what purpose. He calmly tells her that if she's not involved, she needn't be concerned, because that's just how Zhang Yisou operates. Taking a sip of his drink, he explains that it's natural for an outsider like her not to know. But within the cult, he continues with a sharp gaze. It's something everyone should know. He begins to list the names of powerful figures who have fallen. All of them, no matter their rank, had one thing in common. They got entangled with Zhang Yisou. They were tied to irrefutable, fabricated evidence and exposed as spies. He doesn't need to explain what happens next. She's well aware of the cult's policies. It's a testament to his professionalism, which is why he's earned a certain title. They call him the Mad Dog, a man who, once he bites, will never let go. Of course, those fangs would never be turned on her, but it's still best not to get involved. He offers this as merely the foolish advice of a former mentor to his disciple. She listens in silence, his warning hanging in the air between them. But she's heard enough, rising to declare that she'll reprimand her own subordinate. Guillaume Saik calmly replies that if the man is innocent, hell live. If not, he's already gone. A sly smirk crosses her lips, turning his logic back on him. Is that his own way of surviving? Sahair-young turns to leave, their tense conversation seemingly at an end. But her departure is cut short by a boisterous voice calling for the chief from outside. It's Jang Yi-so, the mad dog himself, announcing his arrival with a confident shout. Gyeom-saik freezes, his face contorting in pure unadulterated panic. He knows that voice. Why is that man, who should be off duty, showing up now of all times? In a flash of desperation, he shoves Seo and her attendant, ordering them to hide. They're stunned by his sudden rudeness, but Jang Yi-seo's voice rings out, twisting her own words against her. Gyeom-saik shoves them behind a screen, promising he'll figure out what this madman wants. They're left bewildered as he begs them to stay quiet until he can handle the situation. A moment later, the door handle turns, the mad dog is coming in. Jang Yi-seo throws the door open with a grin, demanding to know why no one answered his call. Gyeom-saik, sweating bullets, tries to play it cool by taking a sip of tea, but the silence is deafening. With a knowing smirk, Jang Yi-seo remarks that this is exactly how spies act when they're caught red-handed, causing Gyeom-saik to completely lose his composure. Gyeom-saik tries to turn the tables, questioning why Jang Yi-seo barged in, only to be reminded that the mad dog has never cared for permission. While the two bicker, Seo and her attendant listen from behind the screen, the attendant wondering what their next move should be. The attendant offers to silence this rude intruder, but Seo holds her back, deciding to see how this plays out. She realizes this is a golden opportunity to see if Gyeom-saik is truly connected to her enemies, or if something else is going on. Back in the room, Jang Yi-seo comments on how prickly Gyeom-saik is being today. He finally gets to the point, slamming a document on the desk and telling him to just approve it so he can leave. Gyeom-saik picks it up, his eyes widening in disbelief. It's an application for a search warrant, and he can't believe this maniac is doing this on his day off. Gyeom-saik sighs in resignation, deciding he'll just stamp the document to get this over with. But as his eyes scan the page, his expression starts to shift from annoyance to confusion. The search warrant he expected isn't there, and his disbelief quickly turns to shock. He looks up to find Jang Yi-seo lounging back in his chair, wearing a completely infuriating smirk. With a growl, Gyeom-saik realizes this isn't a warrant, it's a request for a position transfer. Jang Yi-seo just mocks him, casually asking if his chief has gone senile and can't read anymore. He wonders aloud how the department could possibly function without him now. That's it, Gyeom-saik snaps, flipping the entire heavy desk right at the smug subordinate. Jang Yi-seo hits the floor, his playful attitude finally gone, realizing he's pushed things too far. Gyeom-saik is absolutely livid, his eyes glowing with rage, accusing him of dragging the cult leader's children into his games. Jang Yi-seo leaps back, feigning total shock and asking if his boss has lost his mind. But before he can even finish his sentence, Gyeom-saik lunges forward in a blur of motion. A furious slash sends him scrambling to the floor, the offending transfer request fluttering through the air. He pleads for them to use words, crying out that he's the one who's been wronged here. Gyeom-saik is having none of it, brandishing a dagger and demanding to know why he'd approach that person without a hidden agenda. He's tired, he seethes, tired of cleaning up after this little snake. With his face twisted in fury, he declares that if this is how it's going to be, they'll just die together. On the floor, Jang Yi-seo can only let out a sigh of pure exasperation. His boss is still acting like this, even after he's denied everything. Fine. His hand quietly finds the hilt of his own sword. It seems the time for talk is over. In a brilliant flash of light, Jang Yi-seo makes his move. He lunges forward, his sword meeting Gyeom-saik's dagger with overwhelming force. The chief's weapon shatters instantly, the blade embedding itself deep in the floorboards. Gyeom-saik stares at the broken hilt in his hand, his mind reeling. That was the gold-sundering blade. Jang Yi-seo's gaze is cold, telling his chief that he is dead serious about this. He calls it a gift, a sign of how desperate he was to be heard when words clearly weren't enough. He then offers his boss a brand new sword, telling him to accept it and let go of an old blade like him. His resolve is absolute. He knows he must leave this time, no matter the cost. A sly, confident smile spreads across his face as he reveals his true intention. He is going to pledge his loyalty to the seventh young master, Mao, and nothing will stop him. Gyeom-saik is speechless as his subordinate explains he's simply tired of being a low-ranked subordinate. He lays out his plan. Becoming an aide to the prince's children is a shortcut to a third-rank ghost position. All Gyeom-saik can think is what an unbelievable bastard his agent is, throwing everything away for a title. With a chillingly confident smile, Jang Yi-seo asks for his help one last time. He even has the audacity to bring up the good times they've shared, leaving his chief utterly flustered. Gyeom-saik tries to rationalize it. At least this seems to be a simple desire for honor, nothing more sinister. But his thoughts darken even if he's innocent. He's already on the third young lady's watch list, making this impossible. He decides it's better to shut this down now, but a sharp crackle of energy by his ear freezes him instantly. The silent, deadly warning is clear. This was never a request. He asks one final time if Jung Yi-seo is sure he won't regret this, but the traitor just scoffs at the very idea. And to add insult to injury, he even asks for a recommendation letter, leaving Gyeomsaik speechless. With a heavy heart, the chief stamps the papers, thinking what an absolute fool this man is. He hands over the documents, and Jung Yi-seo receives them with a triumphant, almost manic grin. Gyeomsaik explains that he needs to find a Madame Jin-san in Moon River Village for the Sentinel exam. He tries to save face, claiming he's only doing this as a supportive superior, not for any other reason. But Jung Yi-seo just looks back at him, a knowing silence hanging in the air. He then points out that his chief might want to wipe his mouth first, catching him drooling over the new sword. With a formal salute, the traitor announces he'll be on his way. For a moment, he feels a sliver of gratitude after 10 long years of enduring everything alone. But a voice stops him, a final warning from his chief to remember the name Jung Yi-seo. Gyeomsaik gives him one last reminder. Wherever he goes, he's still a member of his corps. He tells him not to let the whispers of others get to him, because he, more than anyone, knows Jung Yi-seo isn't that kind of man. Touched by the rare display of trust, Jung Yi-seo offers a small, respectful smile. He gives a deep, final bow, thanking his chief for everything up to this point. With that, he turns and exits, the door sliding shut on this chapter of his life. As soon as he's gone, Gyeomsaik reports that the sound transmission was sent as ordered. But he questions the young lady's judgment, asking if she must go this far for a man like that. From the shadows, Sahar-young and her attendant finally reveal themselves. She finds his concern amusing, noting how much he seems to care for this particular subordinate. Gyeomsaik adds that knowing Jung Yi-seo's impure purpose is another problem entirely. With a slight smirk, Sahar-young agrees, stating he needs to be taught how presumptuous his words are. But as he walks down the hall, Jung Yi-seo already knows exactly what she must be thinking. He's confident that the third young lady, of all people, will understand his reasoning. After all, the position of a sentinel is not something one can simply take. It's a role of immense power, the right and left arms of the highest-ranking demons. Only the most outstanding individuals are chosen to serve the future leaders of the cult. He thinks of the other sentinels, like Narak, one of the former Five Dragons Hall leaders, and Hwansa, a man who once threw the entire martial world into chaos, everyone a legend. Which is why he smiles, certain that her serious personality is precisely why she'll accept his gambit. He knows Sahar-young would never tolerate the audacity of a mere 7th-tier ruffian, especially not some upstart who dared to openly stare her down inside the library. She'd be forced to punish him under the pretense of a test to maintain order. But that's precisely his plan, a smirk crossing his lips as he realizes he's ready. He walks off, eagerly anticipating their very intimate meeting. Half a month later, the scene shifts to the bustling Moon River Village. Located on Moonlight Lake, it's the most decadent establishment in the entire region, a towering building known as the Jade Immortal Guest House. Inside its walls, a door slides open with a soft rattle. A young attendant rushes forward to greet a mysterious new guest in a wide-brimmed hat. The attendant eagerly asks if she's here alone or perhaps looking for someone. With her face hidden by her hat, the mysterious woman ignores the pleasantries. She has only one question, pointing a finger toward a lone figure, that man over there. The attendant follows her gaze across the grand hall, surprised to even see him out here. His eyes land on a familiar face, Jung Yi-seo, calmly enjoying a cup of wine. The attendant smiles, explaining that he's a regular guest, a true man spending a fortune here for the last half a month. The woman's expression sours. How pathetic has he really just been drinking this entire time? She questions the existence of an annex, which the attendant explains is for the most honorable guests of their cult. Misinterpreting her interest, he leans in with a sly look, offering to put in a good word for her. All he needs, of course, is a little service fee to make the introduction happen. But from across the hall, a faint smile is reflected in a wine cup. He's heard everything. The woman can't believe the attendant's pathetic offer, gritting her teeth in disgust. Suddenly, a voice booms from across the room, hailing them with a cheerful wave. It's Jung Yi-seo, a wide grin on his face as he recognizes her as the prickly lady from the study hall. She and the poor attendant are frozen solid, completely exposed. He continues loudly, declaring he knew he couldn't have mistaken such an impressive aura. Fuming under her hat, she clenches her fist. This bastard is making a scene. He waves her over, insisting they share a drink now that fate has brought them together again. Without a single word, she vaults over the railing, heading straight for him. As she lands, he calmly muses that when a coincidence happens twice, it must be destiny. Jung Yi-seo calmly sips his drink, finding it just a little too peculiar they'd meet again here. She slams her fist on the table, warning him that his mouth is still spewing nonsense. The sheer rage radiating from under her hat is palpable. Doesn't he know when to shut up? But he's not intimidated, simply noting this guest house is a place for secrets and indulgence. He offers her a drink, his tone shifting from playful to serious. It's time to talk openly. He drops the act, directly calling her out as the third young lady wearing a human skin mask. He already has the intel, a perfect sketch of her real face, the plain library receptionist. A grim satisfaction crosses his face. The appearance description he received was a perfect match. With her identity confirmed, he turns to his waiting subordinates and gives the order to get ready. A sinister purple energy erupts from his team. In 7 minutes, they'll eliminate their targets. The woman is stunned. Not only does he know her identity, but he somehow predicted she'd come to him for help. But just as the tension peaks, he laughs it off, calling it a joke. He playfully questions why a noble lady would ever be in a place like this. After all, if her identity were exposed, her secret adventures would become town gossip. A risk no respectable young lady would ever take, he says with a knowing smirk. Then, setting his cup down, he cuts the act short. Enough useless talk. It's time for business. He asks for his orders, but she plays dumb, trying to maintain her cover. A sly grin spreads across his face as he reveals he knows she's his real examiner. He twists the knife, asking if she'd prefer he use her fake name, Madame Jin-san. Her composure finally cracks, realizing he saw through every layer of her deception. He knew Madame Jin-san was a lie, and the meeting place was an ambush packed with assassins. So how did he figure it all out? He smirks, explaining that his entire life is about uncovering secrets. With a steady hand, he pours a drink, noting that for an intelligence expert, no secret stays hidden for long. A supposed examiner appearing out of nowhere just smelled too fishy to be real. So instead of walking into a trap, he simply waited for the true examiner to come find him. He pushes the cup forward, asking if that finally answers the question burning in her mind. She reflects on her original plan. If he'd survived the trap, she would have even considered him. But she never imagined he'd completely dismantle the test with such a bold strategy. She has to admit his thinking is impressive. However, the game isn't quite over yet. Her aura flares as she holds the cup, insisting he should have come to the meeting point regardless. It was a clear order from a superior, and it was his duty as an inferior to obey. But Zhang Yiseo remains perfectly calm in the face of her simmering anger. Instead of arguing, he brings his hands together in a formal salute. He offers a sincere apology for his failure to fulfill his duty, bowing his head respectfully. She's completely stunned. She expected a stubborn argument, not this instant admission of fault. With the apology out of the way, he calmly asks her to fill his glass. As she pours, she demands a reason why she should choose him as a sentinel for the young master. It's a deadly position where even nobles die, so what can a commoner possibly offer? He simply states that he can overcome it, leaving her utterly speechless at his confidence. A smirk plays on her lips. She thinks his statement is absolutely absurd. Hez, claiming he can take down one of the candidates for the Heavenly Demon's throne. That means he thinks he can defeat her, or one of her two monstrous brothers. She tells him the rumors were true, he really is crazy, and he just thanks her for the compliment. She concedes that anyone can make bold claims, but having the skill to back them up is what matters. Her eyes glint with challenge as she fills his cup, telling him to prove it to her. Suddenly, she gestures towards a group of men watching them from the balcony above. The men tense up, realizing they've just been designated as annoying rats for his test. Zhang Yiseo just smiles, casually offering to cover the rear while asking which side she'd like to handle. She's momentarily stunned by his audacity, forced to acknowledge the sheer guts it took to involve her. With a simple "do as you wish," she accepts his terms, and their cups clink to seal the bloody deal. In an instant, the rats from the balcony descend upon them, a wave of would-be assassins. Their brilliant strategy? Take down the girl first. She must be the weak link, right? But one attacker's thought is cut short as he realizes their mission intel might have been slightly off. Without even getting up, the woman flicks her cup, and a beam of energy tears straight through him. She glances at her hand, a faint wisp of dark ki swirling around her fingers, utterly unimpressed. The remaining goons freeze, staring in horror at their fallen comrade, babbling that she's impossibly strong. One of them can barely process the scene, his mind short-circuiting from the sheer power on display. A fool with more guts than sense actually manages to close the distance, ready to strike her down. But before he can land a blow, he's instantly shredded a reminder that she isn't fighting alone. And his companion rises to meet the threat. A simple chopstick, now a lethal, blood-soaked weapon. The man can only choke on his own blood, pierced through the throat and chest. Another one panics, desperately hurling a small jade orb in a final, spiteful act. It's the last thing he does before he's taken out mid-throw, his plea for life ignored. The projectile sails through the air, a tiny green sphere heading right for the woman. It doesn't hit her, but detonates in a blinding flash of emerald mist. She instinctively recoils, thinking it's some kind of poison cloud. But the searing sensation on her arm tells a different story. This is no poison. It's a horrifying acid, potent enough to melt away skin and flesh on contact. And she realizes with dawning dread this was never an assassination. It was a trap to reveal her identity to everyone below. It all clicks into place. The plan was to expose her as a disgrace, a lustful woman hiding from her duties. The sheer pettiness of it all infuriates her. To think her own brothers would resort to such dirty tricks. But just as her anger boils over, a silky, condescending voice cuts through the air, mocking the attacker's lack of manners. Suddenly, a figure is behind her, his hand gently tilting her chin up as if to scold a child. He leans in close, a smug smile on his face, asking if the examiner knows how rude it is to show her face. She's stunned, not just by his words, but by the realization that he dealt with all the assassins in an instant. So, he wasn't just all talk after all. The man had terrifying skills to back up his arrogance. With his point made, he casually shoves her away, his little display of power now complete. After Shez had a moment to bandage her ruined face, he gives her an ultimatum: be at the 7th young master's palace in 4 days. Her eyes, burning with cold fury from behind the wraps, warn him that he'd better keep whatever promise his made. Jang Yiseo makes one last threat, vowing to rip out her tongue himself if she fails. He turns with a smug smile, fully confident that she now understands her place. Walking away from the carnage, he nonchalantly bids his subordinate, Madame Jin-san, to stay safe. Later, he confirms with her that all the corpses have been taken care of, leaving no evidence behind. She assures him everything is prepared, though he's slightly annoyed that some expensive furniture was broken. Leaning back, he muses that all the players in his little drama acted their parts perfectly. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Everything went exactly according to his plan. Now, he turns his attention to business, flipping through a sales ledger and noting the impressive growth. This kind of performance isn't ordinary. He commends his subordinate, Hongran, for her excellent work. She is Chui Hongren, his loyal and capable manager, who promises that no task is too difficult for her master. She declares her work is to repay the grace of the Lord who made her who she is today. Jang Yiseo just smiles, a little tired of hearing her talk about grace. He's told her time and again that their arrangement was simply for mutual benefit. He knows her true identity is Moyang Ran, a woman presumed lost to the world. Long ago, he found her imprisoned by the demonic cult, and decided to rescue her. With her natural brilliance and his backing, she became the powerful Luju of Wolhachan. He sees their relationship as a simple, practical partnership, nothing more. Though he can't deny that she seems to feel a bit more strongly about it all. Putting their complex history aside, he asks her to report on the situation in Chuizanru. The conversation turns to the art of espionage, and the different ways spies operate. Jang Yiseo explains that for a deep-cover spy like him, he needed something more permanent, his own source of intelligence. And the place he painstakingly built for that very purpose is the grand establishment, Chuizanru. As requested, Hongran begins her report. The demonic cult is in a state of tense calm, a storm brewing over the succession. The two factions with all the power are the law-keeping 7 elders and the administrative 5 Dragon Hall. He realizes everything hinges on which of these titans supports which candidate for young lord. So he asks Hongran for her prediction. Who will throw their weight behind whom? She starts with the first young lord, Cheon Mugi, a meticulous and ruthless snake, very much like the current leader. Then there's the second young lord, Wu Hansong, a bold tiger who treats his men like comrades, earning their absolute loyalty. Jang Yiseo connects the dots. The stability-seeking elders will back the snake, while the change-hungry 5 Dragon Hall will support the tiger. But he raises a crucial point. What about the third young lady, the one known to have the cult leader's unwavering trust? Hongren explains that the third young lady's talent makes her stand out, but it's a curse. Because of that very talent, the other 2 young lords will see her as a threat and move to eliminate her. She gives Saharyong 6 months, tops, before her inevitable collapse. Jang Yiseo's mind races. He agrees with the prediction, but that timeline is far too short. He needs her to act as a shield, to draw all the attention until his own candidate is ready. With a sigh, he stands up, frustrated by yet another complication in his grand plan. He turns to Hongran and asks about their candidate, Mao, hoping for some good news. But she reports that Mao has been bringing thugs to their establishment, drinking and partying non-stop. Their little operation is actually losing money because of the prince's debauchery. A dark, furious laugh escapes Jang Yiseo's lips. The fool can't even control his own base urges. Zhang Yisou calmly instructs her to accommodate the prince for now, letting the fool enjoy his brief moment of power, because soon enough, he'll strip him of everything he has and take it all back. A few days later, the scene shifts to the southern edge of Wolha village. Deep within an eerie, almost unnaturally quiet bamboo forest, stands an ominous manor, the perfect hideout for someone of questionable character. A nervous messenger arrives, already regretting his orders to come to this dreadful place. He timidly approaches the figure on the throne, explaining he's merely here to deliver a message to the seventh young lord. The prince, Mao, leans forward with a glare, unimpressed and demanding the lowly messenger repeat himself. Terrified, the man stammers that in 2 days, an aide personally selected by the third young lady will be arriving. Mao's expression sours as he's told this aide is some elite talent who must be welcomed warmly. Mao explodes, grabbing the messenger by the collar, demanding to know what nonsense he's spouting. He tightens his grip, the very idea of welcoming anyone warmly a clear insult to him. His eyes narrow with a dark promise, asking if the man has any idea what happened to the last aides. He scoffs, remembering all those so-called elites who came full of confidence, only to leave in tears. But since this new person was sent by his sister, he can't just throw him out immediately. Still terrified, the messenger finally reveals the name of this new aide, Zhang Yisou. Mao takes a drink, assuming he must at least be a vice head to be worth his sister's attention. The messenger's reply stops him mid-sip. He's a squad leader from the counterintelligence unit. A squad leader? The prince is stunned. That's not even a section chief, it's a glorified lackey. His hand clenches, and the ceramic wine bottle cracks under the pressure of his silent fury. The prince presses for more, wondering if this new aide has some secret backing, maybe an illegitimate noble. But the messenger confirms the worst. He's just an outcast, a commoner with no connections. A commoner, huh? A slow, dangerous grin spreads across Mao's face, followed by a low chuckle. The laughter erupts, echoing with manic glee. They're sending him someone just as lowly as he is. And in that moment, it all makes sense. He finally understands his sister's true, pathetic motive. She must pity his poverty and has sent some random fool over for him to fleece for cash. He grabs the terrified messenger, exclaiming that this is just perfect, absolutely perfect. He'll strip the new guy down to his underwear, take all his money, and kick him out naked. With the matter settled in his mind, he dismisses the messenger, telling him to go thank his dear sister. The messenger bows, ready to escape, but pauses. He has one final thing to add. But before he can deliver it, Prince Mao casually holds out his hand, with a new demand. He wants the messenger's money too, every last coin he has. Having been shaken down, the messenger begins the long walk back. He clutches his empty pouch, sighing to himself. This is exactly why he didn't want this mission. That bastard prince, he's even worse than the rumors say, and completely unhinged. Then again, up close, he just seemed like a reckless, simple-minded brat. The messenger muses that this is actually quite lucky for the prince, because if he had turned out to be a complete piece of trash, well, this face isn't even real. He peels away the disguise, revealing a much sharper, colder visage underneath. A sinister smile forms on his lips. He would have just killed him on the spot. Had the prince pushed his luck, his fury over a stolen pouch would have been his last emotion. A single, unseen blow would have sent him crashing to the floor, gasping for air. The assassin's true suffocating aura would have erupted, revealing the monster underneath the disguise. All of Mao's bravado would have shattered, replaced with pure terror as he stared up at this new threat. And Zhang Yisou would have decided it was time to teach his arrogant little brother a lesson in respect. But for now, that was just a passing thought. Elsewhere, at the Muram Alliance's Hubei branch, a masked Jugasumi reviews the latest intelligence, pleased that infiltration operations are proceeding smoothly. At this rate, their information network on the sex and the demonic cult will be solidified. Still, she can't help but complain internally. Why must she wear a mask in the dark when she's the only one allowed in? Her eyes are straining to decipher everything from braille to complex codes, a task only a genius could handle. She wonders if she should just transfer, sick of breathing in dust in this gloomy archive all day. Maybe a job in a brighter place would be better, but her eyes catch a new report coming in. Oh, it's from Amgak 103. She hadn't expected much, but maybe they're finally doing something. With a sigh, she unrolls the scroll to see what minor progress they've made. But as she deciphers the coded message, her eyes fly open in disbelief. The report contains just 2 simple words. Royal entry. Wait, what? That means Hez already made it inside Chilso Palace. But how? It hasn't been that long. Her mind races. Is he really trying to turn that scoundrel, the 7th prince, into the next cult leader? And far away, the very agent causing all this chaos stands calmly under the moonlight. Zhang Yisou turns with a knowing smirk, fully aware of the waves he's making. The doors to the seventh prince's residence creak open, revealing his new post. Jiang Yiso takes one look around and already feels a headache coming on. He had a bad feeling about this place before, but the reality is even worse. From the overgrown weeds choking the courtyard, to the trash and broken pottery scattered about, this isn't a palace, it's a slum. He steps through the compound, wondering where that fool Mao could possibly be. It's unnervingly quiet, even for a residence with no servants. A truly ridiculous suspicion begins to form in his mind as he approaches the main building. Then he hears it loud, obnoxious snoring coming from inside, even though it's midday. With a deep sigh, he formally announces his arrival as the prince's new long-suffering aide. From inside, a voice finally answers his call. After a brief pause, it lazily grants him permission to enter. Jiang Yiso reaches for the latch, just hoping to get this over with. But the moment the door opens, a fist flies straight for his head. It's a cheap shot, a welcome meant to immediately establish dominance. The seventh Prince Mao sneers, mocking him as a lowly squad leader and telling him to get lost. He raises his hand again, threatening another beating if he doesn't leave immediately. But his hand slaps nothing but air as Jiang Yiso vanishes in a blur. Before Mao can even process it, his arm is caught from behind. The prince's arrogant smirk melts into pure disbelief. Did he really just dodge that? With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Yiso sends the prince flying, completely reversing the situation. Mao can only gasp in shock and pain, his brain struggling to catch up. Jiang Yiso doesn't give him a moment to recover, gathering energy for a palm strike. He drives his fist deep into Mao's gut, the impact echoing through the room. The arrogant prince is left sputtering on the floor, utterly defeated by a single blow. Jiang Yiso smirks. He knew this simple-minded brute needed a proper lesson. He thinks about the cult's structure, the three great families who monopolize power. There's the Cheon family of the second elder, the wise mediators of the cult, and the Mang family of the third elder, known for their ruthless loyalty and bravery. But above them all is the Ma family, led by first elder Ma Il-sung, the silent dragon. And that arrogant prince, Mao, is none other than a descendant of that very same Ma family. By a twist of fate, he was chosen by the cult leader himself, becoming his adopted son. From the outside, it looked like a dream come true, a life of absolute prestige. But Guillaume Saik explains the truth. Mao was the son of a mere concubine. He was never the family's choice. They intended to push the first elder's own son for the position. Mao was just a neglected boy, forced to sweep the courtyards like a common servant. Yet it was there, broom in hand, that he somehow caught the cult leader's attention. For the powerful Ma family, this was a complete and utter slap in the face. They celebrated publicly, of course, throwing a massive feast to save face. But the inner circle knew this was a political power play to keep the Ma family in check. His subordinate is stunned. Her informants nearly died for this information, yet he'd figured it all out. She can only wonder if there's anything in the entire sect that her master doesn't already know. She confirms the political situation is clear. Elder Ma Il-sung is backing another candidate, not Mao. It's a ruthless move, she notes, for a man to so thoroughly neglect his own blood. Jiang Yiso ponders the true mystery. Just what is the old cult leader scheming by pushing Mao forward? He briefly entertains the idea that the man has gone senile, but quickly dismisses it. He's far too sharp for that. Meanwhile, the man in question, Mao, is busy drinking, acting like a troublemaker without a care in the world. But his celebration comes to an abrupt end as he suddenly chokes, collapsing to the floor in agony. A masked Jiang Yiseo appears above him, seeing this as the perfect chance to intervene. His eyes glow with a chilling blue light. He knows the perfect way to educate an arrogant brat. Sprawled on the floor, Mao chokes out a question, demanding to know what this bastard is doing. But the scene flickers, his mind reeling in disbelief at the situation. Suddenly, his attacker is kneeling over him, feigning panic and apologizing for mistaking him for an ambush. Jiang Yiso puts on a masterclass performance, acting so ashamed he doesn't know where to hide. Mao can only stare up at him, thinking this guy has to be completely insane. The bizarre apology continues, with the prince still paralyzed and helpless on the floor. Then, the act drops completely, and a cold, knowing smile spreads across Jiang Yiso's face. He leans in close, a chillingly friendly tone in his voice, hoping they'll get along well from now on. A jolt of pure terror shoots through Mao's mind. He gasps, bolting upright in his bed, the horrifying encounter nothing more than a nightmare. He slowly comes to, realizing he's safe and sound back in his own room. But how? He can't believe that Psycho actually carried him here, and even fixed the door he smashed. The sheer audacity is baffling until he spots a neatly folded note left on his bed. With a grimace, he picks it up, wondering what fresh hell this could be. The note is from Jiang Yiso, casually informing him he'll be back in 2 days for a proper meeting. The condescending tone, the complete lack of respect, it sends the prince into a silent, seething rage. Who does he think he is? Mao tears the note to pieces, absolutely livid. But as his anger boils, a sudden chilling memory cuts through the haze. He wasn't completely unconscious when he was brought back here. He remembers seeing Zhang Yiseo looming over him. And that man was definitely smiling the exact same predatory grin from his nightmare. A twisted smile forms on his face. So Zhang Yiseo isn't just some nobody, he likes that. He likes it a lot. The prince snarls to himself, vowing to prepare a very special welcome ceremony for his uninvited guest. The scene shifts to Tianshan, the massive, sprawling heartland of the demonic path. This place is a nation unto itself, home to tens of thousands who swore loyalty to the cult leader. But because the central authorities' reach is limited here, smaller factions are free to form and gain power. One such group, the Black Dragon faction, has long dominated the local Manhwa village. And now, the seventh prince sits at the head of their table, radiating an aura of pure menace. The faction boss, Young Tae, feels a chill run down his spine, wondering why the mood is so incredibly heavy. He tries to break the tension, nervously asking what brings the prince here and inviting him to join their game. But Mao cuts him off with a venomous glare, forcing an immediate, terrified apology from the man. Mao dismisses the pleasantries and gets straight to the point. He has an errand for them. There's a man named Zhang Yiseo, and starting tomorrow, he's going to be the prince's personal aide. The entire table freezes in horror. An aide to the prince? That's a super expert, a monster they're being told to hunt. Young Tae, sweating profusely, tries to find an out, claiming they're already booked with another job. He even suggests sending someone else if it's urgent. But Mao's fist clenches with silent fury. A thunderous crash echoes as Mao smashes the steel-reinforced table into absolute splinters. Young Tae's mind goes blank. He just shattered a 120 kilograms table with his bare hands. The prince leans in, his voice a low growl, asking if Young Tae was really saying he didn't have time. Terrified, Young Tae stammers that they have all the time in the world, but begs the prince to reconsider, asking how lowlifes like them could possibly touch his noble aide. Then Mao drops the punchline. This legendary aide is just a 7th grade ghost. Young Tae stares, utterly lost. He can't believe what he's hearing. A mere 7th grade ghost is the prince's chosen aide? Mao confirms it, looking bored by the whole affair. Young Tae's fear instantly evaporates, replaced by a surge of indignant rage. How dare such a bottom feeder upset the young lord? Oh, so now he's feeling confident. He grins, promising Mao they'll teach this nobody a lesson he'll never forget. Mao dismisses him with a wave, ordering him to gather his men by morning. The threat is clear, be late, and you're dead. With plastered-on smiles, Young Tae and his crew send the prince off with a grand, boot-licking farewell. But the moment he's gone, the act vanishes. Young Tae lets out a long-suffering sigh, cursing the prince under his breath. He quickly refocuses, trying to remember the target's name. One of his subordinates helpfully reminds him, Zhang Yiseo. Just then, a new face enters the room, and is immediately challenged for interrupting a meeting meant only for executives. Young Tae dismisses the intruder with a condescending glare, muttering about the poor training of new recruits. But as the man turns to leave, a nagging thought stops him. How long was that guy listening in? The mysterious figure says nothing, simply slipping out and closing the door behind him. But once he's in the clear, the face peels away. It was a mask, and underneath is Zhang Yiseo. He heard everything, and a grim amusement crosses his mind as he recalls Young Tae's defiance. That kind of arrogance, he smirks, just makes it all the more satisfying to crush. The sun rises on a new day, and the stage is set for the hunt. Young Tae reports to Prince Mao, announcing that all the men have been gathered as commanded. He beams with confidence, assuring the prince that everything is ready, completely unaware he's hunting a ghost. And he's brought back up Ma Il-seong, flanked by what he claims are the most battle-hardened men available. Young Tae continues his report, puffing his chest out as he brags about his old unit. He scoffs at the idea of some lone assassin, guaranteeing he'll be on his knees begging for mercy. But just as he's imagining his foe wetting himself in fear, a voice cuts through the courtyard. Young Tae's smug grin vanishes, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes He's here. A figure lands gracefully before them, robes billowing, silencing the entire group with his arrival. Prince Mao watches with a cold smirk, finally laying eyes on this so-called unit leader. Ma Il-sung steps forward, his massive frame towering over the newcomer as he bellows out his name, Zhang Yiseo. Revealed as Catfish, the vice leader of the Tiger faction, he wastes no time accusing Zhang Yiseo of cozying up to the prince. But Zhang Yiseo is completely unfazed, instead mocking the man's nickname, Catfish. He even questions why a mere catfish would be swimming with the Black Dragon faction, a jab that instantly sets the brute off. With a roar of fury, Ma Il-sung lunges forward, his fist crackling with power, ready to end this insolent newcomer. Hearing the commotion, Yongtae quickly tries to explain to the prince that his men are just getting started with the lesson. He stammers that their excessive loyalty sometimes makes them act on their own, a pathetic excuse that hangs in the air. But a moment later, both he and the prince are staring, their faces frozen in utter disbelief. The fight is already over. Zhang Yiseo is sitting on the unconscious Ma Il-sung, casually looting his pockets. Prince Mao, stunned by the impossible speed of it all, can only ask how he did it. Zhang Yiseo rises, gives a formal salute, and reports for duty with a smirk, asking how the prince is feeling now. Prince Mao glares, utterly baffled by the sheer audacity of this man asking about his well-being. Zhang Yiseo just laughs it off, saying he gets called a joke a lot, before gesturing to the assembled crowd. The prince sneers that yes, he gathered them all for a special welcoming ceremony, one they'll enjoy until he's dead. Unfazed, Zhang Yiseo asks if the prince is convinced he should be his assistant now. He explains that his dreams are grand, but his background is humble, and he's just trying to grab a lifeline. The prince scoffs, calling him a fool for betting on a man whose life has already hit rock bottom. But Zhang Yiseo's confident smile never wavers as he simply says, "I know." He knows all about Prince Mao better than anyone else. All the young lord needs to do, he says with a confident point, is follow him up. For a moment, Prince Mao is left completely speechless by the sheer audacity. He can't quite believe it is this man actually being serious right now, but that confusion quickly boils over into pure, unadulterated rage. He grits his teeth, furious at himself for even entertaining this nobody's nonsense. Snapping out of it, he whirls on his subordinate, demanding to know why they're just letting him talk. The Black Dragon faction members are jolted into action, finally drawing their blades. With a roar, they charge forward to deliver the warm welcome their master ordered. Yet Zhang Yiseo remains perfectly calm, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He agrees with the prince's sentiment, the more people, the merrier the party. But just as the charge begins, Prince Mao senses a sudden shift in the air, something is coming. In a flash of red, figures intercept the Black Dragon members, sending bodies flying. Zhang Yiseo simply watches, a confident smirk spreading across his face as his allies descend. The prince's men skid to a halt, absolutely bewildered by the sudden ambush. A wave of dread washes over them as they recognize the infamous blood-red uniforms. In perfect silence, the mysterious figures land with deadly grace, taking up their positions in a single, fluid motion. The Black Dragon members tremble, it's the counterintelligence unit, but how did they get here so fast? With his trap sprung, Zhang Yiseo's eyes glint with malice, announcing the real welcoming ceremony is about to begin. He casually scolds his own unit, sarcastically thanking them for finally showing up. But just as his twisted smile returns, ready to address his real prey, a new voice cuts through the tension, calling him a sneaky little brat. A figure steps forward, revealing himself and chiding Zhang Yiseo for starting the party without him. The Black Dragon members freeze, recognizing the infamous Guillaume Syke, leader of the Counterintelligence Corps himself. Their minds race. If Zhang Yiseo can call a man of this caliber, he's far more important than they ever imagined. But Guillaume Syke's sharp gaze isn't directed at Zhang Yiseo at all. He turns his back and respectfully addresses someone unseen, calling him young master. Then, to everyone's utter shock, the powerful corps leader kneels in greeting to the seventh young master. His entire unit follows, their red eyes glowing as they roar their fealty to their true master. Mao is completely lost, unable to process why this terrifying unit is kneeling to him. But Guillaume Syke just smiles, explaining that he's here to take care of family and find the prince a new home. He then glances at the Black Dragon members, mockingly noting that this rundown place seems cheap enough for a greedy brat like Mao. The blood drains from Yongtae's face as the horrifying truth dawns on him. He's picked a fight not just with some random upstart, but with a major player backed by the infamous Counterintelligence Corps itself. Zhang Yiseo's eyes narrow, his voice turning ice cold as he addresses the frozen thugs. He asks if they need him to personally teach them when to stay out of their superior's business. Terrified, Yongtae stammers to Mao that this place isn't for them, and begins to retreat. With a hasty thank you, the entire Black Dragon faction turns tail and flees for their lives. Mao is left screaming in disbelief, demanding to know where his men are going, as Zhang Yiseo watches on, satisfied. With his men gone, Zhang Yiseo leans in, his voice a chilling whisper for Mao to remember this moment as his new reality. He explains that all those friendships Mao enjoyed were just a facade, a sandcastle built on his title. In all those years, he couldn't even make a single subordinate truly loyal to him. Without his status, He's nothing more than a lonely and desolate fool, and Zhang Yisou is the one here to make him see it. This harsh lesson, he declares, is merely the first step of Mao's education. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. It's Guillaume Saik, who now understands why he was told today was the inauguration. He smirks, realizing this was all a welcoming ceremony, a classic move to crush Mao's spirit from the start. Zhang Yisou tells him to leave, but his superior just laughs, telling him to soak in the insults he's earned. With a final taunt to come running if it's too much, Guillaume Saik vanishes in a flash of speed. Left alone on the bridge, the humiliated prince can only stare at the man who orchestrated his downfall. He demands to know who Zhang Yisou really is, and what a man of his influence could possibly want from him. Zhang Yisou simply asks what position could possibly be higher than his own, a question that enrages Mao. The answer is simple and utterly insane. He's going to make Mao the next young cult leader. Mao is so stunned he can only ask if the man has lost his mind, but Zhang Yisou just smiles, used to the accusation. Snapping out of his shock, Mao points an accusing finger, spitting that he's just a 7th-rank nobody with a big mouth. Zhang Yisou calmly observes that for someone calling the idea absurd, Mao is already thinking about the logistics. Flustered and caught, Mao denies it, claiming he just wants to see how much more nonsense he'll talk. But Zhang Yisou is already moving on to the first step, cleaning up the useless flies currently infesting Mao's residence. With a cold smirk, he notes that Mao's relationships in the sect are strained, a problem he fully intends to solve. That jab about his family ties is the final straw for the 7th prince. A fire of pure rage ignites in his eyes. This nobody has crossed the line. He snaps, lunging forward with a wild punch aimed right at Zhang Yisou's face, but the attack stops dead, crashing against an unmovable wall of a man. Zhang Yisou has caught the prince's fist with one hand, completely unfazed. He looks down on Mao with disappointment, finding it disgraceful to be provoked so easily. Worse yet, he notes that this crude punch is the full extent of the prince's power. Mao is in absolute shock. How could a supposed weakling block his attack so casually? He can feel an overwhelming energy crushing his fist, neutralizing his strength entirely. And with a simple flick of his wrist, Zhang Yisou sends the prince flying backward. Mao can only kneel, tasting dirt and defeat as Zhang Yisou's voice drips with mockery. He asks if the prince is finally starting to grasp just how insignificant he truly is. But then, he offers a hand, promising to help Mao become a proper person and improve his pathetic skills. Hell, even help him achieve the one thing he's always craved, the acknowledgement of everyone. That one word acknowledged hits the prince like a physical blow. His mind flashes back to a lifetime of being looked down upon, of kneeling before his elders as a nobody. A cold voice from his past warns him not to forget his place. He remembers being told that a bastard like him who gets out of line is destined for nothing more than a serious beating. Back in the present, Mao trembles, the old trauma and new humiliation twisting his face in agony. Overwhelmed, the 7th prince lets out a guttural scream of pure rage. He stomps his foot down, unable to process the humiliation any longer. With his pride shattered, Mao turns tail and bolts, his face a mask of fury. He screams for Zhang Yisou to stop spouting nonsense as he flees down the bridge. Zhang Yisou watches him go, clicking his tongue in disappointment. The prince is just running away. Still, he muses, he'll let it slide, because that brief burst of chi was surprisingly potent. He flexes his hand, puzzled why the demonic cult would neglect a talent like Mao. After all, despite his parentage, he's still a bloodline chosen by the cult leader himself. Zhang Yisou decides he'll figure out the prince's secrets when they meet again. For now, it's time to start tidying up his master's messy surroundings. Stalking across the bridge, the prince's mind is a storm of fury and disbelief. He can feel the eyes of the crowd on him as curses echo in his head. The sheer embarrassment is so overwhelming he feels like he could just die on the spot. He can't escape the memory of that gut-wrenching blow from Zhang Yisou. To be so thoroughly beaten by some unheard-of, 7th-rank bastard. And then he actually had to sit there and listen to that punk's lecture on dignity. But slamming his hand down on the railing, he knows the worst part of it all. It's the fact that for a single, stupid moment, he actually started to believe him. He, of all people, should know better than to fall for such flattering, empty words. Looking out at the mountains, all he can do is curse his own foolishness. His moment of self-pity is cut short by a voice from behind, wondering who's out here on the balcony. Stepping forward with 2 lackeys, a man smirks, recognizing him as the 7th young master. Mao's face contorts with disgust. Just what he needed more pests to deal with. The man approaches, laughing about how he was just on his way to see Mao anyway. He claims he wanted to ask the pride of the cult a small favor, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This is Ma Jinggu, a 9th-rank warrior from a side branch of the family and Mao's cousin. Mao instantly recognizes him. Why the hell is Ma Ishan's dog sniffing around his territory? And those two goons behind him, their presence suggests they're from the Elders' Council. Ma Jinggu presses on, ignoring Mao's stony silence, noting he heard Mao got a new aide today. He then leans in with a sneer, asking if he already managed to chase the poor guy away. Ma Jinggu loudly declares to his cronies that he was right all along. Their seventh young master couldn't keep an aide for even a single day. One of the goons chimes in, snickering that he really thought this one might last a few days, but their fragile master just isn't capable. Ma Jinggu's words hang in the air, a veiled warning to Mao about what would happen if the family found out he took in a mere servant. After all, Mao, of all people, should know exactly how the elders would react to such a disgrace. He turns back to Mao with a sickly sweet smile, asking if he isn't right about that. Noticing the murderous glare, he plays innocent, laughing it off as just a simple joke. He then grabs Mao's shoulder, inviting him for drinks on his treat. But Mao has had enough, telling him to shut his mouth and get out. The fake smile finally drops from Ma Jinggu's face. Today has been one headache after another. Oh, so he's not in the mood for a friendly get-together, is that it? A wicked grin spreads across his lips. Well then, if a drink won't change his mood, perhaps he should call over Brother Ishan instead. The threat hits its mark, plunging Mao into a dark memory of kneeling before the family elders, utterly disgraced. Ma Jinggu watches Mao's fist tremble, a smug grin spreading across his face. He knew that name would work. With his leverage secured, he forcefully grabs Mao's shoulder, pulling him close. He leans in, whispering a demand to just come to dinner and not make him look like a fool. He twists the knife, asking if Mao thinks he's a joke now, offering to relive some more brotherly memories. Backed into a corner, Mao's fury hardens into resolve. Fine, hell go. No reason to turn down a free drink. He strides forward, declaring he won't pay a single coin, and Ma Jinggu happily agrees. The honor of treating him is enough. His goons can barely contain their glee, whispering that tonight's drink is going to taste especially sweet. Meanwhile, over at the Black Dragon Gang headquarters, the fallout from Mao's earlier actions is settling in. Yang Tai sits bruised and battered, cursing that damn seventh young master for not telling him he was fighting a former counterintelligence agent. His men are completely wrecked, one of them gasping that he barely escaped with his life. The vice leader, Ma Il-sung, reflects on the fight, recalling how Mao instantly read his blind spots with impossibly sharp eyes. He shudders, admitting that the counterintelligence corps is every bit as terrifying as their reputation suggests. Suddenly, one of his subordinates has a flash of realization, remembering a group they ran past during their escape. In a hazy flashback, we see them fleeing through the streets, rushing right by a few well-dressed figures. They stuck out like a sore thumb, their fancy clothes completely out of place in the area. Young Tae's face drains of color as the memory solidifies. It was Ma Jinggu. Ma Il-sung whirls on him, demanding if he's certain. There's no mistaking that infamous bastard from the Ma family's branch house. Another man seems confused, figuring Jinggu was just there to support Mao, but Ma Il-sung erupts, asking if he knows what the Ma clan has been doing to him. He grabs the clueless subordinate, his voice low and intense, explaining this is classified information he only learned of back at Tiger Dragon Hall. A flashback shows a blood-soaked hall where a lone attendant weeps, realizing they killed everyone. From his aides to his servants, anyone connected to the seventh prince was slaughtered by assassins. His subordinate can barely believe it. Ma Il-sung explains that Mao doesn't live alone by choice, he's just tired of watching everyone around him die. Yang Tae grows tense, had hoped they'd lost interest, but Ma Jinggu's appearance signals a new plot is in motion. Just as he finishes that thought, a massive explosion rips through the wall behind him. A calm voice drifts through the dust, remarking that he was just passing by and overheard their interesting conversation. One of their men lies dead on the floor as the intruder stands over him, inviting them to share all the details. The men turn, their faces paling in sheer terror. It's him, the seventh prince. Mao has found them. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he mockingly observes that he looks like he hasn't eaten all day. And there he is, casually enjoying a meal, asking if they're impressed he's stuffing his face while the unspoken threat suffocates the room. But as Mao eats, one of his companions heaps on the praise, insisting it's a pleasure just to watch him. The flattery quickly shifts, as the man asks if Mao has ever seen the legendary madam of this place. She's said to be an untouchable beauty, so well connected that neither money nor status can earn an audience. And with that tantalizing thought hanging in the air, the companion asks if the young master could perhaps pull some strings for them, much to Mao's disgust. He argues that while they have to protect their family's reputation, Mao is different, he can do whatever he wants. The man's slimy grin reveals his true intent. He wants Mao to set him up for a private moment with the madam. Mao slowly gets to his feet, his voice dripping with contempt. asking what nonsense he's spewing. He tells the man to shut his mouth and drink his liquor, not act like some horny mutt in heat. The companion is left utterly speechless, his face twisting in humiliation and disbelief. But the companion isn't taking the humiliation lying down. His hand slams onto the table. In a flash, Mao sends all three of his friends hurtling across the room without even standing up. The table shatters as the arrogant companion rises, spitting insults about Mao being a low-born son of a concubine. Mao just watches, his expression turning to ice as the man claims they only tolerated him because of his title. Now full of confidence, the companion demands to know where Mao gets the audacity to talk back. A nerve has clearly been struck, and Mao's rage begins to visibly simmer. The man continues to taunt him, asking if he's about to throw another one of his famous tantrums. He leans in, voice dripping with menace, wondering what Mao thinks the consequences will be this time. With a twisted, smug grin, he poses a chilling question. What if he were to report all this to Brother Ishin? He paints a gruesome picture, promising that anyone associated with Mao would end up a corpse floating in the river. The man looms over Mao, his voice a venomous whisper, questioning if the prince can handle the fallout. Mao trembles, gritting his teeth as he desperately suppresses the inferno of rage building inside him. But his tormentor mistakes this for submission, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. He pats Mao's head condescendingly, reminding him to drop the pathetic act and know his place. With his ultimate trump card, he threatens to call Brother Ishin, but Mao's response is ice cold. Go ahead. He calmly adds that he's curious to see how it will all play out, completely flipping the script. The companion freezes, his brain short-circuiting at this sudden, unexpected defiance. Before he can even finish sputtering out a challenge, a razor-thin wire zips past his neck. In a violent blur, the entire group is violently thrown off their feet by an unseen force. The arrogant fool slams face first into the ground, his smug confidence shattered in an instant. The bully can only choke out a question, completely disoriented from the sudden assault. Before he can even get up, a foot slams down, grinding his face into the wooden floor. Just then, Guillaume Saik walks in, relieved to have finally found his young master. But the one standing victorious isn't Mao, it's Zhang Yisou, announcing his arrival as the new aide. A razor-thin wire snaps taut around the downed man's throat, instantly cutting off his breath. He desperately claws at the invisible garrote, eyes bulging as he suffocates. Zhang Yisou stares down with cold, dead eyes, informing him that this is exactly the point. His expression is utterly merciless as he pulls the wire even tighter. The other companions and Guillaume Saik watch in frozen horror, thinking this man must be insane. Snapping out of his shock, Guillaume Saik finally screams, demanding Zhang Yisou let him go. But Guillaume Saik's mind is racing, realizing this lunatic might actually kill one of Mao's men. The other companions are frozen in a state of panicked regret, wondering if they should have just stayed quiet. Zhang Yisou glances back, utterly unimpressed by the frantic shouting. With a subtle flex of his fingers, he states that if this is the seventh young lord's wish, then he is more than happy to obey, giving the wire another vicious tug. The companion glares up, spitting drool and curses, enraged that he's being treated this way. In a final act of defiance, he reaches into his robes and pulls out a hidden blade. Before his hand can even clear his sash, a foot comes crashing down on his head. A sickening crunch echoes as his face is ground into the floorboards with utter contempt. Then, Zhang Yisou turns to Guillaume Saik with a disarming smile, asking if the young lord is hurt. Guillaume Saik turns the tables, pointing out that Zhang Yisou seems more hurt than he is, a comment that catches his aide off guard. But Zhang Yisou recovers instantly, putting on a show of being moved to tears by the young lord's magnanimity. The companion who had just been stomped is baffled, sputtering in disbelief that he is being accused of causing harm. He calls Zhang Yisou a lunatic, but the aide calmly challenges him to explain what everyone just saw. With feigned solemnity, Zhang Yisou recounts seeing the man brutally strike his lord's head 5 separate times. The companion sweats, trying to wave it off as just their usual dynamic, a truly terrible choice of words. Zhang Yisou erupts in theatrical outrage, pointing and shouting about what kind of despicable act this is. Flustered, the man tries to pull rank, demanding to know who this aide is to interfere in the Ma family's affairs. Zhang Yisou's expression turns cold. He knows exactly who this man is. He then verbally dismantles him. Ma Jingu, a lowly 9th-grade ghost from a branch family, a good-for-nothing freeloader. And for a person with such a pathetic background, to have the sheer audacity to draw his blade in defiance. Ma Jingu bellows, demanding to know just who this lowly aide thinks he is. But his outburst is cut short, as Zhang Yisou's hand clamps down on his own. In a single, fluid motion, he's disarmed, twisted, and slammed into the floorboards. The freeloader can only stare in disbelief, his mind failing to process the speed. Before he can even gasp, Jang Yi-seo is on him, yanking him up by his hair. A sickening crunch echoes as his face is brutally smashed back into the ground. And then, the cold, sharp press of a dagger finds its way to his throat. Jang Yi-seo leans in, his eyes promising death, warning him to choose his next words with extreme care. The companion's mind races in terror. This isn't a 7th grade ghost. This is a master in disguise. But Jang Yi-seo's eyes are cold, empty voids, radiating pure danger. The man screams desperately for the 7th prince to get rid of this lunatic. Mao, however, simply watches, asking Jang Yi-seo if he's ready to handle the wrath of the Ma family. Hearing this, the fool finds a burst of courage, threatening to report everything to the family head. Jang Yi-seo quietly reminds him that he was given a chance to choose his words carefully. With a sharp crack, he snaps the man's finger, making it clear he's still not learned his lesson. A wave of agony and pure shock washes over the man's face. Jang Yi-seo leans in, mocking a mere 1st grade ghost for trying to intimidate the cult leader's adopted son. The man's arrogance shatters completely as he begs, terrified by the thought of facing the Supreme One. Jang Yi-seo scoffs, asking if he means the 2nd grade ghost, Ma Il-sung, a nobody to threaten a minor deity like the prince. He then brilliantly frames the man's arrogance as proof of the Ma family's rebellious intentions against the entire cult. The man's face drains of all color, terrified at the accusation of treason. Even the 7th prince seems stunned as the fool desperately tries to take back his words, claiming it was a slip of the tongue. But Jang Yi-seo has heard enough excuses, shoving a blade into the man's mouth with a sickening crunch. If the man can make a mistake, then so can he. Starting by ripping apart that sinful mouth. Tears streaming down his face, the man screams for the 7th prince to spare him. He babbles every excuse he can think of. He was drunk, he'll never overstep again, anything to make the pain stop. Prince Mao watches, a flicker of hesitation on his face as he considers intervening. But Jang Yi-seo knows the truth. These are all lies. He knows this type of man will beg and grovel, but it's all an act, because arrogance is in his very nature. But even knowing the truth, what could one do against such miserable fate until a calm voice cuts through the air? The 7th prince has seen enough, ordering Jang Yi-seo to stop. His fist clenches tight, as infuriating as it is. The man spoke the truth, and they can't handle the fallout. He tells Jang Yi-seo to put the blade away, turning his back with a final command. Any more escalation, and there will be funerals all across Wolha village. With a bowed head, Jang Yi-seo seemingly concedes, accepting the young lord's wish. He grabs the terrified man by the collar, promising to gladly obey the command, and then hurls him not away, but straight down towards the ground. Prince Mao turns back in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. A sickening crunch echoes as Jang Yi-seo slams the man's face into the floor with brutal finality. A violent shockwave erupts, the sound of bone and timber shattering in unison. Mao's companions are left speechless, their minds unable to process the sheer brutality. The prince himself is frozen solid, as his men ask if the attendant is even still alive. Jang Yi-seo finally turns to him, a mocking glint in his eyes. He asks why the young lord looks so surprised he was just following orders. With a sickeningly sweet smile, he says Mao told him to put it away, and so he did. Prince Mao begins to tremble, his face twisting with disbelief and pure rage. He finally explodes, roaring that he meant the blade, not the man. But his words are wasted on the broken body lying motionless on the floor. The prince's furious question hangs in the air. When did he ever say to get rid of him? Prince Mao explodes, calling him a lunatic, but Jang Yi-seo offers a fake apology for his embarrassing mistake. He then turns to the 2 remaining men, casually telling them to get lost and pick up their friend on the way out. His face twists into a menacing grin, asking if perhaps he should be the one to leave instead. The message is received loud and clear, and the 2 men scramble out of the room in absolute terror. Finally alone, the prince grabs him, demanding to know if he has any idea what he's just done. Jang Yi-seo simply beams with pride, claiming he only fulfilled his duty as a loyal aide. Mao clarifies that the man he just killed was the trusted subordinate of Lord Ma Yixin of the powerful Ma family. He grabs his own face in despair, trying to make the assassin understand that Lord Ma never forgives a slight. This act means the Slaughter faction, Ma Yixin's personal group of assassins, will be mobilized to tear him apart. The prince desperately explains that these killers are on a completely different level, ruthless mercenaries for hire. Mao warns him that these assassins will hunt him down and kill him in the most gruesome way possible. But Jang Yi-seo just smiles, turning the advice back on the prince. If he wants to live, he should get out of Wolha village. He suggests the prince should be the one to run and hide somewhere they can never find him. The prince turns away, admitting he can't stand to watch someone else die beside him again. Hearing this, the assassin's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold, calculating silence. His eyes narrow with a sudden intensity as he proposes they make a little bet. A bet? Mao is confused. Zhang Yiseo explains this is the perfect opportunity to prove his worth. Hez betting his own life on whether he'll survive or die in the slaughterhouse this village is about to become. If he wins, if he walks away from this, then the prince must officially acknowledge him as his aide. The sheer audacity of the proposal leaves Mao completely and utterly speechless. Mao scoffs, calling him a crazy bastard, and tells him to do whatever he wants. He turns his back, warning the assassin not to come crying to him when this all goes south. Zhang Yisou watches him leave, a quiet confidence settling over him. Alone, his thoughts drift to the infamous group they're about to face, the Slaughter faction. And somewhere out in the wilderness, a member of that very faction receives a visitor. A messenger crow lands, a small scroll tied securely to its leg. The muscular warrior unfurls it with a grin. It's been a while since he's gotten a direct order. Just then, his boss appears, standing over him with an air of absolute authority. This long-haired swordsman casually remarks that it seems they chose the wrong targets today. After slaughtering everyone, they found nothing valuable, just a simple merchant group. The remaining merchants can only kneel and tremble, a poor substitute for the loot the bandits were hoping for. But one of the thugs gets a nasty idea, suggesting they could just take the people instead. He points out the woman and child, noting with a grin that they'd sell for a pretty penny, horrifying the captives. The merchant leader cries out, reminding them of their promise to spare their lives if they cooperated. But the bandit leader isn't listening. A brutal kick to the chest sends the old man reeling. He looms over him, mockingly asking who gave them permission to cross their territory without paying a toll. The old man gasps in disbelief, stating his merchant group has used this road for decades. Unimpressed, the bandit leader just picks at his ear, completely bored by the old man's logic. With a twisted smile, he declares that this road became their property the very moment they saw it today. The merchant is left speechless by this gangster logic, as the bandit complains about how talkative he is. The bandit leader's patience snaps, and he draws his blade, wondering if he should just kill the old man now. But before he can act, a new voice cuts in, telling him to stop the useless chatter and prepare to withdraw. A mission has arrived from the Ma family, and the leader's interest is piqued, asking if it's about the 7th young master. The order is to deal with a troublesome new aide by sundown tomorrow, but he worries the merchants will slow them down. Hearing this, the captives freeze in terror, the mother clutching her child as they realize they're about to be discarded. A massive, bald enforcer then steps forward, giving his own men a single, chilling order to cover their ears. Without a moment's hesitation, the bandits clamp their hands over their ears, fully aware of what's coming next. The enforcer takes a deep, final breath, his face a mask of cold concentration. He unleashes a terrifying roar, a concussive blast of pure energy erupting from his body. The shockwave tears through the helpless merchants, instantly obliterating them in a flash of brutal purple light. Their last desperate gasps are choked out as the sonic wave rips them apart. In an instant, the entire merchant group is reduced to a bloody smear on the forest floor. The old merchant leader can only bleed from his eyes before his life is snuffed out completely. The enforcer smirks, wiping a stray bit of blood from his chest. He scoffs that he barely took a breath, yet these insects couldn't even handle that. With the civilians disposed of, their leader barks the order to move out immediately. After all, they have a new mission, to go knock the 7th young master down a peg. But elsewhere, a door slides open with a sense of hopeful urgency. A young woman runs into the courtyard, calling out to her 2 companions with exciting news. She grins, announcing that Lord Yixin has finally given them permission to go to the 7th young master's palace. Her 2 companions drop their brooms, shocked that Ma Yixin actually gave permission. She beams, gloating that they're finally done with sweeping and are off to a life of luxury. But their hesitant expressions kill the mood, and her smile falters. Confused, she asks why they won't go, insisting she's already smoothed things over with the family. But the happy scene is shattered by a sudden, visceral flash of blood-soaked fabric. A chilling voice echoes in her mind, asking if she truly needs to be told why. The terrible memory returns. Her friends, slaughtered and lying dead on the floor. The voice of her fallen companion names their killer, the 7th young master, Ma-O. And then, his lifeless eyes seem to stare right at her as he places the blame squarely on her shoulders. The crushing weight of the past comes flooding back, a stark reminder that this opportunity was born from their sacrifice. The reason they can't come, his mind screams at him, is because they're already dead. And the name of their killer echoes from beyond the grave. The 7th young master, Mao. As the accusation twists the knife deeper, it was all his fault. A tear escapes, a single drop of anguish for the ghosts that refuse to let him go. He wakes with a strangled cry, bolting upright as the nightmare shatters. Morning light fills the room, but offers no peace from the darkness within. Cursing under his breath, he wonders just how long this torment will continue. A calm voice cuts through his spiraling thoughts, asking what troubles him. It's Jang Yi-so, his attendant, gently inquiring if he had a nightmare. Mao looks up, his expression a storm of relief and lingering horror as he recognizes the familiar face. Still reeling from the nightmare, Mao sits up in bed, calling out a single name, but as he looks around the empty room, a grim realization dawns on him. He rises, the morning light doing little to dispel the lingering shadows in his mind. A memory surfaces Jang Yi-so's confident smirk as he got worked up over their little bet. Standing outside, Mao stares at the empty courtyard, confirming what he already knew. He's not coming. A bitter laugh escapes him. Of course he isn't. He was just some counterintelligence grunt. He throws his head back, laughing maniacally, wishing his former attendant a long life far away from him. With a dismissive stretch, he declares himself free from that annoyance and ready to enjoy his day. He'll just take the Black Dragon Gang with him for a drink. With his mind made up, he heads back inside, pushing the doors open. But as he turns back, he stops dead in his tracks. Someone standing in the doorway. A disbelieving, almost mocking grin spreads across his face. Jang Yi-so? You came back? He scoffs, asking if the man is just incapable of understanding when he's being told to run for his life. But the voice that answers is deep and unfamiliar, followed by the heavy thud of a boot on the ground. Before him now stands a mountain of a man, flanked by several grim-faced warriors. The seventh prince's smug expression vanishes. The man introduces himself as Mogwai. He's here on behalf of the Slaughter faction, with a message specifically for the young master. The scene shifts, taking us far away to the Muram Alliance's Hubei branch. Inside, a senior official is just about to call it a night after reviewing reports. He looks up, his weary expression tinged with annoyance as he's handed yet another document. A vice chief interrupts him, her face etched with grave concern. She explains that a report about an agent entering the seventh prince's palace led her down a rabbit hole. The names she found in the related files are deeply unsettling. She presents him with a single, ominous file, the Slaughter faction. The old man's eyes narrow. He knows that name all too well. One of the demonic cult's most notorious groups. They are infamous for their monstrous cruelty, led by brothers who take lives as if they were nothing. To the average cultist, these assassins are said to be an even greater source of terror than the cult leader. The vice chief points to one particularly blood-soaked entry in their dark history, a record stating that this very faction once slaughtered every single servant assigned to the seventh prince. He remembers the incident clearly a crime so audacious that the cult's own enforcers had to intervene. And yet, after all that bloodshed, the Slaughter faction faced zero consequences. The vice chief explains it was due to their powerful backer, Ma Yixin of the Ma family. The entire massacre, she reveals, was nothing more than a vicious warning, a message to the cult leader's upstart son, and to this day, the prince's palace remains empty. The alliance leader connects the dots. Our agent is now their prime target. She grimly points out that against a faction that hunts even peak-level masters, Jang Yi-so wouldn't last a moment. He would be killed, without a doubt. Elsewhere, a group of hunters scours a local town, searching for that very man. But their search comes up empty, and they begin to suspect he's already slipped through their grasp. Little do they know, their associates have rounded up the locals, ensuring someone will talk. One of the hunters addresses the terrified villagers, mocking them as maggots. He holds up a crude drawing of Jang Yi-so, demanding they give up any information. His associate makes it clear that escape is impossible. The Slaughter faction owns this town now. Any attempt at heroics, he promises, will fill the streets with the sound of wailing. A mother clutches her crying child, trying to soothe them in the face of this terrifying threat. The hunter's gaze darkens as he explains that if they waste his time, hell, start with the useless ones. And his eyes lock onto the noisy brat, a psychotic grin spreading across his face. The child's terrified reflection appears in his eye as his patience completely snaps. He raises his blade to make an example of the child, and the mother screams in horror. But just then, an old man from the crowd pleads with him, questioning his honor as a martial artist. The hunter's patience snaps, grabbing the old man by the collar, enraged by his meddling. He shoves his face close, asking if the old geezer is just begging to be the first one to die today. Fine, he sneers. If he wants to play hero so badly, he can take the child's place. From a distance, his two associates watch the scene unfold with zero concern. They decide it's not their problem and agree to just leave him to his little power trip. The old man's eyes track them as they turn their backs. abandoning him to his fate. He falls silent, a chilling realization dawning on him. The hunter mocks his sudden quietness. With a twisted grin, he declares it's too late for regrets. He's decided to make an example of him, but as he relishes the moment, a blade suddenly and silently slices right through his throat. His eyes bulge in pure, unadulterated shock. He can't even process what just happened. His mind screams in confusion. This is his sword. Why is it buried in his own neck? In a flash, the old man he was about to execute becomes his executioner, leaving the other hostages stunned. The woman who had been pleading for her child's life can only stare in utter disbelief. The hunter's body goes limp, held up effortlessly by the seemingly frail old man. He turns to the woman, slowly raising a finger to his lips, a silent warning to stay quiet. A fleeting image of Zhang Yiseo mirrors the gesture, a chilling signal of a far deadlier game at play. The scene then cuts to Jugasumi reporting to Jugashang, who grimly mentions a fight to the death. She accepts the gravity of the situation, confirming that she understands perfectly. But just as the tension settles in the quiet room, Jugashang lets out a massive yawn, complaining he's too tired and is just going home, leaving her speechless. Muttering about his old age, Jugashang just turns to leave, but Sumi can't believe her ears. She demands to know why he isn't sending backup or intel to Agent 103 against the Slaughter faction. He turns back, a sly look on his face, noting her sudden sentimental concern for this particular agent. With a teasing smirk, he asks if she has a crush on him, reminding her that's strictly forbidden. She frantically denies it, and he says if that's the case, then her worries are completely pointless. He then changes the subject, asking if she remembers the legendary assassin group, Pungram. Sumi recalls them, a fearsome organization that once held even the demonic cult in its grip. Jugashang confirms their power, but says their time has long passed. 10 years ago, the entire group was annihilated by a single unknown figure, and that annihilation, he reveals, happened right as Agent 103 began his work inside the cult, leaving Sumi stunned. Sumi is speechless. He was only 19 when he started? How could a boy accomplish such a thing? Jugashang looks at her with a knowing calm, telling her this is exactly why she shouldn't be concerned. He leans in, his voice dropping to a deadly serious tone, explaining that anyone who faces Agent 103 as an enemy will find that they are the ones trapped in a hopeless quagmire. And right on cue, back at the standoff, a sudden, brutal attack shatters the silence. The other two thugs turn, startled by the sound. Don't tell me one of them starts. The spiky-haired hunter sighs in annoyance, thinking his overeager companion finally killed one of the hostages. But as he glances over the railing, his casual frustration instantly turns to confusion. Wait a second, the body floating in the water isn't the old man. It's their own man, Mandiak, and the helpless hostage is now standing right behind them, bloodied and ready. The remaining thugs can't believe their eyes, stammering out a question. When did you get? But before they can even finish the thought, he's already there, a silent shadow looming right behind them. In a flash of movement too fast to see, two more bodies hit the ground in pools of their own blood. The old man scoffs at their incompetence, mocking these so-called assassins for letting him get close so easily. He walks away from the carnage without a second glance, completely unimpressed. Against pathetic amateurs like these, he muses with a smile. 2 hours should be more than enough time. Elsewhere, another powerful figure is getting impatient, crushing a stone into dust with his bare hand. It's Magui, the sound art demon, and his patience is clearly wearing thin. A calm, long-haired swordsman sitting nearby tells him to stop playing with pebbles and deliver his message. He already knows why Magui is here, smirking that some coward must have tattled and asked for help dealing with Zhang Yisou. The swordsman laughs, telling Magui he's too late. A man as clever as Zhang Yisou is long gone. He tells the brute to stop wasting his time and get the hell out of his sight. But Magui calmly concedes, agreeing that finding their target today might indeed be impossible. Instead, he holds up 2 fingers, announcing he has a 2-part message for the swordsman himself. The first part is to act with prudence, and the second is to practice restraint. The swordsman just smirks, boiling the message down to its real meaning. Just stay quiet and don't cause trouble. Magui then adds one last detail. When they do find Zhang Yisou, they're only bringing his head back. He clenches his fist, his tone dropping into a deadly serious threat. Because if they fail to find him, this entire village will suffer a mysterious fire. A fire, he promises, with a chilling smile, that will burn everyone and everything to ash. The swordsman's smug demeanor shatters, the threat of a very large fire echoing in his mind. He can only think one thing as he stares at the tranquil village: these men are completely insane. His shock erupts into fury, screaming that this is the cult leader's territory and they've finally shown their true colors. He insists they can't get away with this, but a cold voice reminds him that he, of all people, knows they can. The warrior grins, revealing that the swordsman conveniently looked the other way when they purged this very palace. The accusation lands like a hammer blow, leaving the swordsman trembling and speechless. He breaks, desperately screaming that Zhang Yisou will never come, pleading for them to be reasonable. But his pleas fall on deaf ears. With no cooperation, it seems a fire will just have to break out by chance. Magui turns his back, telling his men to go eat a hearty meal, because they'll need their energy for tonight. Left behind, the swordsman can only clench his teeth, seething in a mixture of fury and complete helplessness. His fist clenches tight, the thought echoing in his mind. More innocent people will die. The ghosts of his past haunt him, the bodies of those who died because of his cowardice. He remembers the last purge, the casual cruelty of these men, and a fire begins to burn within him. No, he can't bear it anymore. A dark, furious energy erupts from his very soul. His eyes harden with a chilling resolve. He will stop them. He watches the warriors walk away, his mind set on a fatal collision course. He'll face them down even if it means they all die here together. But just as he's about to act, the heavy doors to the main hall slowly swing open, and standing there, with an almost regal presence, is the one person they swore would never come. The swordsman's resolve shatters into pure, dumbfounded shock. It's Zhang Yisou. Zhang Yisou strides forward as his subordinates plead for him to calm his anger. They advise their young master that reacting to such trivial matters will only harm his dignity. The long-haired swordsman can only stare, trying to make sense of the face before him. Zhang Yisou ignores them, coolly addressing the other warriors with an offer. If something displeases them, he smirks. All they have to do is give a simple command to clean it up. A wave of pure panic washes over the swordsman. He screams out, asking if he's crazy, reminding him that he was told to run if he wanted to live. The muscular warrior and his men finally turn, their attention now fully on this new arrival. But Zhang Yisou isn't intimidated. His eyes scan the group, assessing their strength. He immediately identifies the leader, Magui, the 6th ranked of the Slaughter faction. They sent a real monster as their vanguard. Zhang Yisou calmly analyzes the situation, noting to himself that 2 of his predictions were wrong. Magui glares back, surprised that the spy would walk in willingly instead of being dragged in after a beating. But Zhang Yisou just smirks, telling Magui he's as dumb as he looks and that his arrival was completely expected. The long-haired swordsman is floored, wondering how anyone could have possibly foreseen this moment. Magui scoffs at the bravado, revealing that his subordinates took control of Wolha village a long time ago. His eyes narrow with suspicion, and he demands to know what kind of trick the spy used to escape their trap. Zhang Yisou's smile widens as he calls the question nonsense, asking why he'd need a trick to show up at his own workplace. A brutal memory flashes by a path of slaughter he carved himself. He had simply walked and walked, cutting down anyone in his way. His escape was nothing more than a casual stroll through an explosion of bodies that he himself created. Zhang Yisou points forward, declaring that's all it takes to arrive here. He grins, admitting the streets were full of trash, but that couldn't stop a great man from going to work. His eyes lock onto Magui, asking if he agrees, calling him the biggest piece of trash of all. Magui scoffs, noting that for someone from counterintelligence, his insolent tongue is truly something else. He stomps his foot down, deciding he'll pay his respects to that talent right now. A terrifying aura erupts around him as he vows to not only kill the spy, but burn Wolha village down with him. He wants to make sure Zhang Yisou's path to the underworld won't be a lonely one. The long-haired swordsman watches in horror, realizing his leader is about to unleash a catastrophic attack. But it's too late. Magui takes a deep, guttural breath, power converging in his throat. He then unleashes a massive, blinding beam of destructive energy straight from his mouth. The blast tears through the air, a roaring torrent of pure destruction aimed directly at the spy. Even far from the epicenter, Zhang Yisou's men are thrown into chaos, clutching their heads from the sheer pressure. The long-haired swordsman is no different, crying out in agony as the shockwave washes over him. But in the face of this overwhelming power, Zhang Yisou simply stands his ground, perfectly still. A calm, ethereal light expands from his body, creating a perfect barrier that nullifies the attack. His subordinates can't believe it. If the aftershock is this brutal, the man at the center must be annihilated. The long-haired swordsman grits his teeth, unable to bear the overwhelming force his brother is unleashing. He finally screams for it to stop, desperately trying to tell Magui that the man isn't his aide. He promises Hell live like a half-dead corpse, just as his brother wishes, if Hell only stop this madness. With a look of pure desperation, he begs Magui to please, just stop the attack. But as his pleas fade into the roaring chaos, a calm voice cuts through his thoughts. It's not his own voice, it's a telepathic message, piercing right into his mind. He whips his head around, his eyes locking onto an impossible sight. Jiang Yiseo is standing there, completely untouched by the devastation. A hand reaches out, a silent offer hanging in the air. He reminds the young master that he only needs to say one word. The long-haired swordsman grits his teeth, his pride crushed, his options gone. With a quiet, venomous hiss, he gives the order, "Get rid of him." A predatory grin spreads across Jiang Yiseo's face. He accepts the command without hesitation, turning to face his new target. The muscular warrior, Magui, laughs it off as a pathetic bluff. He roars that a mere 7th-grade demon could never hope to stand against him. But Jiang Yiseo simply flicks his wrist, his wires singing through the air. And in a silent flash, the space between them is crossed. Magui's brain can't even process what's happening. His demonic power begins to surge, a moment too late. A single, invisible thread has already passed cleanly through his neck. His head, expression still frozen in confusion, tumbles to the ground. The young master's men can only stare down in abject horror. Their strongest fighter, their brother Magui, was just erased in an instant. Before the shock can even settle, Jiang Yiseo's wires dance through the remaining men. They can only choke and gasp as the invisible blades slice them to ribbons. With one final bloody spray, the last of the young master's entourage hits the floor. The long-haired swordsman collapses to his knees, his mind completely blank with disbelief. Jiang Yiseo strolls forward, casually reminding him of the little bet they made. The young master looks up, the horrifying implications of his loss finally dawning on him. Jiang Yiseo extends a hand, declaring that from this day forward, he is the young master's new aide. Grabbing the offered hand, the young master can only curse internally, being aide to a scoundrel the cult leader gave up on. He grudgingly accepts the terms, knowing he's trapped in this ridiculous agreement. But he stares back with a venomous glare, warning Jiang Yiseo that he'd better keep his end of the bargain. Jiang Yiseo gives a confident smirk, assuring him he knows exactly what he's doing. His promise is simple and insane. He's going to make this broken young master the next cult leader. But to understand how, we have to jump back 2 hours before this whole bloody mess started. Back then, a group of men were sprinting desperately through the wilderness. These were Jiang Yiseo's subordinates, realizing the old saying was true mess with the counterintelligence unit, and you're done for. The leader of the group still can't process the morning's events, how their boss just appeared with such shocking news. In a flashback, we see Jiang Yiseo calmly addressing his kneeling men, informing them the slaughter faction was coming. One of the subordinates immediately panicked, wondering aloud if this was another one of the Ma family's schemes. But Jiang Yiseo waved off his concerns, telling them to forget the details and just run as fast as they can. His order was simple: go to their old post and spread the word that the slaughter faction is attacking Wolha village. Their destination was the Horyongdong, one of the highest authorities in the entire cult. The logic was sound, not even the slaughter faction would dare cause trouble on their turf. But theory is one thing, and reality is another. As the group's leader gasps for breath, the men collapse in a heap, utterly spent and begging for just a moment's rest. One of them complains they've been running since dawn and will collapse from exhaustion first. The leader snaps back, reminding them that Jiang Yiseo's temper is far worse than tired legs. But another mutters that, at this rate, dozens will die. A strange comment that gives the leader pause. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts in, asking what they were just saying about the slaughter faction. A jolt of pure dread hits the man as his eyes lock onto a familiar uniform, a belt with a tiger crest. He looks up into the face of a true predator, whose oppressive aura alone is enough to make his knees buckle. His voice echoes through the trees, accusing one of the men of abandoning his post to become a thug. The entire group trembles as he demands they answer his question immediately. This is Ji-Dae-ho, the second-class demon chief, and he needs to know if the slaughter faction really harmed the cult. Meanwhile, the long-haired swordsman looks over the bloody aftermath of his own battle with a weary sigh. He stares at the courtyard full of bodies, wondering how he's even supposed to begin cleaning up this disaster. Taking a single, heavy step forward, the stress of the situation seems to finally catch up with him. A sudden, blinding pain shoots up his leg, forcing a choked scream from his lips. The fearsome warrior collapses in an undignified heap, clutching his leg and yelling about a sudden cramp. Jiang Yiseo looks down at his new subordinate with an amused smirk, finding the whole display rather pathetic. He kneels beside him, telling the man to hold still so he can press his pressure points and relieve the pain. But as Jiang Yiseo tends to the man, a new figure lunges forward with a furious strike. He was just trying to help, but this new arrival clearly has a problem with it. With a cold glare, Jiang Yiseo orders him to stop. The man, the leader of the slaughter faction, furiously demands to know who dares touch his subordinate. Zhang Yisou doesn't even stand, delivering a swift, powerful kick right from his kneeling position. The faction leader is sent flying back, tumbling through the air, completely overwhelmed. He crashes to the ground, his mind reeling, why would the Black Dragon gang act so brazenly? But before he can recover, an even more powerful presence makes itself known. It's the second-class chief himself, Ho, a man who should not be here. The chief's voice is low and grim as he mentions he saw the state of Wolha village on his way. He grimly explains he came on a report that the Slaughter faction was harming the cult, but found the exact opposite. The scene was a one-sided massacre, with the Slaughter faction's bodies littering the streets. Worried, he went to the young master's residence, only to find the same carnage there. He glares at them, demanding to know if he's wrong to call this an atrocious massacre. Zhang Yisou simply smiles, admitting that while he isn't wrong, there are circumstances. The injured swordsman scrambles to his feet, trying to explain that it's all a misunderstanding, but Ho takes a single, purposeful step forward. With a sickening crack, he stomps down, shattering the man's leg with brutal efficiency. The swordsman screams in agony as Zhang Yisou calls out his title, "Young Master!" Ho looks on coldly, wondering what could have happened to make the robust 7th young master react with such pain. Ho declares that he will personally annihilate this villain in a single moment. He powers up, his body surging with energy, promising to get the young master to a physician immediately. He squares off against Zhang Yisou, who stands there silently, completely unfazed. Zhang Yisou just smirks, thinking to himself how ridiculously complicated this situation has become. With a roar, Ho launches himself forward, putting all of his strength into a single, decisive blow. But Zhang Yisou doesn't even bother to dodge, simply raising his hands to meet the attack. In a stunning display, he stops the full-force charge dead in its tracks. Ho is floored. He thought the man's internal energy was insignificant and tried to end it in one hit. But his fist is caught, held firm, the attack completely neutralized. Then he sees a faint blue glow in his opponent's eye, and a terrible realization begins to dawn on him. Zhang Yisou stomps his foot, cracking the stone beneath him, deciding he needs to confirm something. Ho narrows his eyes, his entire focus converging on the man before him. He explodes into motion, unleashing a whirlwind of strikes that batter Zhang Yisou from all sides. But as he presses the attack, Ho realizes his opponent's defense is no accident. Every move is being countered with flawless precision, each block a textbook perfect parry. It's not brute force, but an unnerving, profound understanding of martial arts. For a man who doesn't even look 30, his execution of martial principles is utterly terrifying. Suddenly, his wrist is seized, and Zhang Yisou's expression shifts to one of pure shock. Seeing an opening, Ho roars with approval and unleashes a devastating axe kick. The blow misses its target and craters the ground, blasting stone tiles into the air. The ground itself bears the scar of that incredible power. Standing amidst the dust, Ho can't help but be impressed. That was a strike meant to kill. And yet, his opponent had dodged it with what seemed like impossible speed. He offers a sincere apology, admitting his judgment was flawed. He had completely underestimated a martial artist of this caliber. But now, the games are over. He promises to show Zhang Yisou the respect he deserves. With a roar, his true aura erupts, manifesting as a colossal, predatory beast. The pressure is immense, and Zhang Yisou finally understands this is the power of the Horyongdang's chief. He had hoped to keep his thunder and lightning arts hidden, but there's no holding back now. Blue electricity crackles around his hand. One wrong move against this man, and it's all over. Zhang Yisou gathers the lightning in his hands, preparing to counter the chief's immense power. But a sudden realization sends a chill down his spine. Something is terribly wrong. He glances down to see the demonic arts energy already leaking from his body. With no time to waste, Ho explodes forward, closing the distance in an instant. His eyes burn with golden light as he channels all his might into a single, devastating blow. The air itself seems to shatter as his ultimate technique manifests a colossal spirit tiger. Its roar is a physical force, promising nothing but absolute destruction. Zhang Yisou's eyes widen as the apocalyptic attack rushes towards him. There's no time to dodge, no way to block it, this is the end. But in the final moment, a mysterious swordsman appears, intercepting the fatal blow. Zhang Yisou can only stare in disbelief, his mind struggling to process what just happened. Ho's face contorts with rage and confusion. His ultimate attack was stopped. The incredible force of his technique grinds to an abrupt halt. With the dust settling, the mysterious savior now stands between the two combatants. The newcomer cracks a wide, almost mocking grin, looking completely unfazed. He lets out a sigh of relief, admitting that if had been a second later, they'd both be dead. Ji-Dae-ho demands an explanation, unable to believe what he's seeing. The seventh young master confirms it, casually admitting he's defending the man he almost let die. Since things have come to this, he tells Ji-Dae-ho it's time for a proper introduction. He gestures to the spy, formally presenting Jang Yi-seo as his new aide. The seventh young master declares that after a long time, he's finally brought someone new to his palace, calling Jang Yi-seo his man. And as a testament to his new aide's skill, the head of Magui rests on the stone floor. Ji-Dae-ho stares down, recognizing the victim as the sixth-ranked master of the slaughter faction. He examines the body, noting the clean cut wasn't made by any ordinary method. His sharp gaze falls on Jang Yi-seo as he asks if he's a user of hidden weapons. With a disarming smile, Jang Yi-seo claims he has no talent for internal energy, so he relies on a few petty tricks. Ji-Dae-ho listens, processing the flimsy excuse that his body is too weak to survive in the cult otherwise. But his eyes narrow in suspicion. Petty tricks, he scoffs internally. He remembers their earlier clash, how Jang Yi-seo's raw physical power matched his own blow for blow. The more Ji-Dae-ho learns about this man, the more he realizes he's a complete and utter enigma. A realization dawns on Ji-Dae-ho. He's finally starting to see why the young master keeps this man so close. Jang Yi-seo smirks, asking if his tricks are a problem, but Ji-Dae-ho coolly replies that it was all to protect the young master. However, he can't just ignore the incident. A formal report must be filed, one that will reach the Council of Elders. He turns to the young master, pointedly asking if he's prepared for the political fallout with the dead man's family, causing him to flinch. But before he can answer, Jang Yi-seo steps in, revealing they've conveniently left survivors to be interrogated. He flawlessly reframes the entire situation as a brazen attack on the cult leader's own adopted son, and a matter that requires an official apology. In that moment, Ji-Dae-ho sees the trap being sprung. He acknowledges the play but tries to stall, claiming it's not so simple, but Jang Yi-seo isn't letting him off the hook. He gestures to the carnage, stating that the evidence, the circumstances, and the witnesses are all perfectly clear. And if Ji-Dae-ho still finds it difficult, then Jang Yi-seo will have no choice but to report his entire department for incompetence. Ji-Dae-ho tries to de-escalate, asking if they really need to take it this far. But it's the young master who's suddenly losing his nerve, worried this will blow up in his face. He weakly suggests they should just let the whole thing slide for now. His own subordinate, however, cuts him off with a harsh lesson in power. He states that if you start a fight, you must see it through, or your enemies will never learn their place. Because if they don't, the next attack is guaranteed to be far dirtier and infinitely more vicious, a thought that makes the young master visibly flinch. He can only stammer a weak protest before Jang Yi-seo smoothly declares the matter settled. With his master's permission now secured, he turns back to the hallmaster. He bows formally, demanding that Ji-Dae-ho uphold the strict laws of the demonic cult. Ji-Dae-ho finds himself grudgingly impressed. It's not just the boy's martial talent, it's his flawless conduct, and the way he handles the notoriously reckless young master as if he were a child. A slow smirk spreads across the hallmaster's face. A very peculiar fellow has arrived. And thanks to him, he muses, Cheonsan Mountain is about to get very noisy. He's trapped, he realizes. If he says no, this upstart will just run straight to the cult leader. So, clasping his hands, he makes his decision, unable to promise a simple resolution, but vowing to do his absolute best for the so-called young master Jang. Jang Yi-seo formally apologizes for the intrusion, even offering to have his men clean the courtyard, leaving his master stammering. With a polite nod, he thanks the man for his understanding and promises an update on the investigation. And just like that, he turns and departs, leaving the actual young master completely sidelined. With the hallmaster gone, Ji-Dae-ho can finally breathe, thinking he's finally alone. He looks utterly spent, while Jang Yi-seo casually remarks that it was quite a chaotic day. Ji-Dae-ho snaps, pointing out that Jang Yi-seo was the chaos slaughtering men and picking fights with powerful families. But Jang Yi-seo just smirks, waving it off as no big deal. All they need to do, he says, is build up what they lack. He begins to say that for now, it's just the two of them, but is suddenly cut off by shouts from the gate. A group of his men come barreling into the courtyard, running right past a body they left behind earlier. They announce their return, having successfully carried out Brother Yi-seo's special orders. Their first concern is whether their master is safe, a level of frantic loyalty that just confuses Ji-Dae-ho. A knowing smile touches Jang Yi-seo's lips. It seems he was wrong. It's not just the two of them after all. He tells his companion they can finally rest, standing over the bloody courtyard as his loyalists arrive. And as that exhausting day comes to a close, a lone spy watches from the shadows. With a flicker of movement, the report is on its way. Elsewhere, a hand traces the words, the news having already arrived. A man with flowing white hair seeks confirmation. Did Zhang Yixio truly wipe out Mogui and the Slaughter faction? His subordinate confirms it, citing their spy inside the 7th Young Palace. The report adds that he even overwhelmed Mogui, a sonic attack master, without much of a fight. A woman listens in, thinking he'd better be this capable, lest his grand ambitions prove to be empty talk. Still, she acknowledges that he has accomplished something truly troublesome. Gazing at the moon, she contemplates her next move. Perhaps, she decides with a sly grin, she should personally grant him a reward for his efforts. And so, the next stage of Zhang Yiseo's grand plan begins at the illustrious Chuizonru. Jideho corners him, demanding an explanation for this bizarre turn of events. He had promised to make him the young cult leader, but instead, they're throwing a lavish feast for a bunch of common villagers? The 7th young master is losing his mind, trying to figure out how this helps their cause. Just as his patience wears thin, their arrival is announced to the hall. An elegant woman appears, the pavilion lord, addressing Zhang Yiseo with respect. She explains that, as commanded, she used all her resources to prepare this feast for the people. Zhang Yiseo smiles, satisfied, but Jideho's jaw practically hits the floor in shock. Meanwhile, another guest smirks, realizing Zhang Yiseo just summoned the legendary reclusive master of this entire place. Jideho is reeling, wondering how on earth Zhang Yiseo knows someone so exclusive that even high-ranking officials can't meet her. Zhang Yiseo casually thanks the pavilion lord, acknowledging how much work he's put her through recently. She smiles, assuring him it was no trouble at all, thanks to the very capable people he sent to help. Speaking of which, she says they wanted to know the moment he arrived, as a rowdy group suddenly rushes into the hall. It's Shin Yongtae and the entire Black Dragon Gang, a notorious group of thugs, and their arrival stuns the room. Without a word, the entire gang drops to the ground, prostrating themselves in a show of absolute respect. Jideho can only stare in disbelief, muttering brother, while even Zhang Yiseo seems a little taken aback. But Shin Yongtae, their leader, is all smiles, looking at his new benefactor with utter admiration. He's thinking this is the man who effortlessly crushed the infamous Mogui, a golden opportunity sent by the heavens themselves. To him, Zhang Yiseo is more than an ally. He's a lifeline, a golden rope to a much greater future. Shin Yongtae bows, declaring that in their world, strength makes age irrelevant, and he knows his place. Zhang Yiseo cuts him off with a wave, telling him that's enough. He should just go enjoy the feast. Taking that as permission, Shin Yongtae and the Black Dragon Gang erupt into a celebratory roar, leaving Jideho to wonder what is happening. His confusion deepens as the villagers suddenly notice that the 7th young master has arrived. The people at the feast are urged to stop eating and raise their glasses. A man prompts the crowd, reminding them they have something important to say to their benefactor. With cups held high, they thank the young master for not only saving their village, but also for throwing such a grand feast, bowing low in a wave of overwhelming gratitude. Jideho can only sweat, completely lost as to how Zhang Yiseo became a beloved hero overnight. The pavilion lord leans in, calmly explaining that while preparing the feast, she took the liberty of spreading a rumor that this was a despicable hostage situation, orchestrated by the Slaughter faction to intimidate him. But thanks to the young master's swift and decisive action, they were all subdued without harming a single villager. Jideho is stunned, blurting out that she was the one who did everything, but Zhang Yiseo just smiles. It's not entirely wrong, she explains, as a subordinate's merits naturally become the achievements of their lord. She tells him to forget the trivial details and just look at the results. Everyone is smiling, aren't they? Winning the hearts of the cult members, she lectures, is one of the most important virtues of a young cult leader. This good atmosphere is only temporary, of course, as his past reputation as a hooligan won't vanish overnight. From now on, he must show them his sincerity, his genuine will to protect them with all his strength. If he can do that, she promises, their hearts will return to him with that same sincerity. And in the future, these people will become the reliable allies they need to survive. Jideho is struck by a powerful feeling, wondering how long it's been, since he's seen people look at him with anticipation instead of fear, her words about reliable allies echoing in his mind. He turns his gaze to Zhang Yiseo, finally understanding that she is the strong ally by his side. She catches his look and offers a satisfied smirk, concluding his mindset has finally been corrected. It was a wise precaution, she thinks, planting her own people in the crowd just to stir up the mood. Of course, that little trick ended up doubling the cost of the feast and labor. But that's a trivial matter she isn't losing sleep over. A predatory grin flashes across her face. She'll get every coin back from him anyway, with a vicious 50% annual interest. For now, though, she snaps the young master out of his emotional state, telling him it's time for them to have a drink. Zhang Yiseo leans in with a cunning smile, claiming she has something important to explain. Ji-Dae-ho is completely baffled, his confused reflection staring back at him from his cup. He leans back, arms crossed, demanding to know what's with the sudden, random question. She poses her test. Why does he think he caught the eye of the cult leader? This isn't for some grand reason, she insists, but simply so she can understand his perspective as his assistant. He's genuinely stumped for a moment, stroking his chin as he gives it some serious thought. And then, a brilliant idea strikes. He smacks his fist into his palm, concluding it must be because he's handsome. A long, awkward silence hangs heavy in the air between them. With a deadpan expression, Jang Yi-seo sarcastically praises his excellent insight, much to his annoyance. She puts down her cup, agreeing that his answer has some truth to it. But she begins to paint a much grander picture of their cult leader's brilliance. He is a genius who single-handedly crushed his enemies and built a new order. So, she asks, would a man that sharp really choose his heirs on talent alone? Her logic is undeniable, and Ji-Dae-ho listens, his simple confidence fading. The entire system of adopting sons and daughters, she explains, is a magnificent deception. It's a grand competition designed to focus the greed of the prestigious families. Pitting them against each other ensures they're too busy to ever unite and rebel. And within that political chessboard, she says, lies the real reason he was chosen. She continues, laying out the cult leader's cold logic. If he chose a perfect candidate, the delicate rivalry between the families would crumble into meaningless slaughter. That is why he chose Ji-Dae-ho, a boy with talent but whose background ensures his family can't fully back him. It all clicks into place. His entire purpose is to maintain a tense political balance. He can barely comprehend the layers of scheming, but she calmly defines it for him. This is politics. To the heavenly demon, candidates like him aren't sons. They're just pieces on a board protecting his own throne. And that cold, calculating nature, she thinks to herself, is the exact weakness she plans to use. Because when Ji-Dae-ho eventually wins, he'll have no one to turn to, not his family, not the cult leader, but her. She will be the one pulling his strings from the shadows. Ji-Dae-ho sits in silence, arms crossed, letting the gravity of the situation sink in. Jang Yi-seo watches him, noticing he's lost in thought and finding it completely understandable. After all, realizing your adoptive father and brothers see you as a mere tool is a heavy burden for someone she sees as so simple-minded and pure-hearted. She thought he'd need days to sort through the betrayal, but she couldn't have been more wrong. He finally speaks, cutting straight through her assumptions to the one thing he cared about. So does this mean he was chosen as the Ma family's representative? Hes not devastated, Hes thrilled, asking if that's all that really matters in the end. Stunned for a moment, Jang Yi-seo forces a smile, agreeing that he's grasped it perfectly. Internally, she realizes this is even better. No need to coddle him when his simplicity makes him so easy to lead. Just as they're about to proceed, the door to their private room slides open. A woman enters with a condescending smile, remarking on the lively celebration outside. If she'd known it would be this boisterous, she claims she might not have even bothered to come. But Jang Yi-seo just grins back, smooth as ever, saying a feast is always better with more guests. He formally welcomes the woman, Jin San-pa, and her entourage, as Ji-Dae-ho looks on in horror. The young master shoots up from his seat, his face a mask of disbelief and fury. He seethes, questioning how they dare show their faces here, but one of the envoys is unfazed. The subordinate simply greets him as the seventh young master and bows, stating Shinjin-san pays his respects. Jang Yi-seo's eyes narrow, sending a silent, ice-cold warning to Ji-Dae-ho to keep his mouth shut. Ji-Dae-ho is left speechless, completely baffled as to why they came all this way just to see his aid. He can't wrap his head around it. Why would they bother coming here personally for some no-name aid? Then, a sudden, glorious thought strikes him. Of course, they're here to warn that arrogant brat to stop messing with him, the seventh young master. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he imagines Jang Yi-seo's downfall, leaving his own companion utterly baffled. But his delusion is cut short when Jin San-pa ignores him completely, inviting Jang Yi-seo for a private walk. She specifies it's just for the two of them, her subordinates watching in silence. Later, strolling across a moonlit bridge, she admits that she's honestly surprised by his actions. To throw a feast for the cultists right after surviving the slaughter faction's assault, it's a bold move, especially since he's already antagonized them by demanding a formal apology. Jang Yi-seo simply smiles, reminding her of his goal. He needs the people on his side first, because the cult leader will never accept a commander his own followers reject. He continues, explaining the apology demand is about principle. Those thugs dared to challenge his authority. They must be crushed to earn proper recognition for him as the young master, and her, as his aide. Jin-sanpa pauses, surprised by his casual declaration of their new partnership. A small, amused smile forms on her lips. His silver tongue is as sharp as ever, even if it invites trouble. Still, she acknowledges his success under the moonlight, telling him he did well. She even offers him a reward, and he cheekily asks if that includes the new cult's hidden treasures. She confirms it does, as long as he proves himself worthy, an offer he eagerly accepts, loving a bit of greed. But just as she expects a demand, he waves it off with a calm smile, saying now isn't the time. He'll save his request for later, when he truly needs something important from her. Her eyes narrow with a cunning grin. She sees right through him. He's not asking for a favor. He's marking a debt. Seeing his clever play, she decides to give him a piece of advice instead of a material reward. She warns him about the cult leader's regular morning assembly with his children. When she asks if he knew the seventh young master's turn was coming, he plays along, pretending it's old news. But this isn't just some friendly breakfast. It's one of the new cult's most important internal events. It's a high-stakes evaluation where the fearsome leader, Jin Wuguang, personally judges his children's worth. Daeho knows this is classified information. A former low-level ghost like him shouldn't have a clue, so he feigns surprise, remarking on what a peculiar event it sounds like. A cruel smirk spreads across her face. She assumes his master was too embarrassed to mention it. Daeho's calm facade cracks. Embarrassed? Don't tell me that lunatic caused a scene in front of the leader. He dismisses the thought, but her expression confirms his fears as she leans in to give her real advice. Her advice is a stark, urgent command. He must not attend the morning assembly. Absolutely not. His companion is stunned, asking what she means as she insists he fake an injury, anything to get out of it. Because if he doesn't, the seventh young master seen here living his best, most carefree life, will be stripped of his qualifications and his title, effective immediately. The warning hangs in the moonlit air, leaving Daeho's man utterly speechless. The next morning, the sun rises over the seventh young master's palace. But from within, the only sounds are pained groans and the heaving of a sick stomach. Daeho sits up in bed, looking like he wrestled a demon and lost. The massive hangover is killing him, a painful reminder of the entire jar of liquor he downed last night. He clutches his throat, wishing he could just get it over with, but his body refuses even that small relief. He stumbles through his room, desperately thinking a little pat on the back might help. But what he gets is anything but gentle. A sudden, powerful slam sends him flying, a sharp cough erupting from his lungs. He gags, stumbling across the room from the sheer force of the blow. Collapsing to the floor, he looks up, completely bewildered. What in the world was that? It's Jang Yiseo, standing over him with a cold, impassive stare. A sinister smile creeps across Yiseo's face as he offers a mock apology to the young master. He was just trying to help clear his throat, he claims. But perhaps he overdid it. Daeho stares up, knowing full well that wasn't a real apology. What has gotten into his aid? Yiseo crouches down, noting the nausea seems to be gone now. It's time they had a little talk. Still reeling on the floor, Daeho demands to know what's gotten into his aid. Yiseo looms over him, his voice dangerously low. He asks why he would ignore the cult leader's morning assembly. The sheer audacity of it. Daeho shrinks back, seeing a fury he's never witnessed before. Now that the nausea has passed, Yiseo says, it's time for the young master to start talking. Daeho is still completely lost, asking what reason he could possibly have for this behavior. Yiseo spells it out clearly. Why did he completely ignore the heavenly demon's invitation to breakfast? He leans in closer, his patience clearly gone. What could possibly justify such nerve? Yiseo scoffs, crossing his arms. He explains that he went to the breakfast hall himself that day, and what he heard was the pathetic excuse that Daeho simply couldn't open the door. Yiseo looks at him, bewildered. Why not? Daeho explodes. If he knew why, he wouldn't be in this mess. He frantically explains that someone must have played a trick on that damn door. No matter how hard he pushed, pulled, or kicked, it simply refused to budge. Yiseo listens, a thoughtful, suspicious look on his face. A door that won't open? He knows the young master has a strong physique. It couldn't possibly be a lack of strength. With less than a month before the breakfast meeting, Yiseo decides he needs to find answers himself, and quickly. He stands up suddenly, making his decision. There's no other choice. He tells Daeho he's stepping out for a bit, and warns him not to wander off. Yiseo's real plan? He's going to go spend some money to get the information he needs. His investigation takes us to the very heart of the demonic cult's power, the Heavenly Demon Hall. Located on the formidable Mount Mahe, it's a place of immense authority, approached by 5 distinct paths across a vast lake. Each of the 5 paths is controlled by a different faction, like the Duryongdang, who have established their base there. The Horyongdang, for instance, restricts passage to only those personally invited by the heavenly demon. But even if you get past them, a treacherous 300-step suspension bridge crosses a deep valley, and waiting on the other side are the Guangmyong Chonma, the heavenly demon's elite guard. It's a completely unassailable sanctuary, hidden from the world. The absolute heart of the demonic cult's power, the heavenly demon hall. The information broker smirks, realizing his client already knows all these basic facts. Jegal Gui Ryong, the owner of Jegal Seo Guan, asks why Yiseo even bothered coming to him. After all, Yiseo is someone far more impressive than a simple information dealer. He's a money demon, whose resources and influence are known throughout the land. Yiseo smirks, clarifying that for this much money, he didn't come for things he already knows. He's not interested in the surface. He wants to know what's happening on the inside. He explains that the seventh young master always returns from the breakfast meeting frustrated, and he wants to know why. Specifically, he wants to know about that door. Jegal strokes his beard, feigning confusion. He asks why an ordinary information broker like him would know a secret of that magnitude. Yiseo almost has to laugh at the man's acting skills. But he knows exactly who this man is, a member of the Jegal clan, living under the guise of a broker. In reality, he's a hidden technical official, the one responsible for all the cult's mystical formations and arrays. Of course, Yiseo can't just come out and say that he knows. So instead, he puts on a big smile, flattering the man as a genius who would surely have the answer. Internally, Jegal sizes him up. This kid is far too sly, and he wonders just how much he truly knows. He deflects, claiming some things are heavenly secrets, a grave sin to even think about, let alone reveal. Then, he changes the subject, offering a piece of friendly advice for a regular customer. Many people are looking into Yiseo's background, especially after he killed Magui of the Slaughter faction. His recent actions have attracted the attention of a lot of powerful and dangerous flies. And Jegal clarifies, this isn't just simple curiosity, it's caution towards a potentially troublesome enemy. Yiseo just smirks, mockingly asking if Jegal made a tidy profit selling that info, which the broker furiously denies. He gives a final, stern warning. Stop meddling in things he shouldn't and just lay low for a while. That is, if he doesn't want to meet a sudden and violent end overnight. Ah, so he does know something. Yiseo lets out a breath, thanking him for the concern and calling this a down payment. Yiseo's eyes glint as he dangles an even bigger prize, mentioning 2 more bags were on the table. But since Jegal is being so difficult, he makes a show of taking his payment back. His grip is like iron, and the broker freezes, realizing he's about to lose his payday. Defeated by his own greed, Jegal finally relents, saying he'll tell him one thing. He explains the door to the Heavenly Demon Hall is a test to qualify for an audience with the cult leader. Getting animated, he explains that a qualified person simply needs to present their proof. He slams the money pouch down like a gavel, a demonstration of someone knocking. And with that, he declares, the great doors will simply open. Yiseo just stares, completely unimpressed, wondering what kind of useless riddle this is. His gaze, however, now has a new target, the Heavenly Demon Hall itself. The next morning, Jidae-ho is jolted awake by a commotion outside his palace. He steps out, completely baffled by what he sees. His entire courtyard has been turned into a bustling construction site overnight. Annoyed, he demands to know why the Black Dragon Gang is treating his home like a workshop. And then Jang Yiseo appears, casually revealing that they're just following his orders. Yiseo isn't alone either. He's brought along the very same information broker from before. The man introduces himself as Jegal Guiryong, greeting the young master with a strained bow. Jegal complains he's now forced to oversee this renovation, dragged here by an aide with no ethics. But Yiseo just smirks, reminding him that the huge payment he received wasn't just for a tip-off. This job is part of the deal, and Jegal better do it well, unless he'd prefer a refund with interest. The young master can hardly believe his ears. Renovation work? What is all this nonsense? But Jiang Yiseo just places a firm hand on his shoulder, telling him not to worry about a thing. He then shoves the bewildered master forward, ordering him to pack his bags for a long journey. With a chilling smile, Yiseo reveals they have an important stop before the Heavenly Demon Hall. The scene then cuts to a strange, coded document being opened, its contents a complete mystery. The man reading is Jidae-ho, a high-ranking leader in the Heavenly Demon cult. He always knew there was more to Jiang Yiseo, but he never could have imagined a past like this. We're pulled back 14 years, to a time just after a peace treaty was signed between the factions. It was a chaotic and lawless era of transition, a time when the demon cult scoured the lands for new talent, buying or stealing children from the shadows. These children were called special external disciples, forced to undergo a unique selection process. Their potential was assessed by the infamous Seventh Elder, the two-headed twin devils. The first head, Yang Yu, possessed a calm, yet unnervingly sharp gaze, while his twin, Yang Yo, was a creature of pure, unrestrained aggression. If a child received a superior judgment, they could become a disciple of a master. But a worse judgment meant becoming a lab rat or cannon fodder on the battlefield. And among these terrified children was a young boy from the lands of the righteous faction, Jiang Yi-so. Yang Yu looks him over, sensing something deeply ambiguous about the boy's potential. But Yang Yo scoffs, declaring him trash with 9 holes in his dantian, fit only for the worst category. Yang Yu grins, countering that his martial aptitude is so exceptional, even superior fails to describe it. With their opinions clashing, the two heads were left to wonder what to do with this unprecedented case. Ultimately, a final judgment was rendered, and Zhang Yiseo's file was stamped. He was officially labeled worst, cast out to wander the bottom ranks as a wild dog. But the boy's talent couldn't be suppressed, and over 10 years he rose to become a squad leader. The leader of the Horyongdang shakes his head, thinking it a truly regrettable waste. He remembers the profound martial arts Zhang Yiseo displayed a power that went beyond superior into the realm of supreme. But all that genius was chained to his cursed 9-hole constitution, a problem with no solution. Well, almost no solution. There was perhaps one person in the entire cult who might hold a clue. The one who sits at the very top, the cult leader himself. The leader smirks, realizing what an interesting combination this is, a master with a perfect body, and an assistant who has achieved peak enlightenment. He wonders just how far this unlikely pair can truly go, a smirk playing on his lips. After all, he muses, a problem like a cursed constitution might just have a solution somewhere in this vast world, especially for a man whose talent he has personally acknowledged. Meanwhile, out in the serene forest, the lesson begins. Jidaeho squares up, taking a deep breath and focusing his energy. With a sharp grunt, his eyes flare with fierce concentration. He unleashes a powerful punch, not at an opponent, but at the empty air before him. The force of it seems to ripple outwards, a contained explosion of ki. It's a technique that relies on perfect control, a mastery of internal energy. And to his own shock, a small stone he was holding just stops, hovering in midair. Jidaeho stares at his fist, completely baffled. How did he just do that? Hez lost, wondering what's happening, while Zhang Yiseo watches from a distance, a plan forming in his mind. Zhang Yiseo sighs, a headache already building. This guy, he's a complete martial arts idiot, isn't he? His thoughts drift back to the heavenly demon hall, recalling what a guard had told him under duress. He had dismissed it at the time, but the man wasn't the type to lie about such critical information. The door wasn't about physical strength. After all, even the younger, weaker masters could open it. If brute force wasn't the answer, then only one other measure of a warrior's power remained. The key to the door, the true test of qualification, had to be one's internal energy. It was a gate that didn't measure the strength of your body, but the depth of your ki. Returning to the present, he smirks. It's a crazy theory, sure, but he knows he's right. He's seen bizarre demonic walls like this, hundreds, even thousands of times before. The real question bothering him wasn't the door, but why Jidaeho, with his heavenly yang constitution, couldn't open it. He just witnessed the man instinctively channel his internal energy with a simple punch. With that power, he could effortlessly shatter trees with a single blow. This contradiction led Zhang Yiseo to a specific hypothesis, which he needed to confirm. He gives a simple instruction. Break the tree with internal energy, but don't let your fist touch it. Jidaeho just looks back at him, utterly confused by the strange request. And the result of that little test was this pathetic display, with Jidaeho flailing his arms, unable to project his ki at all. Finally, in a fit of pure frustration, he abandons the technique and just smashes the ground. Zhang Yiseo calmly observes the aftermath of the childish tantrum, his hypothesis now confirmed. He thinks to himself, this is the man's exact problem. He can unleash his power, but has no finesse. Condensing internal energy is the absolute basic of the basics, a skill no martial artist could possibly lack. And the reason for this glaring weakness? It's that ridiculously overpowered body of his. Ordinary martial artists must first train to handle their energy delicately, meditating for hours on end. Only then do they learn to condense it, growing stronger through a slow, deliberate process. But Jidaeho is an anomaly. His body generates internal energy just by breathing. His unparalleled physical aptitude has ironically become the biggest wall hindering his own growth. Zhang Yiseo decides there's only one solution, telling the young master to watch and listen carefully. He takes his stance, warning him that he will only demonstrate this once. He explains that internal energy isn't about speed. Raw force will never beat condensed power. With 2 fingers extended, he begins the lesson on ultimate efficiency. The first step, he says, is to concentrate every single ounce of your mind. A brilliant blue aura begins to swirl around him as he gathers his power delicately. His eyes flare with light as he prepares to unleash it with perfect precision. The energy coalesces at his fingertips, a focused point meant to pierce an enemy without waste. In a blur of motion, he leaps and strikes the ground with that pinpoint of force. The earth erupts, a perfect circle of destruction blasted into the ground before them. Jidae-ho is completely stunned, but Jang Yi-so calls this merely the emission of internal energy. And only the truly advanced masters, he continues, can then condense that emitted energy. This condensation, he explains, is the very crystallization of qi. Once again, that brilliant blue energy gathers at his fingertips, a focused point of raw power. But this time, he doesn't strike the ground, the energy is unleashed in a devastating shockwave. He aims it at a massive tree, which instantly shatters into 1,000 pieces. Jidae-ho can only stare, completely frozen in shock by the raw destructive force. His mentor turns back calmly, the blue aura still glowing faintly around his hand. He asks if the young master was watching closely, if he understood the lesson. This, he proclaims, is the true mastery of internal energy. It's not just about pushing power out, but controlling it with absolute precision. Jidae-ho is left speechless, realizing a single gesture just obliterated a giant tree. He couldn't believe it to slice through something so massive, so cleanly. His mentor presses the point, asking if he finally grasps the vast difference between them. Jidae-ho grumbles, admitting he understands, but his ego flares up, reminding the man of his rank. He tells him to watch his manners, but Jang Yi-seo is already moving. In a flash, he dismisses the young master as mere chaff, tossing him aside like nothing. But the moment Jidae-ho gets his bearings, he sees his mentor suddenly drop to the ground. He's completely stunned, sweat beading on his face. What is this? What just happened? Looking down, he sees Jang Yi-seo, the master of precision, lying unconscious. As darkness takes him, his mind is dragged back to a haunting, desolate memory. A vision of someone gripping his younger self, the sounds of sobbing echoing in his mind. A little girl, his sister Yuna, clutches his arm, begging him not to leave her alone. He gently reassures her, asking if she can't come with him on this journey. He apologizes, explaining that his path is far too dangerous for a child. But he promises that other adults will come soon to take her to a much better place. A place with 3 full meals a day, where she can learn the martial arts she loves. A good place. He tells her to listen to the adults, and that he'll come to see her soon. It's a promise. He makes her swear to it, as his subordinates watch on, ready to depart. That was 14 years ago, and even now, sinking into the dark abyss of his mind, he knows he still hasn't been able to keep it. A single tear escapes, a testament to a promise he's carried for over a decade. The memory fades, leaving him adrift in a hazy consciousness. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling, and the sight of Jidae-ho looming over him, a massive bucket of water ready to be dumped. He narrowly avoids a drowning, pushing himself away just as Jidae-ho sets the bucket down. He sits up, taking in his surroundings and asking where in the world they are. Jidae-ho explains this is the abandoned mountain house he was told about, the very place he was meant to train. He's a bit smug, admitting he thought Jang Yi-seo was too out of it to remember the way himself. But the playful tone vanishes as he gets to the real question. What happened back there? He recalls the impossible feat a master like Magui dispatched with a single lightning-fast strike. His eyes narrow with suspicion, wondering if Jang Yi-seo has dabbled in some forbidden demonic art. Jang Yi-seo calmly ties up his hair, admitting a commoner like him took any path to power, be it poison or medicine. The incredible feat he just pulled off, he explains, was merely a side effect of that desperate path. In other words, his body is a defective item, and for that reason, Jidae-ho needs to get stronger, and fast. The confession lands with a chilling finality, he admits. Even he doesn't know when he might just collapse and die. Jidae-ho is stunned, then furious at such ill-omened talk, but Jang Yi-seo cuts him off to get to the main point. He pivots the conversation, acknowledging that Jidae-ho has already reached the peak in terms of raw internal energy. But he doesn't mince words, bluntly stating that his control over that energy is worse than third-rate. Jang Yi-seo shakes his head, clarifying that the technique he used is an eventual goal, but reaching it in 14 days is impossible. After all, if that was the standard for entry to the Heavenly Demon Palace, none of the other young masters would have ever made it inside. His eyes narrow with focus. The true objective isn't that impossible realm, but something else entirely. The true objective, he reveals, is to master a fundamental technique known as balchul, the drawing out of energy. He reminds Jidae-ho that what's needed for this is not blind force, but the perfect control and condensation of his power. From this moment on, The young master must cultivate his internal energy without a single wasted point and learn to truly wield it. If he can manage to fully circulate that energy through every meridian in his body, achieving what's called the grand circulation, only then will he have the possibility to even discuss entering the heavenly demon palace. He asks if he's being understood, and a slightly overwhelmed Ji-Dae-ho can only stammer out a yes. So, just circulate the energy like a spinning top, right? Jang Yi-so can only sigh internally. This kid has a long way to go. He instructs Ji-Dae-ho to sit down cross-legged, and the boy nervously agrees to begin the training. But as they sit opposite one another, a stray thought crosses Jang Yi-seo's mind. He realizes that this Ma-o kid, despite looking a little older, is actually the same age as someone named Yuna. He notes that when the boy acts like a child, their atmospheres feel strangely similar. A flicker of resolve hardens his eyes. He's made a decision. Placing a hand on Ji-Dae-ho's chest, he makes a solemn vow to the boy. He promises that within 14 days, he will make him act like a proper person. And with that, a brilliant blue energy erupts as the brutal training begins. Elsewhere, a hand hovers over a quiver of arrows as a leader asks for a report. His subordinate confirms they tracked Jang Yi-seo leaving Wolha village and entering Horyongdong's territory. But they couldn't pursue him further, worried a direct clash would start a war. The leader scoffs, so the target hid right under his nose. A cunning rat, just as he'd heard, but he won't let it stand. Gripping his bow, he declares that revenge for his sworn brother, Magui, cannot be delayed. And so, the Horyongdong leader draws his bow, ready to send a message. With a sharp twang, he unleashes a single deadly arrow. It tears through the air and finds its mark, piercing clean through a man's chest. There's no blocking it, no dodging it, just the brutal finality of impact. The man's life is extinguished in an instant, a silent testament to the leader's rage. He's not the only one either. The training yard is littered with his men, used as live targets. But the leader won't be going alone. Another warrior steps up, Slaughter Faction's rank 5. The lust demon, Yodo-sun, vows to personally take the life of Jang Yi-seo and his dog-like aide. 13 days fly by, and the morning of the much-anticipated breakfast meeting arrives. Elsewhere, a smirk plays on Jang Yi-seo's lips. After 471 tries, the boy's training is finally a success. Jang Yi-seo wants to know how it feels, succeeding at the Daeduju Chun technique. For the first time, Ji-Dae-ho truly understands what it means to control his internal energy. Before, his seething power would just rush out on its own, a wild, untamed force. But now, that same energy follows his will, empowering him exactly as he desires. It's as if his power has finally become one with his body, a true extension of himself. A pleased smirk crosses Jang Yi-seo's face. The boy is finally sounding like a proper martial artist. But he cuts to the chase, asking if this new control allows him to condense his energy. Ji-Dae-ho pauses for a moment, then clenches his fist with steely resolve. With newfound confidence, he confirms that yes, he can do it. Satisfied, Jang Yi-seo gets up, ready to go outside and see this power for himself. Ji-Dae-ho stands straight, explaining that this is all a test. It's to see if he, the current young master, is truly worthy of the heavenly demon palace. Jang Yi-seo accepts this without a word, guiding him outside for the demonstration. In the courtyard, he asks if the boy is ready to begin. Ji-Dae-ho takes a deep, centering breath, signaling he's prepared. He closes his eyes, focusing his entire will on condensing his internal energy. A violent, crimson aura begins to swirl and compress around his clenched fist. Then, with a guttural cry, he unleashes all that pent-up power in a single punch. The force of the blow rips through the air, a shockwave of pure destructive energy. Jang Yi-seo watches the display, his expression calm and unreadable, but as his fist stops, the immense energy simply vanishes. Ji-Dae-ho stares ahead, his mind blank with confusion. Huh? His punch, meant to shatter mountains, did absolutely nothing. He and Jang Yi-seo are left staring at a perfectly unharmed boulder. A horrifying thought creeps into his mind. Could it have been a failure? The realization hits him like a physical blow, and he grabs his head in despair. He can't understand it. He's sure he gathered the energy perfectly in his fist. So naturally, he throws himself to the ground in a full-blown tantrum, screaming that he quits. Jang Yi-seo just watches this display, quietly clenching his own hand. His assessment is cold and simple. The boy definitely failed the balchul. Jang Yi-seo realizes the boy focused so hard on condensing the energy that when he finally threw the punch, he missed the moment to release it, causing it to scatter uselessly. It's a typical beginner's mistake, yet what truly surprised him was the sheer amount of power he sensed. He knows for a fact that if that fist had been swung properly, that massive boulder would have been completely vaporized. To possess such vast internal energy, it's a level that could even challenge the elders of the Murim Alliance. And damn it, having to acknowledge that stings his pride. Especially when it's for this half-wit, who's still screaming into the dirt about how this can't be happening. Jidaeho starts weakly punching the rock, begging it to admit it's hurt on the inside. And all Jang Yi-seo can do is watch this pathetic display, feeling his own dignity crumble. Having seen enough of the tantrum, Jang Yi-seo grabs him by the hair, telling him to quit whining. He drags the big oaf along, scolding him for trying to just stuff energy into his fist like an idiot. The lesson begins. The key isn't to release energy after you condense it. It's about doing both at the exact same time. As a razor-thin beam of ki erupts from his hand, the blast slams into the rock face with pinpoint accuracy. It doesn't shatter the stone, but carves a deep, clean slice into it. A perfect demonstration of controlled power, not just raw force. He turns back, nonchalantly asking if that's really so hard to understand, as Jidaeho stares in silence. Suddenly, a huge, goofy grin spreads across Jidaeho's face. The light bulb finally flickers on. He leaps up, completely re-energized, while Jang Yi-seo sighs at his unbelievably cheerful student. Jang Yi-seo watches him, thinking to himself that the boy has already overcome the biggest hurdles. It probably won't take him long to master the final step of releasing the energy. Though, knowing his student's complete lack of finesse, it'll likely take 5 or 6 more tries. But just as he thinks that, Jidaeho suddenly lets out a sharp cry of realization. He turns to his master, declaring that he's just had a brilliant idea, leaving Jang Yi-seo baffled. In the next instant, an unbelievable torrent of raw, violent energy explodes from Jidaeho's body. The sheer force of it stuns his master, who can only shield his eyes and wonder what he's just witnessed. The air crackles with an immense, almost ridiculous amount of yang energy, and Jidaeho is grinning like a madman. He triumphantly declares himself a genius for having just realized the true essence of martial arts through anger. Hez figured it out. The secret is just to pour in more energy to generate more power. Hez completely missed the lesson on control. He channels all that overflowing yang energy into a single, crackling fist. Based on this brilliant insight, he proudly announces the birth of his own divine art, and he's given it the most profound, awe-inspiring name he can think of. The more the merrier fist. With a roar, he unleashes this new technique, not at a target, but straight into the ground. A blinding beam of pure, destructive force erupts from his knuckles. It slams into the earth with a deafening boom. The entire training ground explodes in a cataclysmic blast of light and debris. Rock and soil are pulverized as the shockwave tears everything apart. When the dust begins to clear, Jidaeho stands there looking incredibly pleased with himself. His master can only stare at the massive new crater, wondering what in the world just happened. His master can only stare down into the perfectly carved crater, utterly speechless. He stammers out the only question he can form. What did you just do? Jidaeho just laughs, absolutely beaming with pride over his new more is better fist. He proudly calls it the ultimate martial art, a creation of his own genius, leaving Jang Yi-seo dumbfounded by the name. His master thinks to himself that just hearing the name sounds awful, his face contorting in secondhand embarrassment. But he has to admit the power behind that ridiculous name is absolutely terrifying. It's on a level that even the most renowned masters couldn't hope to imitate. With a serious look, Jang Yi-seo asks the young master to try that technique one more time, saying there's something he needs to confirm. Jidaeho's grin turns sly as he points accusingly, asking if his assistant is trying to trick him into giving away his secrets. He slings an arm around his master, joking about tuition, but Jang Yi-seo's face is grim as he begs him to just do it. Taking offense, Jidaeho scoffs, telling his master to just open his eyes and watch. He proudly announces the second coming of his genius secret technique. He winds up, calling out the name of his more is better fist, and promptly faceplants right into the dirt with a loud thud. As he pushes himself up, dazed and confused, Jang Yi-seo calmly asks if there's a problem. The young master panics, shouting that his body feels strange and he can't put any strength into it. Jang Yi-seo just sits down, looking completely unimpressed, and asks a simple question. Did he really think a move of that magnitude would have no side effects after just one punch? The reality hits Jidaeho as his master explains that he'd poured out all his internal energy at once. Stunned, he asks how he knew the secret, while Jang Yi-seo thinks to himself there's no secret to an act that crude. He admits that in a way, it is a secret technique, simply because no one else would be foolish enough to try it. No ordinary martial artist would ever burn all their internal energy in a single, desperate gamble. Every warrior knows instinctively that forcing that much energy through your system is suicide. Your meridians would instantly rupture, leading to a rather explosive and permanent end. And yet, for Jidaeho, all he felt was his body's energy completely draining away. Not only that, but the immense power he just expended would refill with just a few deep breaths. He pants on the ground, utterly spent, having no idea why he's even still alive. The reason is simple. This boy is the master of the heavenly yang body. He possesses the finest, most heaven-blessed constitution imaginable, even as he groans in the dirt. Zhang Yiseo watches, musing that if anyone else saw this, they'd mistake the kid for a legendary master. But Jide-ho is furious, still struggling on the ground, demanding to know how he can be joking when he can't even move. Zhang Yiseo calmly dismisses his panic, explaining that if it were true qi deviation, his limbs would already be twisted husks. The boy's incredible feat, however, gets him thinking about his own techniques. His thunder art converts internal energy, allowing him to move a massive amount of power far faster than what he just witnessed. If he could only maintain that level of energy, he could potentially pull off a technique on a whole other level. For a moment, he entertains the possibility, a faint spark of lightning dancing in his palm, but he snaps back to reality, scoffing at his own delusion. His 9-yin constitution makes gathering energy a struggle. Shaking off the thought, he tells Jide-ho to stop complaining and sit properly to regulate his breathing. He assures him that given his blessed heavenly yang body, everything will be back to normal in about 15 minutes. But just as the boy settles down, the sharp thwip of something slicing through the air puts them both on high alert. In a blur of motion, Zhang Yiseo's hand shoots out, snatching an arrow just before it pierces Jide-ho. The young master freezes, staring wide-eyed at the poison-tipped arrowhead inches from his face. He stammers, asking what's happening, while Zhang Yiseo coolly apologizes for not foreseeing this attack. He can't believe the sheer audacity and open assassination attempt deep within Horyongdong territory. And it wasn't just one arrow. A deadly volley suddenly rains down upon them from the trees. But Zhang Yiseo is already moving, his hand a blade that slices through the air with a flash of energy. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, weaving a protective barrier of slashes that deflects every projectile. His eyes are sharp, tracking each incoming shaft with cold, calculating precision. A flicker of grim satisfaction crosses his face as he confirms he's gotten them all. The final poison-tipped arrow is sent tumbling harmlessly away, his defense having been absolute. But just as he catches his breath, another projectile whips past his face. His eyes widen in disbelief. This is a curved shot, guided by internal energy. It's aimed straight for Jide-ho, and Zhang Yiseo dives without a second thought. The sickening thud of an arrow piercing flesh echoes through the clearing. Jide-ho stares, frozen, at the arrow that was meant for his head. Zhang Yiseo had thrown his own hand in the way, blocking the fatal shot. Blood drips from the wound, the arrow pinning his palm right in front of the man he was protecting. He grits his teeth, not just from pain, but from a dawning, terrible realization about this arrow. Jide-ho finally finds his voice, screaming his bodyguard's name in a panic. He rushes to his side, asking if he's all right, his mind reeling from the sacrifice. But instead of accepting any thanks, Zhang Yiseo sends a swift kick right into his master's chest. He shoves Jide-ho back, sending him tumbling into the safety of a nearby cave. His orders are simple and absolute. Hide, regulate your breathing, and do not come out. Jide-ho is still reeling, the order barely registering through his shock and concern. But then his eyes lock onto his bodyguard's neck, where strange, dark marks are beginning to spread. He asks what's happening, his voice laced with panic as the poison's effects become visible. Zhang Yiseo ignores him, gritting his teeth as he yanks the arrow clean out of his palm. He holds the bloody shaft and scoffs at the hidden sniper, unimpressed by their amateurish choice of toxin. To use such an indecisive, paralyzing agent, it's almost an insult. Yet, as dark veins crawl up his arm, it's clear even a weak poison is a serious threat. Zhang Yiseo calmly calls out into the trees, remarking that Hayes heard all about his attacker's perverse tastes. And there he is, perched on a branch like a predator. The sex demon poison bow, Yodo-san. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across Yodo-san's face. He seems almost delighted to have been found out. He'd completely underestimated the bodyguard, tricked by his seemingly insignificant level of internal energy. His stealth was perfect, he's sure of it. The fact his arrow didn't kill him instantly was proof the boy never saw it coming. So how did he know his name, his identity? What kind of trick did he use to see through his concealment? Zhang Yiseo smirks, recognizing the voice in his head as a telepathic message, a clever way to hide one's location. But he didn't need a trick. There's only one foolish archer in the world so skilled yet so intent on avoiding vital points. Besides, he adds, the disgusting rumors about Yodo-san's little hobby are known far and wide. The sick game he plays, kidnapping civilians, paralyzing them with poison, and using them as living targets for fun. Zhang Yiseo speculates that the poison on the arrow is the same kind Yodo-san uses for his twisted little games. He continues his monologue, noting that even the reckless Slaughter faction wouldn't be stupid enough to cause trouble here. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across his face as the pieces click into place, so this was all for revenge. He flashes back to the criminal he executed for threatening the young master. A man so close to the archer that he was considered a sworn brother. Yodasun's face contorts in pure fury. How dare he speak the name of Magui, that worm? He lets out a low, menacing chuckle. He's never met someone so eager to die. Deciding the conversation is over, his hand moves deliberately toward the arrows in his quiver. A brutal image flashes through his mind, an archer overwhelmed, pierced by a volley of arrows. With a sharp snap, he pulls an arrow free, his killing intent now completely unmasked. Surrounded by a storm of arrows, Yodasun draws his bow, ready to unleash his technique. He sneers, promising to grant his opponent's wish for a swift death. The first arrow is loosed, a glowing green streak of venomous intent. But instead of finding its mark, the projectile is stopped dead in its tracks. Zhang Yisou casually catches it mid-flight, completely unimpressed. Furious at the disrespect, Yodasun lets fly a true barrage, a deadly rain meant to overwhelm. But our man simply raises his hand, a blur of near-invisible motion. His razor-sharp wires spring to life, dancing through the air. They form an impenetrable web, intercepting every single arrow with a sharp crack. The entire volley is sliced to pieces, his ultimate attack rendered completely useless. Zhang Yisou analyzes the arrow's trajectory and the lingering sonic boom. With a sharp stomp, he calculates the archer's exact location. He launches forward like a missile, a blur of purple and black. But he can feel the poison's energy spreading, his senses starting to dull. He has to end this quickly, capture his foe before the next volley. Focusing his energy, he prepares to close the distance and finish the fight. Suddenly, another arrow screams past his head, forcing a desperate dodge. He lands, shaken, his mind reeling from the surprise attack. What the? That arrow flew in from the complete opposite side. He can't believe it. Either the man can curve shots, or he moved impossibly fast. He looks up, and his blood runs cold, another arrow, plummeting straight from the sky. With a sharp clang, he just barely manages to parry the deadly projectile. But his relief is short-lived, replaced by a surge of pure, bewildered frustration. Before he can even process it, yet another volley is already whistling in from the front. A hail of arrows rains down, splintering the branches and terrain around him. This isn't just one archer anymore. It feels like Hez fighting an entire squad. Projectiles scream in from every conceivable angle, a storm of wood and steel. He's forced into a desperate spinning defense, deflecting what he can. His own wires lash out, creating a protective web as he's overwhelmed by the sheer volume. But it was all a distraction. He lands, only to feel cold steel press against his throat. Zhang Yisou realizes, with a jolt of panic, he has no time to break his fall. He crashes into the forest floor with a bone-jarring impact. And from the branches above, the culprit reveals himself, perched like a vulture. Yodasun grins, a predator who has his prey right where he wants him. He lets loose another impossible volley, the arrows shrieking through the air. The attack rains down on the downed assassin, pinning him completely. Zhang Yisou can only think one thing as sweat beads on his face again. The arrows are coming from everywhere at once, a coordinated, simultaneous assault. He frantically tries to reason it out, but no single archer could move that fast. He knows Yodasun isn't a divine master, so what in the world is he facing? Surrounded, Zhang Yisou realizes the truth behind the attack, but his usual counters are useless without his flying daggers. His right arm is completely stiff, and his legs are the only things he can move properly. With no other choice, he decides it's time to get serious, and a brilliant blue energy starts to crackle around him. He unleashes his power in a flash, the thunderclap technique erupting outwards and shattering every single arrow. From his perch, Yodasun watches as a pillar of pure lightning shoots up from the forest floor. He looks to the sky, utterly confused. Lightning? Where did that come from? In a perfectly clear sky, the bolt of energy arcs, defying nature itself. Then it comes screaming back down, a living thunderbolt with Zhang Yisou at its heart, targeting the archer. Yodasun's confident expression melts into pure shock as he senses the impossible speed. A voice hisses right behind him, and he turns to see a grin that promises only pain. Got you. Before Yodasun can even react, a foot crackling with lightning slams directly into his spine. The sheer force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air, his body seizing from the impact. But this wasn't just any kick. Zhang Yisou was channeling the power of a Murim Alliance Grand Elder, Daguang, the seven-legged great monk, known as the absolute pinnacle of the Orthodox faction's kicking arts. And now, our spy condenses that legendary essence into his own ultimate attack. He calls it the single strike of destruction, a technique designed for one purpose only. A rapid-fire barrage of thunderous blows hammers into Yodosun's back. The poison archer can only scream, his body breaking under the relentless assault. Then comes the final, crushing impact, a crimson flash that shatters his very core. The single strike of destruction and its brutal purpose is fulfilled. A choked gurgle is all Yodosun can manage as his body is utterly pulverized from behind. His face contorts in a silent, agonizing scream, every muscle seizing in shock and pain. The final impact lands, a devastating flash of red that completely obliterates his life force. Having expended immense energy, Zhang Yiseo finally lowers his head, catching his breath. Yodosun's now lifeless body is sent tumbling through the air, crashing hard into the dirt. Zhang Yiseo turns away from his fallen foe, thinking to himself that it's been a long day. But the day isn't over, as a sudden volley of arrows streaks towards his unguarded back. He spins in a flash, an arrowhead stopping just a hair's breadth from his throat. With fluid, almost dance-like movements, he effortlessly deflects the entire ambush. Landing softly, he scoffs at the unseen archers, wondering if they got impatient. A wicked grin spreads across Zhang Yiseo's face. If they're that desperate to be found, then he'll gladly grant their wish, erupting in a storm of lightning. He launches himself forward, a phantom streaking through the dense woods. The volley of arrows he just faced slams uselessly into the ground behind him. Hidden in the trees, the burly archer can only stare in disbelief. He can't comprehend it. How did his target close the distance in an instant? With a grunt of desperation, he fires a massive, armor-piercing arrowhead. But Zhang Yiseo is already there, his hand glowing with immense power. He catches the deadly projectile with his bare palm, stopping it dead in its tracks. The sheer force of the impact cracks the earth and sends the shocked archer flying backward. The archer's mind reels in shock. His energy-infused arrow wasn't broken, just dismantled. With a casual flick of his foot, Zhang Yiseo separates the arrowhead from the shaft mid-air. Then, in a brilliant display of martial prowess, he kicks the shaft back with blinding speed. It flies true, slamming directly into the archer's chest with a sickening thud. Staggering backward, the man can only look down at his own arrow now embedded in his body. This can't be happening. He was told this aide was a mere 7th-rank demon. But the moment that thunder energy flared, he couldn't even follow his movements anymore. The archer collapses, realizing this man's power is something far beyond his worst fears. Zhang Yiseo stands over him, radiating an aura of absolute dominance, confirming the archer's terror. He is no match. A cruel smirk spreads across his face as he reveals he recognized the archery style all along. Zhang Yiseo sneers, realizing the man he just killed, the poison bowmaster Yodo-sun, had a twin brother hiding in the woods this entire time. A smirk plays on his lips as he connects the dots, a clever two-man strategy. He admits that because their internal energies were identical, even he was almost fooled. Any normal martial artist would have been struck down, confused by the classic misdirection. He gives them a sliver of credit, for brutes from the Slaughter faction. It was a solid plan, but now that one of them is dead, he coldly tells the survivor the trick is over. Declaring their little performance to be a good show, he turns away. As a reward for the entertainment, he casually tells the remaining archer to leave. The man is utterly stunned, unable to process the offer of mercy from his brother's killer. The archer seethes, calling it a trick, but Zhang Yiseo calmly clarifies that this is a warning. He turns his back, adding that next time, they should be prepared for the consequences. His terms are simple. Stop being a nuisance, and deliver a formal apology through the Horyongdang. With a cold glare, he calls it a deeply generous ultimatum. The archer is insulted, but Zhang Yiseo dismisses him as a small fry whose life is worthless. As the man's rage hits its peak, he's met with a simple question. What can an archer do without a bow? Zhang Yiseo mocks him further, wondering if a coward who relies on petty tricks has the courage to fight alone. Then, an immense blue aura explodes from his body, lifting him off the ground. A predatory, almost unhinged look flashes across his face as he unleashes his power. He dares the man to try him, and the archer can only stare back, frozen in absolute terror. The archer grinds his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, completely overwhelmed. His legs tremble uncontrollably, his body refusing to obey his enraged mind. Swallowing his pride, he turns and flees, screaming that hell be the one to end Zhang Yiseo's life. Zhang Yiseo simply watches him go, his back turned as the coward vanishes into the trees. But the moment his opponent is gone, his own body begins to violently shake. He looks down at his trembling, bloodied hand. That intimidating aura was a total bluff. In truth, blocking that last arrow had completely shattered his defenses and pushed him to the brink. His desperate, clumsy attack to destroy the bow was his one and only gamble. Now, he's barely standing, praying the archer doesn't sense his weakness and return. He has to hold on, just a little longer, until he knows for sure that he's safe. And just like that, the moment the coast is clear, his body finally gives out. Jidae-ho bursts from the tree line, annoyed that his stubborn friend refused to just stay put. He just barely manages to catch Jang Yi-seo as he collapses to the ground. Panicked, Jidae-ho realizes his friend's body is a raging inferno. They have to find a doctor, now. But through gritted, bloody teeth, Jang Yi-seo scoffs at the idea. A doctor? What a stupid thing to say. He reminds him of the morning assembly, less than 2 hours away, as his own hand trembles beyond his control. Jidae-ho tells him to stop the nonsense and just focus on getting away. But with a glare that cuts through the pain, Jang Yi-seo gives a different order. Run to the heavenly demon palace. He warns him that if they are late, even by a hair, this time he really won't let him off easy, his eyes burning with an unyielding, desperate light. Jang Yi-seo's eyes flutter open, bandaged and weak. He has no idea where he is. A calm voice cuts through the haze, announcing that he's finally awake. He looks up to see the Lord of Horyongdong, who greets him like an old acquaintance. The Lord calmly asks if his body is all right, though the answer seems obvious. Ignoring the advice to rest, Jang Yi-seo forces himself to sit up, brushing off the concern. He has a more urgent question. Did the young master make it here safely? The Lord smirks at his subordinate's remarkable loyalty, even on the brink of death. He then reveals that the 7th young master has just begun to climb the 3,000 steps. And far below, Jidae-ho is putting one foot in front of the other, convinced he's going to die from exhaustion. Back in the room, the Lord explains they're in a temporary outpost nearby, and news should arrive soon enough. The Lord admits his original plan was to send him to the Horyongdang medical unit, but the young master himself threw a fit, stubbornly insisting his companion come with him. Jang Yi-seo can't help but smile, imagining the scene. The Lord agrees it was good to see that passion. For a long time, he thought he'd never see that side of the boy again, not after his family was slaughtered. And knowing this, the Lord confesses he feels a deep sense of guilt for what he's about to do. He looks Jang Yi-seo dead in the eye, his friendly demeanor gone. He asks him directly, won't he join Horyongdong? The question hangs in the air, stunning him. The Lord continues, explaining he examined him while he was out cold. He had read the files, but to actually see a legendary dantian with 9 holes, it was unbelievable. Jang Yi-seo is silent, his mind reeling from the sudden, life-altering proposition. Still reeling, Jang Yi-seo admits he doesn't see what his dantian has to do with this sudden offer. Jidae-ho asks if he thinks it's an act of pity, then confirms that it is pity for the incredible talent trapped in his broken body. He calls it a waste, watching Jang Yi-seo stubbornly cling to a position where he could die at any moment. The Lord glances at his wounds, deducing he was targeted by the Slaughter faction again, and warns that these crises will continue. As long as he remains in the 7th Young Palace, he will be a target forever. But, Jidae-ho declares, if he becomes his man, the story changes. Horyongdong will be the power behind him. He leans in, making a solemn vow to stake his own name on guaranteeing his safety. A faint, almost mocking smile crosses Jang Yi-seo's lips, wondering why Head overestimate him so much. Jidae-ho paints a different future for him, one where he could nurture the next generation of warriors. Or he could research new martial arts, anything more meaningful than what he's doing now. Jang Yi-seo savors the words meaningful work with a cryptic smile. He expresses his gratitude for the Lord's generous consideration. However, he rises to his feet, formally stating he will pretend the offer was never made. Jidae-ho is stunned, asking why. He even offers to mediate with the Slaughter faction if that's the issue. But Jang Yi-seo makes it clear, a group like the Slaughter faction has no influence over his decisions. He turns his back, explaining that the values he truly pursues can only be achieved by his master's side. Reaching for the door, he begins to elaborate on what those values might be, only to glance back with a sly grin, declaring that it's a secret. His shadow stretches across the room as he takes his leave, asking the Lord not to see him out. And Jidae-ho is left sitting alone, his generous offer completely and utterly rejected. Jidae-ho's companion can only smirk to himself, thinking the man must be completely insane. But as he stares into the empty room, he has to admit Jang Yi-seo is no ordinary fellow. Meanwhile, that very man cuts a silent path through the deep, rustling forest. Jang Yi-seo emerges onto a wide path, his long journey finally nearing its conclusion. He stops, his head tilting upwards as he finally lays eyes upon his target. Before him, carved into the very peaks of the mountains, is the heavenly demon palace. He'd heard stories of its grandeur, but seeing it in person leaves him utterly astonished. And even from thousands of steps away, he can feel it a singular, overwhelming presence. an aura emanating from the throne that's so powerful it seems to warp the very air around him. He thinks back to the offer he just rejected. Simply getting inside would be a remarkable achievement for a spy. He shakes his head, dismissing the thought. Dwelling on the past is for third-rate warriors. All that matters now is getting through this meeting, which will surely open a path into the palace, but he stops. Off to the side, something catches his eye, a stone well, completely out of place. He wonders why it's here, just as a strange, crackling energy begins to pulse from within. His eyes widen in alarm as he senses the unnatural power radiating from the stones. The well suddenly erupts in a column of blinding light. Without a moment's hesitation, he steps onto its edge. He leaps down, plunging headfirst into the glowing mystery. This isn't a well of water, but a shaft of swirling, chaotic energy. He touches down at the bottom, landing perfectly, ready for whatever awaits him in this hidden place. He was drawn here by a familiar thunder energy, a power he knows all too well. Reaching out, his hand meets the wall, and crackling lightning confirms his suspicion. This is it, the legendary Heavenly Demon's Vault, hidden right beneath their noses. He remembers the story's a secret cipher carved inside the well by a predecessor, the very same predecessor who left behind the thunder art that he now commands. The air itself thrums with power as he realizes this entire place was meant for him, but his path is blocked by a massive, sealed stone door that rumbles before him. Suddenly, a torch ignites on the wall, and a cold voice echoes through the chamber. A first-class ghost of the cult appears, informing him he has only one chance to open the door. This is Baekya, the Heavenly Demon's aide, and she makes it clear there will be no second tries. Baekya gives him the signal, telling the young master to begin whenever he's ready. The pressure mounts as he feels the phantom gaze of the cult leader himself, sitting on his throne, waiting to judge this supposed successor. The aide's voice echoes the sentiment the Heavenly Demon is watching his every move. Jidaeho clenches his fist, steeling himself for the single, all-important attempt. He exhales slowly, taking his stance. He understands what's required of him. But as he focuses his energy, a crucial memory surfaces, a lesson learned the hard way. He remembers Jang Yiseo's words, explaining that pouring all his energy into one punch would leave him completely drained. He can't afford to collapse here. This time, he resolves to control his power with absolute precision, so he unleashes what he deems a moderate amount, a blinding torrent of crimson energy blasting towards the ancient door. The Heavenly Demon's aide watches, his skepticism momentarily broken by the sight of this unfamiliar technique. Jidaeho unleashes the Dada Ekwon, a technique designed to pierce through any defense. The raw power of the blast washes over Baekya, who stands unmoving, judging its quality. A faint, intrigued smile plays on his lips. This boy is more than he first appeared. As the crimson energy fades, Jidaeho holds his stance, waiting for the result. A slow, confident grin spreads across his face. He can feel it. He succeeded. With a deafening groan, the ancient stone doors begin to grind open before him. He explodes with joy, screaming that the genius Mao has finally done it and can now eat breakfast. Baekya watches the ridiculous celebration, admitting to himself the dark horse wasn't just an empty rumor. He was so sure the seventh young master would return empty-handed, just like every other time he'd tried. Baekya muses internally that he never expected to witness such a sight. Sure, the boy is the chosen heavenly yang body, but to control that power? That's a different league entirely. This single act proves the seventh young master, the one everyone wrote off, has reached the pinnacle. With a cunning smirk, Baekya realizes the succession war just became unpredictable again. He startles Jidaeho, whose celebration is cut short by the aide's creepy, sudden appearance. Baekya apologizes, but calmly informs him that the Heavenly Demon Palace doors have a timer. Right on cue, the massive stone gates begin to rumble and grind shut again. He then twists the knife, wondering if Jidaeho can pull off that same move twice before breakfast. A wave of sheer panic hits Jidaeho as he makes a desperate dash for the closing gap, screaming that this was critical information. Baekya watches the mad scramble with a smug little smile, thinking how all that work was almost wasted. Just as he stumbles through, Baekya's voice echoes from the other side, offering congratulations for reaching this new level. Jidaeho barely has a moment to catch his breath, as Baekya wishes him a pleasant meal with the cult leader, just before the doors slam shut with a deafening boom. He's plunged into absolute darkness, his mind racing, unable to see a single thing in this sealed chamber. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the silence, casually telling him he's being far too loud. A nearby torch flares to life, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. The voice, calm and impossibly heavy, invites him to come forward now that he has arrived. Jidaeho looks up, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes who he must be facing. He swallows hard. The voice isn't loud or forceful, but it carries the weight of a mountain. It's not a command, but an undeniable pressure that leaves no room for defiance as he begins to walk. His fist clenches tight, sweat dripping from his knuckles, as the gravity of the moment finally crashes down on him. This is the very source of the profound demonic energy that blanketed the entire mountain range. Every step forward is heavy, each one confirming his worst fears. He has finally arrived before the master of that terrifying power. And there he sits at the head of a long table, the leader of the heavenly demon divine cult. His name is Jin Wuguang, the heavenly demon himself, and his piercing crimson eyes command Ji-Dae-ho to sit. A cold sweat runs down Ji-Dae-ho's face. He's seen this man before, but the overwhelming pressure never lessens. It's still impossible to reconcile this handsome, youthful face with a monster said to be over 60 years old. The cult leader muses that it's a novel feeling to have a guest for breakfast, a man Ji-Dae-ho never thought he'd face. Now seated, he can only stare back as the heavenly demon addresses him directly, calling him by his title, Ma-o. Ji-Dae-ho tries to explain his tardiness, but the heavenly demon coldly informs him their connection was 1 second from being severed. He then gestures to the untouched food with a chilling smile, asking if his hospitality isn't good enough. Ji-Dae-ho frantically begins eating, trying to prove his loyalty through the simple act of swallowing his breakfast. While he eats, the cult leader calmly sips his drink, commenting on the impressive disturbance he heard outside. His crimson eyes narrow with suspicion. A power-up like Ji-Dae-ho's doesn't just happen overnight. He asks if the third gave him a hand, forcing Ji-Dae-ho to splutter a denial through a mouthful of food. Trying to play it off, he mentions a new aide he's taken on, a benefactor who nags but means well. The facade of a pleasant breakfast shatters as the heavenly demon slams his bowl down. With absolute authority and no room for argument, he gives a simple, terrifying order. Kill him. Ji-Dae-ho freezes, the words catching in his throat. Kill the very man who just gave him this newfound strength? The heavenly demon's crimson eyes gleam as he begins a cold, terrifying lecture. A benefactor, he explains, is a poison that takes root in the heart, making you dependent. The more hardships you face together, the deeper their influence burrows into your soul, until one day, all your will, all your choices, are controlled by them completely. But now, he continues, that man's usefulness has come to an end. With Ji-Dae-ho's new power, his aid is a liability, and therefore must be eliminated. The command hangs in the air, absolute and final, and Ji-Dae-ho can only sweat in silence. An immense, unspoken pressure fills the vast room, stretching between father and son. The cult leader dismisses his own intensity, as if he's merely spoken too much to a child. He muses that he always gives his children a gift and a task, and he's just decided on Ji-Dae-ho's. With a casual flick, his father decides that this should be a suitable gift for now. Ji-Dae-ho looks up, utterly confused, asking what he's meant to receive. He sees nothing, his question hanging in the suddenly silent, cavernous room. In the next instant, an object hurtles through the air, aimed directly at him. A massive blade slams down with a deafening crash, embedding itself between his legs. He recoils in pure terror, realizing he was a split second away from a very permanent problem. But as the shock wears off, a cold sweat of recognition begins to form. His eyes fix on the pure gold hilt, the ruby, and the translucent dragon scales engraved on the blade. And the blood drains from his face. It's the azure dragon blade, the one he sold off as collateral. Within the cult, there are treasures known as divine objects, weapons forged with mysterious, godlike power. The heavenly demon bestowed one of these sacred artifacts upon each of his 7 adopted children. These weapons were far more than simple tools. They were a clear symbol of their status and a mark of their lineage. The blades even shaped their very identities, like the third young lady who became the Ice-Fire Sword Emperor. For each of the children, their divine object was their proof of existence. To cherish and protect it with their life was the absolute norm, a sacred bond. But there was always one exception to the rule. The one and only master of masters, Ma-o. Ji-Dae-ho stares, a cold sweat breaking out as he thinks, the azure dragon blade, how many years has it been? His mind flashes back to the last time he saw it, when he was drunk, out of money, and gambling it all away. He remembers that day vividly. The last time he saw the blade was when he left it as collateral in a gambling den. Word of his shameful act reached his father, the cult leader, and the divine object was confiscated for good. So for that same weapon to now be placed so gently before him, it could only mean one thing, right? A brilliant idea lights up his face. His father must be proud of him, forgiving everything and returning the blade. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he immediately bows, thanking his father for showing such leniency to his unworthy son. He swears that he, Ma-o, will never forget this grace, and will treasure the azure dragon blade this time. But as he looks up, he's met with the chilling presence of the heavenly demon himself, his aura glowing ominously. His father's crimson eyes pierce through the darkness, cold and unreadable as he sips from his cup. Ji-Dae-ho freezes, confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere. The heavenly demon finally speaks, his voice calm yet heavy, stating that while the blade can be returned, it's still unclear if his son is truly worthy of it. The heavenly demon muses aloud, comparing his son to a vessel, sometimes too small for a single drop, and other times vast enough to hold the entire night sky. Therefore, he issues a simple command: show me. With a tap of his cup, an unimaginable pressure, a sheer force of will, descends upon the room. Ji-Dae-ho is slammed down by the invisible weight, his body pinned by his own father's aura. His father demands to see the true depth of his son's soul, the measure of his vessel. And in that instant, Ji-Dae-ho understands instinctively what this is. This overwhelming force is the very materialization of inescapable death. To survive this moment, his eyes flare with a desperate resolve. He knows he has to mobilize every ounce of strength he possesses. His hand flies to his hilt, drawing his blade to strike back against the suffocating power. He pours his internal energy into the hilt, a crimson aura bursting to life. The azure dragon blade sings as he draws it, glowing with borrowed power. From his seat, the heavenly demon watches this display, a flicker of interest in his eyes. As impressed, noting how naturally his son wields the blade's energy for the first time. His thoughts drift to that mysterious benefactor of his, a man with truly formidable skill. To have taken his son's dulled instincts and sharpened them so keenly is quite the feat. With a desperate roar, Ji-Dae-ho swings his sword upward, challenging the crushing pressure. His attack collides with his father's aura in a blinding explosion of force, but the weight is absolute, and he can barely hold his ground against the invisible wall. All the while, his father simply watches, calmly gauging the limits of his son's newfound strength. The room is a wreck. The pressure finally dissipates, leaving only the heavenly demon and his son. Ji-Dae-ho collapses to his knees, gasping for breath, the aftershock of that power still rattling him. What was that feeling? He knows he channeled his energy into the sword, but something was different. The strike he unleashed was on a level he couldn't possibly replicate on his own. A wild thought hits him. It felt like the azure dragon blade moved by itself. His father's voice cuts in, noting that Hez finally received the blade's acknowledgement. The blade's acknowledgement? Ji-Dae-ho has no idea what he's talking about. Before he can ask, a cup of wine lifts from the table, glowing with his father's energy. It drifts slowly towards him, an offering from the cult's leader. With a piercing gaze, the heavenly demon tells him he has earned this drink, and he will take it. The heavenly demon's words hang in the air. This is the first cup of wine he is ever giving his son. Ji-Dae-ho's jaw tightens. There's no refusing this. This is a test, an acknowledgement, a command. Steeling himself, he turns and grabs the cup without another moment of hesitation. He downs the entire thing in one go, a show of respect and obedience. Across the room, the heavenly demon mirrors the action, taking a sip from his own cup. A wide, almost manic grin spreads across Ji-Dae-ho's face as he thanks his father, declaring the wine absolutely fantastic. But the heavenly demon is not so easily swayed, noting his son's internal energy control has improved, and asks if this is thanks to his benefactor. Caught off guard, Ji-Dae-ho agrees, before quickly adding that it's not just his energy he's been working on. He explains he's learned quite a few things from his mysterious helper, a faint memory of Yuna flashing in his mind. And with a confident look, he claims there's still a lot more he can get out of him. His hand clenches into a tight fist as he makes his case. That's why, he insists, it's far too early to eliminate his valuable new tool. Taking his chance, he then asks his father to please postpone the deadline for his other mission. But the heavenly demon just watches him, remarking how fond his son has grown of this benefactor, a sight he does not enjoy. A cold smile plays on his lips as he agrees on one condition: prove the benefactor's worth at the next morning assembly. And it is Ji-Dae-ho himself who must provide this proof. He's completely baffled, stammering as he asks how he could possibly do that. The heavenly demon explains it will be just like before, only this time, he'll have to survive with his bare hands, no azure dragon blade allowed. Of course, what's poured on him won't be a simple cup of wine, as a sinister purple energy gathers on his father's fingertip. Instead, he'll face the full force of his finger wind technique. A sinister purple energy swirls around the heavenly demon's finger, aimed right at his son. Ji-Dae-ho can only manage a strained, sweaty smile, asking if his father truly means to use the finger wind. His mind flashes back to the technique itself, a concentrated blast of pure internal energy. And he's supposed to block that attack, coming from the most powerful man alive? The heavenly demon looks on, his face a mask of indifference, telling him not to worry. If his new benefactor is truly so capable, he'll teach him how to survive, but if not, then, before dealing with a useless tool, He'll first have to clean up his own son's corpse. The casual death threat sends a jolt of pure terror through Ji-dae-ho. Just then, quiet footsteps echo from the staircase outside the throne room. It's Zhang Yi-so, calmly ascending the steps, thinking to himself that things are proceeding exactly as expected. He recalls the hidden messages he discovered within the well. By touching the walls in the correct sequence, a secret passage slid open, just as he had calculated. The mechanical design feels familiar, much like his own Heavenly Demon's vault. The only difference, he thinks with a smirk, is that he's the one who has arrived. He descends the spiral steps to find a strange, sealed door at the bottom. Reaching out, he can't sense a single presence beyond it. But that means little. To turn back now, with a secret right in front of him, that would be unworthy of a spy. He apologizes to his unseen predecessor for the intrusion. Reaching for the handle, he notes this place is far more grandiose than he ever expected. With a soft grind, the heavy stone door slides open under his touch. Zhang Yi-seo slips through the gap, his eyes scanning the darkness within. But what he finds makes him stop dead in his tracks, his mind blank with shock. This wasn't what he was expecting at all. He stands dwarfed by a colossal wall, intricately carved and pulsing with a strange energy. A massive, demonic face glares back at him, a design so alien it feels like magic. Drawn in, he reaches out, his fingers tracing the cold, ancient patterns. And a sudden jolt of recognition flashes through him. He was right. Has seen this design before, on the demonic wall inside his own Heavenly Demon's vault. This one is smaller, but the engraving, it's almost a perfect match. He takes in the full scale of the wall, noticing 5 distinct points on its surface. Just as he suspected, a simple push does nothing. Brute force is useless here. In that case, he thinks, the method to open this must be exactly what he predicted. He begins the sequence, striking the wall with a precise, powerful kick. Then, he starts gathering his true energy, letting it crackle at his fingertips. The air thrums as lightning coalesces around him, his signature thunderclap technique. With a sharp thrust, he unleashes a focused spear of pure, destructive energy. The bolt slams into the dead center of the demonic face with a piercing crack. A blinding flash erupts from the point of impact, washing over the chamber. The energy surges through the ancient grooves, activating the hidden mechanism. The demonic seal shatters into 1,000 pieces under the overwhelming force. With the path now open, he presses forward, determined to see what lies beyond. The last vestiges of his lightning technique crackle and fade into silence. Zhang Yi-seo takes his first step into the newly revealed secret passage. He falters for a moment, the energy drain from that demonic wall far greater than he'd calculated. But he quickly recovers with a confident smirk. A little exhaustion is a small price to pay. He looks around, a slow smile spreading across his face, realizing this is beyond his wildest expectations. Before him lies a vast, hidden armory, stretching further than the eye can see. Racks upon racks of weapons, each one humming with a palpable, sharp energy, true masterpieces. And as he gazes down the endless hall, he understands this isn't even the full extent of it. This wasn't just an armory for weapons. His eyes scanned over priceless elixirs, secret martial arts manuals, and literal bars of gold. The sheer scale of it all hit him at once. This entire place was a gigantic treasure vault. With a deep breath, his hand clenched into a tight fist. His mind was made up. He threw his arm out, a grand declaration forming on his lips. A manic grin stretched across his face as he claimed this hoard as his own personal vault. He dropped to his knees, thanking the heavens and whatever predecessor left this jackpot for him. But in the middle of his dramatic vow, a sudden sound made him pause. He turned just in time to see the massive stone door grind shut, sealing him inside. He just shrugs it off. He can probably force it open later, and it's not like he can carry anything out yet anyway. With the exit sealed, Zhang Yi-seo decides there's only one thing to do for now. He has no choice but to venture deeper into the darkness. But the passage doesn't lead to another dusty vault. He emerges somewhere else entirely. Before him stretches a magnificent, impossibly clean corridor. His mind sharpens. This level of upkeep is no accident. This place is actively used. Hez stumbled out of a forgotten ruin and into someone's heavily guarded territory. So was the vault a secret entrance, or was it meant to be a hidden escape route? He leans in, trying to make sense of it all, wondering what kind of place this could possibly be. But before he can find an answer, a vicious, inky energy lashes out from the shadows. A sudden ambush, and his eyes widen in pure shock. With pure instinct, Zhang Yi-seo twists through the air, narrowly avoiding the blow. He lands, feet digging into the floor, wondering if that dark energy was just a trick of the light. But a chilling pressure closes around his neck, and he realizes this is no illusion. It's not a chain or some kind of sinister binding technique, it's just presence. An aura so overwhelming and vivid that it becomes a binding blade in itself. He feels the crushing weight of it, recognizing the intimidation of a supreme demon. And on this mountain, he knows there is only one person who has reached that state. The shadowy figure emerges from the oppressive darkness, demanding to know why he's here. It's the heavenly demon himself, Jin Wuguang, the unrivaled sovereign of the entire cult, an object of worship whose piercing gaze now falls directly upon the trespasser. Zhang Yisou recalls the one special occasion when even lowly followers could see their leader. It was a day of judgment, where spies captured by the cult were brought forth for all to see, and the heavenly demon himself would personally deliver their punishment. With a chilling calm, he'd gather his dark energy, ready to make an example of them. This brutal spectacle was known as the Purge Ceremony, a public display of power meant to reinforce discipline and remind everyone of his might. From the back of the crowd, a young Zhang Yisou would watch, a single thought burning in his mind. He remembered that this was the man who started the Great Martial War 30 years ago, the very war that left him and his sister as orphans, crying over their parents' bodies. To him, the heavenly demon is an eternal enemy who must, one day, be brought to justice. This man, the heavenly demon, was the very source of all his suffering, and after all these years of planning and infiltration, he was now standing right in front of him. The monster's cold, crimson eyes seemed to stare directly into his soul. Zhang Yisou grits his teeth, his entire body screaming for vengeance. The only thought on his mind was how could he possibly kill this man? He calculates the distance 10 paces, a short gap for a master assassin. He knows techniques that could strike from here. There's a chance it could reach. But the cold, hard truth immediately crushes that thought. The odds were 0. Against this overwhelming presence, he couldn't even lay a finger on him as he is now. He recalls his instructions. If asked who he is, he must look like a nobody, lost in idle thoughts. But even that fleeting thought of murder did not escape the heavenly demon's notice. With a whisper of annoyance, he calls the assassin presumptuous for even daring. A wave of suffocating energy erupts, and Zhang Yisou freezes in pure shock. He knows this pressure. It's the unmistakable, legendary aura of the heavenly demon. A tidal wave of raw demonic power barrels towards him, impossible to dodge. Zhang Yisou grits his teeth, his body straining against the immense force. The sheer pressure threatens to crush him where he stands, a mere insect in its path. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the overwhelming aura simply vanishes. The heavenly demon looks on, not with anger, but with a flicker of genuine interest. He remarks that this man, Nogira, possesses a rather fascinating talent to have withstood that. The heavenly demon mocks him, wondering what kind of disgrace this is. If an opening appears, you're supposed to strike. So why? He asks. Did Zhang Yisou turn his back like a coward? But Zhang Yisou, pinned to the ground by the lingering pressure, knows the truth. An opening? He clarifies that what he saw wasn't a chance to attack, but a clear path to the afterlife, offered by the leader himself. A thin, satisfied smile spreads across the heavenly demon's face. He praises his discerning eye. Now, he muses, he finally understands why that Mao brat values him so much. The revelation hits Zhang Yisou like a bolt of lightning. He knows about Mao? All this time, the Alliance assumed he was neglectful. As his mind races, wondering just how deep the leader's knowledge goes, a hand gently touches his back. It's the heavenly demon, confirming his suspicions. As expected, he thinks. He calmly informs Zhang Yisou that his inner energy is in complete and utter disorder. The heavenly demon looks down, a hint of pity in his eyes. He notes how tragic it is that Zhang Yisou's mind has reached enlightenment, but his body can't keep up. He understands the profound frustration Zhang Yisou must have felt, a realization that leaves the spy sweating and speechless. Then, the leader's tone softens. He says his son owes Zhang Yisou a great debt, a debt he, as the father, must repay. He offers to grant any wish, anything within his immense power, as a wave of energy envelops the shocked spy. Zhang Yisou's mind is in turmoil. This gentle voice, this warmth, it's nothing like the reports. Is this all because he's Mao's aide? No, he quickly realizes. This must be a test. At a time like this, the proper response is crucial. So he bows even deeper, his voice firm, declaring that he wants nothing at all. A true believer, he proclaims, simply follows the leader as if he were the heavens. Duty is not something to be rewarded. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across the heavenly demon's face. He praises him as a truly loyal and righteous believer. He leans in closer, his voice dropping low, asking if he really wants nothing before making his next move. The heavenly demon's voice turns to ice, his killing intent crashing down with a single command. Die. Immense pressure pins Zhang Yisou to the floor as the leader reveals his true philosophy. He never trusts those who claim to want nothing, because it means they have no weakness for him to exploit. A person without desire, he muses, is a person who has no intention of bending the knee. And until now, he has never once allowed such an individual to live. He gives the spy one final chance, warning that any half-hearted lie will be instantly seen through. He demands to know what Zhang Yisou would die to obtain, or the floor beneath him will be his grave. The killing intent is suffocatingly real. He's not bluffing. Zhang Yisou knows he must say something. But what desire is worth risking his life for? His mind desperately searches for an answer. A memory surfaces, a flicker of his past, as he scrambles for a truth that might just save his life. With a surge of desperation, Zhang Yisou shouts his one true desire, to fix his damned Gugyu condition. He throws himself to the floor, begging the heavenly demon to grant this impossible wish. Gasping, he waits for judgment, blood trickling from his lip, having staked his life on this one truth. The heavenly demon's voice echoes, mocking the request as something akin to asking a blind man to see. He notes the outrageous boldness of asking him to defy destiny upon their very first meeting. But then, a hand rests gently on Zhang Yisou's head, and the leader's tone shifts. He likes that spirit. After all, someone who vows to guard his child should possess exactly this level of ambition. A cruel smile plays on the heavenly demon's lips. For giving a fitting answer, he will bestow a gift. Dark, violent energy suddenly erupts from his hand, flooding into the spy's body. It's a gift of pure agony, as shadowy spikes seem to tear through Zhang Yisou from the inside out. A single gasp escapes his lips as the foreign power begins to ravage his senses. He cries out, a raw scream of agony as he claws at the heavenly demon's robes. The leader calmly explains his gift, an infusion of his own demonic energy. Zhang Yisou is given 1 month to master it, and in doing so, find a way to heal himself. The heavenly demon's eyes glint with cruel amusement, adding a little condition. If he fails, the energy will kill him, a fitting punishment for sneaking in late. Overwhelmed by the raw power, Zhang Yisou collapses hard onto the floor. The heavenly demon looms over him, unimpressed by his current state. This, he declares, is the price one must be prepared to pay to surpass destiny. The scene shifts abruptly to a crackling campfire, where a quiet voice breaks the silence. A mocking voice cuts through the haze, as Jideho asks if he isn't embarrassed fainting in front of his lord yet again. Zhang Yisou's eyes snap open, the firelight reflecting in his confused gaze. He slowly pushes himself up, blinking as he recognizes the young master sitting across from him. His last memory was of the heavenly demon's hall, but Jideho scoffs, firing the question right back at him. The young master explains that just a few hours ago, he was meditating outside the hall, trying to recover his energy. After his earlier ordeal, he was too drained to even open the heavy doors himself. Then, to his shock, the heavenly demon emerged from the hall, carrying Zhang Yisou's unconscious body. The leader's face was a mask of indifference as he simply ordered Jideho to take him. Zhang Yisou is stunned. The leader himself opened the door. He presses, asking if anyone else was there. Jideho scratches his head, recalling that the bright light master was present but had vanished by the time he left. Jideho's patience wears thin, demanding to know what went down between his master and the heavenly demon. But Zhang Yisou's mind is elsewhere, piecing together the facts about the bright light master. He knows such a loyal man would only abandon his post on a direct command from the leader himself. And since no alarm was raised about his intrusion, it means his secret was never exposed. He understands now the heavenly demon let him go, a silent pact to keep what happened between them. Snapping out of his thoughts, he scoffs at Jideho's question about how he got inside. With a deadpan expression, he explains that he just opened the door and walked in. Jideho is floored, exploding that if he was coming anyway, he should have barged in earlier to help. He fumes that his master was on the brink of death, but Zhang Yisou just looks back, utterly confused. With a quiet "I see," he seems to dismiss the entire outburst, his mind already far away. Zhang Yisou's subordinate finally puts the pieces together. That's how the young master got his reward. Suddenly, Jideho appears with the azure dragon blade, complaining that he nearly died for this. He puffs out his chest, bragging that it's a good thing he's a genius, or he'd have been buried long ago. But the subordinate is more focused on his master, asking if the blade was truly the only gift he received. He explains that at the breakfast banquet, the heavenly demon gave a personal gift to each of his children. The eldest son was granted the supreme elixir, capable of healing any internal deviation with a single drop. The second son received the most powerful martial art in the entire cult, the legendary Paiwang Fist. And the third daughter was bestowed a ghostly footwork technique, the Phantom Shadow Steps. Compared to all that, he points out that Zhang Yisou only got his own confiscated weapon back, a truly harsh slight. Hearing this, Jideho erupts, furiously asking the man if he's trying to make his sacred blade cry. He grips the hilt, retorting that his subordinate clearly doesn't understand the power of the Azure Dragon Blade. With just a flicker of inner energy, the weapon erupts in a blazing red inferno, a demonstration of its might. But his subordinate remains unimpressed, sarcastically remembering his master once used this divine relic to start a campfire. He does concede, however, that getting the blade back is a significant achievement in itself. Possessing such a relic is like having an unlimited pass, removing restrictions and making future plans much easier. Yet, something is missing. All that fiery chi is just for show, mere trickery without any real martial arts to support it. The subordinate wonders what the heavenly demon was thinking, watching his master still fuming with the flaming sword. But his analysis is cut short, as Jidae-ho suddenly lunges at him without a word of warning. The fiery blade slices through the air, aimed directly for his head in a blinding flash. In another scene, a different companion dodges a similar strike, asking his young master just what he thinks he's doing. His rage isn't about the blade being insulted, it's about the man who once wielded it, Jang Iseo. But that fury instantly twists into panic as he screams for his men to get back. His subordinate is stunned, hearing his master claim that his own body is no longer under his control. Jidae-ho frantically explains that the Azure Dragon Blade has been moving on its own this entire time. He's dragged forward by an unseen force, letting out a cry of sheer frustration. The possessed blade swings wildly, forcing his subordinate to duck for his life. He dodges another vicious arc, wondering what kind of nonsense this is he possessed. The attacks are relentless, each one a blur of red energy forcing him onto the back foot. But as he defends, he can't deny it. There's an unnerving skill to these chaotic movements. The swordplay is impossibly fluid, crashing down like a heavy wave one moment and flowing lightly the next. It's an ever-changing sword path, whirling like the wind itself. Every essence of swordsmanship is here: strength, speed, weight, all in perfect harmony. His companion's eyes widen in realization. This is absolutely not his master's technique. And if it's not Jidae-ho's sword art, then whose is it? As the answer dawns on him, he freezes, ignoring Jidae-ho's desperate screams to move. But Jidae-ho has no control, a horrified passenger in his own body as the blade lunges. A torrent of crimson energy slams directly into his frozen subordinate. The world explodes in a flash of destructive power. When the light fades, the chaotic dance has finally come to a stop. Jidae-ho forces a broken smile, begging his fallen friend to say something, anything. But his friend doesn't answer, and Jidae-ho's grief turns to pure, unadulterated rage. The strings of manipulation force him forward, screaming Jang Iseo's name as he attacks. Suddenly, his target is right there, meeting his gaze with an unnervingly calm expression. Jang Iseo raises a hand, coolly telling him to just endure what's coming. A precise palm strike, pulsing with energy, slams directly into Jidae-ho's chest. The impact rips a strangled cry from his lips, his eyes wide with shock and pain. He's sent flying backward, a puppet whose strings have finally been cut. His sword is flung from his grasp, spiraling helplessly through the air. Before landing point first in the ground right before a perfectly composed Jang Iseo, he smirks, thinking back on the man who taught him this technique, that damn old man, Jin Wu Guang. Jang Iseo's subordinate looks on, thinking what a cruel gift that sword truly was. A weapon, after all, isn't just sharpened steel, it can become one with its master's soul. Even after death, a warrior's will can linger within the blade, passed down through generations. And such legendary weapons are not always wielded by their owners. Sometimes, the weapon wields them, leading to strange and self-destructive displays. He glances at the defeated Jidae-ho, realizing that's exactly what just happened. The subordinate now understands the cult leader's gift wasn't just the blue dragon blade. The lingering will of a great warrior and the sword technique sealed within it, that was the true prize. He reflects on this incredible blessing, a martial inheritance that rivals anything taught to the other disciples. But his eyes narrow with a sharp realization it's only a blessing if the young master learns to fully control it. The subordinate hands back the blue dragon blade with a strict warning not to use it until he's deemed ready. Jidae-ho sighs, admitting he doesn't have the energy to focus on swordsmanship anyway. He then casually mentions his father's orders for the next trial he has to survive barehanded. With a tired smirk, he explains the assignment. At the next breakfast, 1 month from now, he must face the cult leader's signature technique, the wind of the heavenly demon, using only his body. The subordinate's expression freezes, his mind struggling to process what he just heard. What? The wind of the heavenly demon? He recalls that even with his thunder arts, all he could do was barely evade it. And the young master is supposed to endure that impossible attack without even a divine weapon for aid? Jidae-ho then points a finger, remembering another little detail his father added to the command. If he fails and dies, the cult leader will personally hunt down and kill his subordinate for being useless. Jidae-ho looks up at his subordinate, asking what they can possibly do now that they're both on the chopping block. The subordinate closes his eyes, a grim acceptance washing over him. There's no choice left for them. His eyes snap open, burning with a new fire. They will train relentlessly and fight for every second of survival. An immense, dark energy suddenly erupts from his body. This isn't just for the young master's sake. With power swirling in his palms, he affirms this fight is now for his own life as well. The look in his eyes is absolute. Fear has been replaced by cold, sharp resolve. He helps Jidae-ho to his feet, telling him it's time to head back, as things have aligned perfectly. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Their new training ground is finally ready. He's talking about the newly constructed 7th Palace. And as the view pans out, we see it's not just a palace, but a massive, sprawling fortress. Upon their return, they're met by the Black Dragon Gang, who cheerfully announce they've finished cleaning up. The gang bows respectfully, welcoming back the 7th young master and brother Isio from their long trip. But Jidae-ho is frozen in shock, stammering, "It's only been half a month. How is this even possible?" He stares up at the fortress walls, which now look twice as tall and impossibly thick. Standing before the grand gates, he can hardly believe this intimidating structure is his new home. The gang's leader, Shin Young-tae, humbly tells Jang Yiseo that it was an honor, and the result is better than had hoped. He admits with a hearty laugh that it felt great to do some real, honest work for a change. Then, leaning in conspiratorially, he nervously asks if Yiseo could perhaps put in a good word for them with Master Guiryong. Jang Yiseo gives a knowing smirk, agreeing to mention it. These thugs, he thinks, could actually be useful. At his word, the entire gang erupts in cheers, overjoyed and endlessly grateful to their new benefactor. Jang Yiseo asks for his thoughts, and Jidae-ho admits he's stunned. Guiryong is clearly a genius. But as they approach the entrance, he notices something odd. The main gate doesn't actually have a door. He wonders aloud if anyone could just waltz right in, a question that earns him a knowing look from his leader. A couple of nearby gang members nervously try to warn him that maybe he shouldn't just walk in. But Jang Yiseo simply turns with a smirk, telling him to hold on tight. Before Jidae-ho can even process the warning, his world tilts sideways. He feels a blunt force press against his cheek, wondering what he's supposed to be holding on to. Suddenly, thick wooden pillars shoot from the walls, slamming into him with brutal force. He chokes out a cry of pain, completely blindsided by the devastating defense mechanism. The air fills with the sound of wood striking flesh. A brutal trap sprung on the unsuspecting newcomer. And it's not just the pillars, the entire wall erupts. He realizes with horror that iron bars are shooting out from every direction. One slams directly into his chest, the force knocking the air from his lungs. He tries to brace himself, but another one catches him across the back. His arrogant confidence shatters into pure, unfiltered shock. He glances up just in time to see a forest of them descending from the ceiling. The gauntlet is a blur of motion and pain, a relentless, bone-jarring assault. A final, brutal impact sends him hurtling through the air, crashing hard onto the floor. He's left in a crumpled heap, the mechanism finally falling silent. Battered and bruised, he can only gasp in utter disbelief at what just happened. A voice cuts through his pain, belonging to the man standing over him, Jang Yiseo. He coldly explains that while Jidae-ho's inner energy has peaked, his instincts are still those of a reckless child. He mocks him, asking how he could ever hope to match his siblings who trained with elixirs and masters their whole lives. With a bright, almost manic smile, Jang Yiseo reveals his simple, brutal answer: non-stop, grueling training. Jidae-ho looks up, the horrifying words echoing in his mind his entire life as training. The realization hits him like a punch to the gut, so getting beaten senseless by iron bars. That was supposed to be his training? Jang Yiseo just nods, confirming it with a smug look. He gestures to the gauntlet, calling it the Gate of Fortune and Misfortune, just the first of many trials. And he hints at even worse horrors to come, things Jidae-ho isn't even ready for yet. Jidae-ho can only grit his teeth, his face a mask of pure fury as he seethes his tormentor's name. And as that desperate scream echoes through the bamboo forest, we cut to a new scene, where a young master simply tells his guest to shout all he wants. He calmly recounts how this man barged into Horyong Hall, chasing some advisor without an invitation. And now, here he is kneeling before him. Yodosun, a prominent figure from Sekmadok Palace. With a tense expression, Yodosun prepares to deliver his message. He rises slightly, ready to begin his report before the gathered officials. Addressing the young master, Maishin, he begins to speak. His report concerns Mount Cheonsan, and one village in particular that is considered among the most dangerous. It was once called Donwu Village, a place where butchers raised and slaughtered livestock. But those days are long gone, because now, the people themselves are the cattle. The people there are raised and slaughtered like livestock, living as nothing more than slaves. Chained by their necks, their spirits are broken, their wills completely shattered, and the ones holding their leashes are a gang of human butchers who turned the village into a living hell. They operate out of the town's only brothel, a grand building known as Seikwaru. This is the den of the notorious slaughter sect. It was here, Yodasun explains, that his own brother was cut down by Jang Yi-so, while he alone barely escaped with his life. Bowing his head to the floor, he admits his first instinct was to fight the man to the death, but the memory of that assassin gives him pause, his face drenched in a cold sweat. The technique he used wasn't some simple 7th-rank art. Its 7 echoes marked it as a supreme martial art. He realized this variable could ruin their entire mission, forcing him to set aside revenge and report this critical intelligence. He admits that he had to swallow his tears and make a desperate retreat, the memory still chilling him to the bone. But across the table, a raucous laugh cuts through the tension. A man with a wild grin mocks him, pointing out that he looks a little too neat and smug for someone who just fled for his life. This is the slaughter sect's number 2, the mad dog, Sa Hojung, and he finds Yodasun's tale absolutely hilarious. Yodasun tries to defend himself, but the mad dog is more interested in the story of a technique that strikes 7 times in one move. As he presses Yodasun for more details, a cold voice from the side cuts him off, telling him to stop asking useless questions. A hand clenches, and a porcelain cup shatters into dust on the table. The command came from the slaughter sect's No. 1. The butcher, Sadochiel, who warns that any more talk might anger him. Sahojung complains, annoyed that his fun is being ruined just as things were getting good. But the butcher's eyes narrow, his command echoing with absolute authority. He said, "Shut it." The mad dog can only glare, forced into a bitter, frustrated silence. He clicks his tongue in annoyance as Yodasun finally gets a chance to speak from his knees. The poison master admits he has no excuse for trespassing and bringing such disgrace upon them. He vows to bring them the advisor's head to atone, but a calm voice from the head of the table tells him to wait. This is Ji-Dae-ho, the young master, and he's genuinely confused about what Yodasun is even apologizing for. Yodasun is completely taken aback, lost for words at such an unexpected question. Was it for not asking permission? Ji-Dae-ho scoffs. A beast doesn't ask before chasing its prey. Was it for invading another's territory? He dismisses that too, saying a true predator isn't bound by rules. In fact, he looms over Yodasun, telling him his actions are nothing to be ashamed of, they should be praised. A wave of pure relief washes over Yodasun, thanking the young master for his mercy as he realizes he's going to live. But Ji-Dae-ho leans in, his voice dropping to a cold whisper, to explain Yodasun's one true sin. His failure wasn't trespassing or acting without orders, it was returning alive. Yodasun's eyes widen in disbelief as the young master lectures him on the fate of a predator. He explains that a beast's hunt can only end in one of 2 ways. Either it devours, or it is devoured. Even if it misjudges its prey, it must still bite down and cling on with every fiber of its being until death. That primal savagery, he muses, is the very mark of demonic will. And with a sudden, vicious grip on Yodasun's face, he declares it the essence of the cult he is building. The mad dog, Sa Hojung, watches on, thinking to himself that this is exactly why he supports such a terrifying man. His brother, the butcher, simply smirks, highly valuing this deep-rooted brutality. Ji-Dae-ho crushes the man's face, spitting that he now sees Yodasun was never a beast, just a coward hiding among them. To Ji-Dae-ho, this man isn't a predator at all, just weak and pitiful prey. He remarks that such a creature's cries are only ruining the taste of his Mai-Hansen. With a dismissive wave, he orders the butcher, Sa-Doshul, to dispose of him. The butcher simply nods, his eyes glowing with cold, absolute obedience. Yodasun screams for his brother, the mad dog, desperately begging for one last chance. But his pleas are met only by the swift arc of a deadly blow. As the young master watches from above, the sentence is carried out without mercy. Sahojung can only watch in stunned silence, a single tear forming in his eye. Sadochiel unleashes his full power, a raw, brutal force meant to utterly annihilate, and with one final, crushing impact, Yodasun's life is violently extinguished. The ground cracks and splinters under the sheer force of the blow. The mad dog, Sa Hojung, smirks, thinking his brother was just testing out his strength. But Yodasun's lifeless eyes tell a very different story. With his curiosity satisfied, the butcher holds up the corpse, a job well done. He then turns his thoughts to their real target, admitting that Jang Yi-so won't be an easy kill. Looking to his master, he confirms that he'll be handling the cleanup himself. The young master coolly replies that as long as the job is done cleanly, he doesn't care how. Hearing this, Sa Hojung's battle lust ignites has been itching for a proper brawl, but Sadocheol immediately shuts him down. He has a different, less glamorous mission for the Mad Dog. His dreams of a glorious fight are instantly crushed, leaving him utterly speechless. As the Mad Dog throws a tantrum, his brother ignores him and issues a chilling command. He orders all contracts cancelled, gathering their forces under the slaughter sect's number 3, the Madam Jiam Huabin. She accepts her master's directive with a graceful nod, ready to prepare at once. With his top assassins ready, Sadocheol finally names their target, Wolha Village. And the mission's deadline? It ends when every last building is nothing but ash. Meanwhile, far from this murderous plot, we see the sprawling grounds of the new 7th Palace. This impressive estate contains a newly built annex, serving as Zhang Yixiu's personal residence. A building known simply, yet imposingly, as the Advisor's Hall. Inside, a lone figure sits in deep, focused meditation, a powerful aura swirling around him. It is Zhang Yixu, peacefully cultivating his strength, completely unaware of the hell that is about to be unleashed. His eyes snap open, a flicker of shock running through him. This power is beyond all his expectations. He flexes his hand, feeling the profound changes left behind by the heavenly demon's influence. With just a thought, a torrent of dark, crackling energy bursts forth from his palm. He can only stare in wonder, questioning just what that monster did to reshape his body and his power. But elsewhere, another training session isn't going nearly as smoothly. Under the pale moonlight, the sounds of someone getting absolutely pummeled echo through the night. We find Jideho, struggling to his feet and cursing the brutal contraption he's up against. He thought a few rounds would be enough to get used to this twisted mechanism, but he was dead wrong. Thick wooden rods shoot out from the walls, their speed and direction changing with every single pass. It's a completely unpredictable pattern, impossible to memorize, leaving no choice but to endure the bloody impacts. He can't wrap his head around it. How in the world did that crazy bastard do it? In his mind, he sees Zhang Yixu again, a phantom gliding through the storm of wooden rods. The man didn't just endure it, he danced through the deadly barrage with insulting ease. He can still hear that mocking voice echoing in the hall, calling the whole ordeal not that difficult. The words cut deep, especially the jab about the so-called genius of Wolha Village, leaving Jideho speechless. Then, with a casual wave, Zhang Yixu had simply walked off, claiming he had more urgent matters to attend to. And that parting shot a condescending smirk while wishing him the best of luck. A fire ignites in Jideho's eyes, his humiliation turning to pure, unadulterated rage. He stares into the night sky, vowing that the rude little advisor bastard will regret this. Clenching his fist, he swears that one day, when he's a true master, hell make him pay. Fueled by this burning shame, Jideho storms away. He lets out a furious roar, promising that the first person he'll crush will be none other than Zhang Yixu. But while he seethes, Zhang Yixu is lost in a memory of his own. He thinks back to the day the heavenly demon placed a hand on his head, pouring an immense river of energy into him. The power was so overwhelming, it felt like his body was being torn apart from the inside. He recognized it as the legendary body transmission technique, a supreme, dangerous ritual where a master gifts their power with a success rate of less than 30%. Yet, the heavenly demon performed this sacred act with the nonchalant air of petting a puppy. And looking at his hand now, surrounded by that same aura, Zhang Yixu knows there's no other explanation for his strength. A perfect demonic energy now dwells within his body. It's not that his total inner power increased, but the impure energy in his core was replaced, altering the very nature of his qi. His energy circulation sped up, and his lightning techniques became deadlier than ever. Looking at the results alone, it seems like a gift from the heavens. A divine blessing bestowed upon him by the heavenly demon. Yeah, on the surface, everything seems perfect. But there's a problem. The moment he channels his power past a certain level, something deep within him awakens, trying to seize control of his very nerves. And a wave of agony shoots through him as he struggles to suppress the demon's will. It's an overwhelming, primal urge to kill, to destroy, tear apart, and burn everything. His body convulses, every fiber of his being screaming to give in to the slaughter. He lets out a raw shout, trying to force the demonic influence back down. Finally, the wave of pain subsides, and he realizes his body simply can't handle this power. If only there was a technique to control it, but he knows such a thing is a fool's hope. The only mental art in the world capable of taming this energy belongs to the heavenly demon himself. And that's when it clicks. The heavenly demon knew this would happen, hence the 1-month death sentence. Yixu had begged for his body to be fixed, and this power was the answer he received. This is his only path to survival. The message was clear. Stop living pathetically and fight, even if it means dying in a blaze of glory. He lets out a slow breath, a single thought cutting through the pain. Seriously, how annoying. Meanwhile, one of Yiso's subordinates sits alone, quietly reflecting on a life he feels was never properly lived. But his somber thoughts are shattered by a sudden jarring noise from outside. He gets up to check the window, curious about the strange sound that broke the night's peace. Elsewhere, Ji-Dae-ho is on all fours, trembling and groaning as he fights a desperate internal battle. And the true nature of his struggle becomes clear as he screams in agony he really needs to poop. The subordinate can only stare in disbelief at the sheer absurdity of the situation. With a roar of desperation, Ji-Dae-ho bolts forward, demanding everyone get out of his way. He launches himself off the roof in a frantic dash, screaming that he's going all the way. Watching from the window, his subordinate cracks a smirk, surprised the guy even made it inside. It seems even their mad master, he muses, has grown in his own unique way. Ji-Dae-ho pushes through the pain, forcing himself to move forward one agonizing step at a time. His watcher smirks, musing that the same slow and steady approach applies to his own plans. Turning to the window, he decides it's time to finally deal with his own postponed revenge. But Ji-Dae-ho's desperate sprint suddenly halts as he freezes in utter confusion. He stumbles to the floor, looking up at the bizarre sight before him. A group of multi-armed, demonic-looking wooden dolls are blocking his path, and of all the places, they're standing guard directly in front of the restroom. The carved, snarling faces of the statues seem to mock his very existence. It's not just a few of them, it's an entire army packed into the hallway. All Ji-Dae-ho can do is stare, his urgent mission stopped dead by a legion of training dummies. His mind races, instantly blaming that crazy bastard Jang Yi-so for this ridiculous trap. A sudden chill runs down his spine. Some primal instinct tells him not to get any closer, but it's too late, as an unseen force slams down, buckling his knees. He staggers, realizing he doesn't have the strength to go anywhere else. He's at his absolute limit. But his urgent need overrides the pain. He has to take care of this matter now. The wooden statue's demonic face seems to grin as he approaches. With a desperate roar, Ji-Dae-ho throws a punch, putting everything he has left into it. His fist connects solidly with the unyielding wood. A guttural scream rips from his throat as the impact shatters his hand, not the doll. He stumbles back, clutching his broken fingers, utterly defeated by a training dummy. Before he can even process the pain in his shattered hand, the wooden dummy springs to life. It smashes him across the face with a brutal, solid thwack. His mind reels, sweat and shock pouring down his face. What is this? He looks up at the carved, demonic face, utterly bewildered. And his blood runs cold as he realizes it's not just one, but two of them. They move with impossible speed, a synchronized assault of wooden limbs. He's caught in a storm of relentless, punishing blows. Another strike lands, forcing a raw scream of agony from his lips. This is no training exercise. This is a systematic, brutal beatdown. The wooden warriors wind up, ready to deliver another crushing blow. But his desperate block is shattered by the sheer, unfeeling force of wood. His body trembles, every muscle screaming in protest. A single tear escapes his eye. This isn't training, this is torture. He's sent flying across the room like a rag doll. Crashing to the floor, he lies there, completely broken. All he can do is curl up, shaking with pain and humiliation. A bitter curse escapes his lips, his frustration finally boiling over. How is he losing his mind over this? He screams out a name in his head. Jang Yi-so. And somewhere else, a hand casually moves to scratch an itchy ear. Jang Yi-seo pauses, wondering if someone, somewhere, is talking trash about him. He dismisses the thought, instead wondering about his subordinate, Honggran, and hoping the mission is going as planned. Meanwhile, far away, the sun beats down on a vast open plain. This is a special place, where the thundering of hooves never ceases. It is one of the great spiritual grounds of Mount Tianshan, home to the finest horses the demon cult has ever known. Welcome to the Jumaji, the legendary horse-running ground. This vast territory is managed by none other than one of the three great demon families, the powerful Meng family, whose influence and strength are now at their absolute peak. Their elite cavalry, the Mangap Guimadai, are a force so renowned their very name strikes fear across the martial world. Their reach extends to the top, with two of their children, Meng Yuan and Meng Hui, having been adopted by the cult master himself. And the foundation of this golden age is the current family head, a grandmaster who perfected the ultimate spear technique. A man known to the world as the spear demon, Meng Qiuyang. He lives by a simple, unwavering mantra. The Meng family is already perfect. As he tends to one of his prized steeds, he turns his attention to his son. While grooming the horse's mane, he casually probes the young man. He mentions a rumor he's heard, that the seventh young master has opened the heavenly demon hall. The sixth young master, Meng Hui stands before him, a hint of unease in his eyes. He confirms he's heard the whispers, but his response lacks any fire. Unimpressed, his father presses him, asking if that's truly all he has to say. An immense, chilling pressure bears down on Meng Hui. Is that all he thinks of such a monumental event? The spear demon explodes in fury, reminding him that his only father is the cult master, a lesson he's apparently failed to learn. Meng Hui is practically falling apart, begging for forgiveness and stumbling over his words. The source of his terror. Meng Cholyong, third elder of the cult and the intimidating head of the Meng family. He spells it out for his son. The seventh master's success means the Ma family has officially joined the succession battle. He grills Meng Hui about the rumors surrounding the seventh's powerful new aide, but his son has no answers. Trying to recover, Meng Hui dismisses the seventh master as nothing more than a useless, trouble-making playboy. He even suggests that opening the hall was just a lucky fluke, a trick engineered by the aide. But his father sees right through that pathetic excuse, reminding him the Ma family would never support a worthless child. They value strength and benefit above all else, and would accept anyone who proves useful, legitimate, or not. He looms over his son, demanding to know on what grounds he's being so dismissive of a clear threat. His eyes narrow with disdain. Was the heavenly demon hall that Meng Hui himself opened so trivial it could be breached by mere luck? Meng Cholyong asks if all the immense support the family gave him was for such a meaningless effort. Is that what he's trying to say? Meng Hui stammers, desperately trying to take back his words. But the pressure is too much. There are no excuses left for him to make. He can only bow his head in apology to the third elder, his father. Meng Cholyong then drops a bombshell, relaying a report from the Bright Seat himself. Baekje witnessed it firsthand. The seventh young master has reached the fully mature peak, and he might already be seeing a realm even higher. The news shatters Meng Hui's world. That lazy, stupid Mao surpassed him? His fist trembles with rage and denial. The seventh master was the one person he felt superior to. If even that idiot leaves him in the dust, he'll be left with absolutely nothing. It brings back suffocating memories of being weak, helpless, and always falling behind. His teeth grind together in pure, unadulterated rage. Who is this Bright Seat Baekje? And how in the world did he manage to turn that utter fool into a genuine threat? Meng Hui can't make sense of it. Why would he do something so pointless? So utterly wasteful, when there were far better candidates like himself. But then, his father's voice echoes from the past, telling him to never forget this feeling, to let that burning resolve sharpen his spear and pierce through any obstacle. His father had explained their family's position was just a disguise to lower everyone's guard, for he had been dreaming his entire life of this one single moment, the day when his son, the sixth young lord, would rise and claim the title of Little Cult Leader. The Meng family has poured everything they have into him, believing he was the perfect vessel for their ambitions. But his father lays down a chilling condition. If he dares to be overshadowed by that foolish seventh young lord, then he will have no choice but to reconsider the faith he's placed in his own son. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. Do you understand me? A young Meng Hui can only tremble, sweat dripping down his face as he stammers his agreement. He promises to remember the lesson, bowing his head to his intimidating father. Back in the present, the spear demon calls out a name, Gui Oryang. A figure drops to the ground before him in an instant. It's the sixth young lord's aide, a man in a demonic mask, answering his master's call. The spear demon gives his command. Gui Oryang is to head to the demonic cult and observe their movements. The masked aide hesitates, concerned about leaving the sixth young lord unprotected. But Meng Cholyong has a plan for his disappointing son. He's sending him into seclusion training. The words send a jolt of pure terror through a young Meng Hui. He immediately starts pleading, promising he was wrong and that he can do better out here. Anything but seclusion training, he begs. But his father simply scoffs at such a pathetic display. Meng Cholyong's patience wears thin, snapping at Gui Oryang for wasting precious time. The masked aide doesn't need to be told twice. He accepts the order and vanishes in a flash of movement, leaving Meng Hui behind, his fate sealed, his pleas completely ignored. A spearmaster dismisses his student, telling him to return when the seclusion training is ready. He offers one last piece of advice. Don't be idle, and keep practicing your spear. The young warrior seems to accept his fate, quietly agreeing to leave. But as he turns his back, his calm demeanor begins to crack. His fist clenches, rage boiling inside him as he blames one person for this humiliation. Mao. He can't do it. He can't just go into seclusion like this, not when the anger would eat him alive. A new resolve hardens his eyes. He has to see for himself if that monster truly reached the peak. With a single, determined step, he abandons his master's orders. He finds a cliff overlooking the sprawling lands below, his target in sight. His destination is set. He's going to Wolha village to find his answers. We're taken to the sacred mountain of Tianshan, the impenetrable heart of the divine cult. Only two types of beings can move freely here, the upper echelons of the cult, and a special commodity traded in the west, marked by white bands to prevent unauthorized harvesting. This is the incredibly dense blackwood, and before it stands Jiang Yiso, but he's not here to admire the scenery. With a flick of his wrist, he begins his daily training. A throwing blade appears, tethered to his infamous, nearly invisible wires. In an instant, the air is filled with a web of slicing steel, a blur of lethal motion. He moves through the deadly dance, his control over the wires absolute and flawless. A faint, confident smile touches his lips. His skills are as sharp as ever, and etched into the bark is a hidden message. He's returned safely, and the cult leader is a fool. This specific blackwood tree will soon be harvested by a merchant group working for the demon cult. Later, Alliance agents will secretly approach them to confirm the code and retrieve his report. Even if someone noticed the marks, it wouldn't be a problem. The code is a unique pictograph that looks like nothing more than random, meaningless scratches. And honestly, for an elite agent like Jiang Yiso, regular reporting isn't even mandatory. So, why does he bother with such an elaborate ritual? Perhaps to remind himself of his true allegiance. He stands before the tree, this small act being his only connection to the world he left behind. A moment of silence passes as he steels his resolve, but he quickly dismisses the thought. This was just a side task he handled while he was in the area. With a sharp smile, he reveals a note, ready to begin the real mission he came here for. His eyes lock onto the designated spot, a tall, imposing tree under the moonlight. The cawing of crows fills the air, a perfect symphony for what's to come. As the birds scatter, Jiang Yiseo makes his move, a silent blur in the night. He vaults effortlessly from branch to branch, ascending with inhuman speed. Landing softly beside a bird's nest, he's reached his destination. He drops the folded note into it, a single piece of paper to set the world on fire. With the preparations complete, he thinks of his target, Sadochiol, the fearsome leader of the slaughter hall. Through his investigation, Head found a very exploitable habit in the man's psychology. If a target eludes him more than once, he personally brings every last subordinate to the front lines. And just as predicted, the butcher and the entire slaughter hall are now marching straight into his trap. A confident, almost cruel smirk plays on Jiang Yiseo's lips. He's ready to welcome the slaughter hall with a very, very loud greeting. But elsewhere, someone is already at their wits' end, cursing his name. Jideho seethes, wondering if that bastard even understands the concept of a home. He remembers the absurdity and entrance designed to beat you down the moment you step inside? Or a wooden training puppet that batters you half to death just for walking by? He can still feel the phantom pain of the brutal welcome home party. Even if you're trying to drive someone to death, shouldn't there be one corner to rest in? But this massive palace is a whirlwind of swinging maces and deadly traps in every single room. He sighs in utter defeat, wondering where he's even supposed to sleep tonight. And now, he's faced with an even more pressing issue. Where is he supposed to handle his business? Just as he's pondering using the bamboo forest, a sharp cough cuts through the air. A voice from behind mocks his ragged appearance, wondering who dare look like a beggar in broad daylight. The figure notes that he's heard Jideho has changed, but it seems he's still a wild dog at heart. Jideho slowly turns, his eyes locking onto the familiar silhouette at the end of the hall. It's the Meng clan brat, isn't it? Manhwa immediately gets on his high horse, demanding to know what he's doing here, and berating his disrespectful tone. Jideho just scoffs, finding it ridiculous that this kid, younger than him, is pulling rank just because he was adopted first. But as he offers a sarcastic greeting, his sharp eyes catch something. He leans in, his voice dropping as he asks a simple question. Why are you trembling like that? And that awkward, trembling posture, it's all starting to look oddly familiar. Jideho's jaw drops as the absurd realization finally dawns on him. He can't help but blurt it out. Wait, you need to poop too? The young master sputters, trying to correct his vulgar language, insisting there are more dignified words for it. But Jideho just scoffs at this so-called son of a noble, finding his lack of dignity hilarious. Manghwa's face drains of all color, the internal pressure mounting with every agonizing second. His eyes twitch with desperation. He knows he absolutely can't hold it in anymore. Finally breaking, he dashes down the hall, screaming at Jideho to tell him where the restroom is. Jideho casually points, mentioning the main building has restrooms, but warns him he'll regret it if he goes. The best option, he suggests, is the nearby bushes, which makes the young master absolutely lose his mind. Ignoring the warning, Manghwa storms forward, demanding Jideho move aside. But his urgent sprint is cut short by a sudden, unseen threat. With a gasp, he He just barely manages to twist his body out of the way of a simple wooden stick. Jidaeho watches in utter disbelief. It took him an entire hour to dodge that training trap once. The young master wheels around, furiously accusing him of setting up a booby-trapped door. But as he shouts, dozens more wooden poles shoot out from the walls of the hallway. Caught completely off guard, the young master is helplessly pummeled by the barrage. He grits his teeth in humiliation. A pathetic trap like this shouldn't even graze his sleeve. But with his mind and body otherwise occupied, he can't focus his senses properly. He steels himself, trying to rally his pride. He is the 6th young master of the divine sect. He refuses to be beaten by mere wood, especially not in front of that damn fool. But his body is not listening, and the relentless poles send him tumbling. With a furious roar, he picks himself up, determined to outrun his biological needs. He is Manhwa, and he will not suffer this ultimate indignity. A final, crushing blow to the side sends him sprawling to the ground. The young master lies utterly defeated as Jidaeho calmly strolls over to the scene. Leaning down, he asks the poor kid if he accidentally dropped it. But as he speaks, his hand clenches, realizing there's a far worse alternative. One look at Manhwa's agonized, blushing face confirms his worst fears. Suddenly, the young master bolts, leaving a mortifying trail as he flees for his life and dignity. Jidaeho desperately calls out, warning the young master that running will only make his situation worse. But a final, agonized scream from the main hall tells him his warning came far too late. Having followed the sound, Jidaeho now squats in front of a strange statue, wondering what it's doing here. Suddenly, his own stomach lets out a treacherous gurgle, and a cold sweat breaks out on his brow. He clutches his gut, offering a solemn prayer for the comrade who fell just moments before him. A prayer for the peace of Manhwa's pants and underwear. We see the young master himself, collapsed on the floor, weeping in utter humiliation. He cries out for his father, surrounded by the stoic statues of his clan's ancestors. This is 6th young master Manhwa, the direct heir of the Meng clan, and a spear prodigy from a young age. He was once considered the masterpiece created by his father, the divine spear demon Meng Qiao. At first, the spy watching from the shadows thought he had the situation figured out, but now he has no idea what he's looking at. How could a supposed prodigy, a master of the spear, be crying his eyes out over an accident in someone else's bathroom? And to make it worse, his own master, who looks like a beggar, is trying to comfort him. But Manhwa is having none of it, slapping his hand away and screaming at him to get lost. The spy stands by, silent and completely dumbfounded. He's been an undercover agent for over a decade, navigating all sorts of chaos. But a mess like this? It's been a very, very long time. Meanwhile, the aide sent to investigate the commotion can't help but feel embarrassed having to ask the young masters about such a ridiculous incident. He finds them and confirms they've cleaned up, though his tone is sharp and questioning. Jidaeho looks refreshed and confident, while Manhwa just silently agrees, clearly still flustered. The aide tells them they'll talk as they walk. He immediately gets down to business, asking exactly why the 6th young master is even here. He presses further, asking if Manhwa understands what it means to enter a brother's residence unannounced, and to do so completely alone, without a single aide or guard for protection. It's madness. He continues his lecture, noting that he could have at least been polite instead of causing a disturbance. But that's the final straw for Manhwa, who explodes in a fit of rage, demanding to know how a mere aide dares to reprimand him. But the aide isn't fazed, calmly retorting that any report would have to include the young master's own transgressions. Jidaeho tries to play peacemaker, telling Zhang Yiseo to ease up on the runny-nosed brat, which only leaves Manhwa sputtering. Zhang Yiseo is having none of it, shutting Jidaeho down with a single furious command. The young master is completely stunned, realizing he's actually being scolded by a mere aide, and he's listening. His mind races, questioning how a simple aide could have his master so completely wrapped around his finger. Then, the rumors hit him. Could this man, Zhang Yiseo, truly be Jidaeho's hidden master? If so, it would mean Jidaeho reached the realm beyond perfection all on his own. But Manhwa's pride can't accept it. Convincing himself it must be some kind of cheap trickery, he storms off, vowing to uncover the scheme that these two have cooked up to fool everyone. And as he leaves in a huff, Zhang Yiseo remains perfectly calm, completely unbothered by the boy's tantrum. Zhang Yiseo decides the conversation is over, seeing no real harm was done. With the tension diffused, he casually gestures for them to follow, noting that it's getting late. A magnificent spread of food is waiting for them, glistening under the light. It's time to put aside their differences and eat first. Jidaeho's eyes light up, but Manhwa seems stunned by this sudden hospitality. The young master hesitates, his pride warring with the tantalizing smell of the food. But hunger wins out, and the three of them finally sit down for a meal together. Before long, the table is a wasteland of empty plates and bowls. Jidae leans back, completely satisfied, while Manhwa gives a stiff, reluctant approval. He inwardly scoffs that it's nothing compared to his clan's cooking, leaving Jidae to wonder why the brat is so grumpy. Jidae can't help but tease the kid, wondering aloud where all that food went in such a small body. Manhwa instantly snaps, telling him to back off, while the companion quietly observes the interaction. He knows this boy's history, the sixth young master, Manhwa, one of the Meng clan's greatest prodigies. Raised in privilege, he gained a reputation for being an arrogant brat who looks down on everyone. But behind that textbook noble attitude lies a much darker, more calculated story. He was a child engineered by the Meng clan with a single purpose, to become a young sect leader. To achieve this, the clan lord used numerous talented women from within the family as surrogates. And it wasn't a matter of simple birth. It was a ruthless selection process. Countless newborns were discarded before Manhwa, with his superior bloodline, was finally conceived. His purpose made him legitimate, but as Jidae playfully grabs him, he wonders if the kid feels a little sympathy for a fellow sufferer. Still, he muses, this kind of sympathy is useless in a rivalry, but maybe Manhwa could be a useful card to play later. Jiang Yisou cuts through the atmosphere, telling them to get up if they're finished. He pats Manhwa on the head, informing the boy his training will be supervised starting tomorrow, much to his confusion. Then he turns to Jidae, ordering him to head back to the main building for the night, which sends our red-haired friend into a panic. He protests immediately, arguing that it's far too late to be walking back alone. With a desperate look, he begs to stay, promising Hell be quiet and won't snore. He's just scared of the dark. Jiang Yisou's face remains a mask of stone, completely unmoved by the pathetic display. Jidae's pleas are answered not with words, but with a swift and powerful toss out the window. His face contorts with rage as he hurtles through the night air. So much for sympathy, as he screams curses at that crazy bastard Jiang Yisou from across the rooftops. From the window, Jiang Yisou dryly notes that at least Jidae's landing skills have improved. He then turns back, telling the sixth young master to follow him to a prepared room. But the quiet hospitality is shattered by a sudden, sharp accusation. Manhwa is on his feet, spear tip pressed right against Jiang Yisou's throat. He demands to know what's going on. No aide he's ever heard of throws their lord out a window. It all clicks into place for him. Jiang Yisou isn't just some attendant. He must be the real mastermind behind the tournament gate. The young master sneers, claiming a lowborn 7th grade ghost couldn't have possibly taught Jidae anything of value. He screams, demanding Jiang Yisou reveal the truth of his vile schemes at once. What kind of cheating did he pull to get into the Heavenly Demon Tournament? Jiang Yisou just sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose, utterly exhausted by the boy's tantrum. Jiang Yisou simply raises a hand, commenting on how crude the young master's words are. But before Manhwa can react, that hand moves in an absolute blur. His fingers lock onto the spear shaft, stopping the boy's threat dead in its tracks. In a single, fluid motion, he twists the weapon and asks what the boy would do if he actually got himself killed. Manhwa's mind goes completely blank, unable to comprehend the sudden reversal. Jiang Yisou uses the boy's own momentum against him, effortlessly tossing him aside. The world spins, and the young master's arrogant expression shatters into pure shock. He's completely overpowered, thrown around like a child throwing a tantrum. And just like that, he's on the ground, staring up in utter disbelief. I was just subdued? The humiliation burns. He was just taken down by the 7th class ear he'd so easily dismissed. Jiang Yisou looks down, almost bored. This easily? He thinks, a little disappointed. He slams the spear, and Manhwa with it, into the floor with contemptuous ease. But the young master's pride is a stubborn thing. He refuses to accept this loss. With a roar of defiance, he wrenches the weapon back and unleashes a wild, desperate swing. Jiang Yisou is genuinely surprised, not expecting the boy to be capable of a counterattack. The sheer force of the blow cracks the ceiling above, proving the rumors about the boy's talent were true. He recognizes the spear as Mokuk, the cult leader's sacred relic, a weapon that could even hurt him. But the attack misses. Manhwa's frustration grows as he realizes his opponent simply dodged. His eyes widen in pure shock, unable to process how his all-out attack failed. Fine, Jiang Yisou thinks. If the boy insists, he'll just have to use a little more force. Seething with humiliation, Manhwa can't believe this guard actually dared to kick him. He tries to fight back, but Jiang Yisou's foot pins the sacred spear to the floor. With a single contemptuous kick, the spy sends the weapon flying from his hands. The boy is left utterly speechless as Jiang Yisou offers to show him what he wants to know. He's about to demonstrate the real reason his lord started the heavenly demon battle, and whether it was achieved through cheap tricks or by genuine monstrous ability. He cracks his knuckles with a chilling grin, warning the boy this lesson may be painful. All of Meng Hui's bravado finally shatters, replaced with pure primal fear. Zhang Yiseo is done toying with the spear. Now, he reveals his own deadly blade. Enraged at being looked down on, the young master charges blindly forward to meet him. With a furious roar, Meng Hui unleashes everything he has, his blade a blur of motion. But Zhang Yiseo doesn't even flinch, his own sword meeting every strike with casual ease. The young master is thrown back again and again, unable to make his opponent budge a single inch. Dishes rattle and crack nearby as the sheer force of the deflected blows shakes the room. Frustration boils into pure, unadulterated rage as every single attack is rendered useless. He can't believe it. What in the world is this man? He's a master of the peak realm, pouring his all into these strikes, and they're being stopped by a man who hasn't even bothered to move his feet. The horrifying truth begins to dawn on him. This isn't some cheap swindler he's fighting. This is a true expert, a monster on the level of the heavenly demon's own personal aides. Meng Hui's mind races, terrified. If he accepts this reality, it means admitting his own failure in the shadow of his father's legacy. The piercing, judgmental gaze of the spear demon fills his thoughts. Hez completely frozen, crushed by the pressure of his family's expectations. And in that split second of weakness, his opponent strikes. A sharp object suddenly appears, hovering just millimeters from his eyeball. Zhang Yiseo leans in, casually pointing out that stray thoughts in a duel are a bad habit. He smirks, adding that the young master seems too immature to understand such a lesson. The utter condescension shatters Meng Hui's fear, replacing it with pure rage. He lashes out, furiously screaming not to be treated like a child. His fury erupts, his spear crashing against Zhang Yiseo's defense with explosive force. The shockwave rips through the room, sending both fighters hurtling backward. Meng Hui lands hard, cracking the floorboards but thinking he's perfectly fine. He plants his feet, getting into his stance first while his opponent is still airborne. This is his chance. He has to press forward now and seize the momentum. But Zhang Yiseo, ever so casual, just smirks from above. With a disdainful flick of his wrist, he sends a small object flying down. Meng Hui's attack falters as he spots the strange projectile coming right for him. He stares in utter confusion, trying to comprehend what's being thrown at his face. It's the leftover meat bun from earlier, a gesture of pure, unadulterated contempt. The half-eaten bun smacks right into Meng Hui's face with a wet thud. He staggers back, absolutely seething at the sheer disrespect and these filthy tricks. But as he wipes his eyes, a glint of light flashes past, thin as a hair. Suddenly, his vision is gone, a razor-sharp wire wrapping tightly around his head. In the blink of an eye, more wires ensnare his entire body, leaving him utterly helpless. With a single, almost lazy tug, Zhang Yiseo yanks him off his feet, slamming him onto the floor. The assassin coolly looks down, his demonstration now complete. He leans in close, asking if the young master's curiosity has been satisfied, and if he's prepared. Trapped and powerless, Meng Hui can only ask what he's supposed to be prepared for. Zhang Yiseo reminds him of the warning he gave from the start, that this could end in death. Zhang Yiseo stands over him, his expression as cold and final as a tombstone. His eyes narrow, a silent question hanging in the air. Did the young master really think this was a joke? Pure, undiluted terror finally washes over Meng Hui as he stares up from the floor. But through the fear, a strange sensation takes hold. Is he being possessed? A sudden, chilling realization dawns on him as he looks at the assassin. He sees the face of his master, the heavenly demon himself, staring back at him. Zhang Yiseo begins to speak, calmly pointing out that Meng Hui clearly doesn't see his siblings as family. That must be why he committed the foolish act of coming here all alone, without a single escort. With a casual flick of his fingers, the wires wrapped around his hand tense up. And in an instant, Meng Hui is brutally yanked off the floor, a helpless puppet on a string. Meng Hui's eyes dart around, pure, undiluted panic finally setting in. He sputters that this is all a huge misunderstanding, his voice strained as the wires dig in. But the assassin simply tightens his grip, beginning a cold lecture on the nature of their world. He explains that for the siblings vying for power, the word struggle has a very specific meaning. It means employing any and all means to get what you want, be it a secret scheme or brute force. Or, he concludes with a dead-eyed stare, even assassination. The chilling word sinks into Meng Hui's mind as the assassin explains it's best to remove threats early. Dangling like a puppet, the young master finally understands the gravity of his mistake. But his terror quickly combusts into furious indignation. How dare this nobody threaten him? He starts screaming his lineage, boasting about being the adopted son of the supreme leader and heir to the Mine clan. He even threatens that if a single hair is harmed, his family's wrath will be legendary. But Jang Yi-so just tightens the wire, unimpressed, reminding him that the Mang clan isn't here. In this room, there is only a bound young master and the man holding his life in his hands. He leans in close, asking a simple question. Can a family name truly stop the blade at his throat? The empty bravado shatters, and pure, unadulterated terror floods Meng Hui's eyes. How pathetic, the assassin muses, to offer only prestige when your life hangs by a thread, as a sharp blade appears. He presses the cold steel to the boy's neck, deciding there's no reason to keep him alive any longer. All of Meng Hui's pride vanishes in an instant, replaced by a desperate, stammering plea to wait. He starts screaming, admitting he was wrong, his entire worldview crumbling under the immediate threat of death. The once mighty young master is reduced to a sobbing mess, pathetically begging for his life. Jiang Yiseo mockingly repeats the boy's plea, considering the words, "Spare me." Then, with a sudden snap, the wires binding Meng Hui fall slack to the floor. The young master stares in disbelief, as the assassin calmly explains he's just granting his wish for mercy. He turns his back dismissively, telling the boy to just be quiet and leave. Meng Hui is frozen, the words not making any sense in his terrified mind. He stammers, asking if he can really just go, if he wasn't going to be killed after all. The assassin explains that silencing someone is troublesome and expensive, an effort reserved for a formidable enemy, and a child who possesses nothing but hollow titles is hardly worth the trouble. With a cold smile, he advises Meng Hui to run back to the splendid fence of his family name. But as he glances back, a new, calculating thought seems to cross his mind. A splendid fence? No, the assassin muses. It's something else entirely. It's not a fence, it's a cage. And Meng Hui is the one trapped inside. The boy collapses, the weight of those words crushing him as the assassin stands over him. But what else is there? His mind races, clinging to the only truth he knows. The name Mang is everything. It's the source of all the reverence, all the fear he commands. He screams internally that his entire existence, everything he possesses, is a gift from his clan. Without it, even his own supporters see him as just a placeholder. A hollow figure standing on the reputation his family built, not him. If that's all he is, then what is he supposed to be besides a Mang? As the boy spirals, the assassin watches on, his work seemingly complete. Jiang Yiseo stares down at the broken boy, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Seriously, how troublesome. He can't help it. Seeing kids this utterly dejected always forces him to remember that one brat from his past. With a sigh, he pushes the unwanted memory aside. He decides to give the boy a lesson, a story about the seventh young master, Ji-Dae-ho. The day he first met the sect leader, he was just a boy sweeping the courtyard. Unlike Meng Hui, the family name meant almost nothing to him back then. There were already plenty of others who proudly carried the Mang clan name. But Ji-Dae-ho shone with his own inherent light, a brilliance the sect leader himself recognized. And thanks to that, he now shines brighter than ever, a lesson Jiang Yi-so muses he might have timed poorly. Jiang Yi-so explains that the sixth young master is no different in this regard. Sure, the Mang clan background helped, but the sect leader saw something special within him. A light that was all his own, not as Mang, but as Hui. So in response to his earlier outburst, Jiang Yi-so won't offer an answer, but a question. He demands to know. Forget the clan. Forget his father. What kind of person is the Hui inside him? With that heavy question hanging in the air, he declares the interrogation is over. He turns to leave, telling the boy to get some sleep and return at dawn. Meng Hui is left standing alone amidst the debris of his own breakdown. The words echo in his mind. The me inside me? He stands frozen, forced to confront a question he's never truly considered. And as morning arrives, it seems not everyone had a restful night after the chaos. Ji-Dae-ho is splayed out in the open courtyard, twisting and groaning in his sleep. Whatever nightmares are plaguing him, they're about to be replaced by a much colder reality. A sudden splash of icy water shocks him awake with a strangled gasp. He sits up sputtering, furiously demanding to know who would wake a sleeping man so disrespectfully. Looking down on him is one of Jiang Yi-seo's men, wearing an infuriatingly smug grin. The two bicker, with a soaked and grumpy Ji-Dae-ho, trying and failing to sound intimidating. The aide points out the obvious that he must have failed to get past the traps to his room. Ji-Dae-ho scoffs, wringing out his hair and weakly claiming he chose to sleep outside. But the aide just smirks, changing the subject to ask about Meng Hui, wondering where the kid went. The aide confirms that Meng Hui has, more or less, already left the premises. He admits he's surprised, thinking the kid would be far more troublesome given his attitude. But contrary to his expectations, the young master departed without a single word of protest. Ji-Dae-ho scoffs, feigning disappointment that the brat left without even staying for breakfast. His companion immediately calls him out, asking why he's so upset, and Jidae-ho completely loses it. He starts ranting about the kid's terrible manners, while the aide just grins, knowing he's hit a nerve. As they walk and bicker, the aide mocks him for always finding something to complain about. But they're stopped in their tracks by a sudden, sharp sound. Both men freeze, Jidae-ho stammering out a greeting, completely thrown off guard, because standing right in front of them with arms crossed is Manhwa, who was supposed to be long gone. A bewildered Jidae-ho demands to know why the young master came back halfway through his journey. Manhwa frantically blurts out a terrible excuse about urgent training he suddenly remembered. He points decisively, declaring this training is non-negotiable and that he'll be staying for the time being. Jidae-ho can't help but smirk as Gui Oryang notes the kid's polite way of asking to freeload. But the aide's eyes sharpen with understanding this isn't about freeloading. The young master is seeking an answer. He's right. In his mind, Manhwa reaffirms that he absolutely cannot go back like this. The question posed to him last night hangs heavy, a puzzle he feels compelled to solve. If he fails to find the answer now, he fears he will lose his way for the rest of his life. Looking down at the two men, he's certain that staying here is the key to finding what he's looking for. But a flicker of doubt hits him as he quietly asks his aide what he should do if they actually kick him out. Gui Oryang smoothly steps in, explaining it would be impolite to refuse the request of his own master's elder brother. Manhwa, visibly relieved, agrees they can stay but adds a condition. They have to pay for their own food. The young master's face lights up, cheerfully promising that money is no object at all. But with the arrangement settled, Jidae-ho cuts the small talk short, announcing it's time to begin. This won't be a simple lesson, he declares. This is training for pure survival. He then halts, turning to his companion and telling him to watch this next part very carefully. Without another word, Jidae-ho plants his foot firmly on the wooden floor. A second, sharper stomp echoes as he puts his weight down. Beneath their feet, the distinct sound of hidden gears grinding to life fills the air. A secret trapdoor suddenly swings open, revealing a dark, ominous passage below. Except it's not a passage below, it's a trap from above, as a giant spiked mace drops with a whoosh. A thick chain rattles, pulling the deadly weapon down with crushing force. Suddenly, the entire room is a storm of swinging steel, a chaotic dance of death. But Jidae-ho and his companion don't even flinch, standing perfectly calm amidst the lethal pendulums. With another precise, almost silent step on the floorboards, the intricate gears hidden within the walls immediately grind to a halt. The spiked maces retract smoothly, disappearing back into the ceiling. Panels slide shut, concealing the deadly mechanism as if it never existed. In an instant, the room is once again just an empty, silent hall. Jidae-ho turns, confirming his companion saw the impressive display, and coolly asks him to repeat what he'd said earlier. His companion calmly clarifies the order he was given, to stay in this very room unless it was time to eat, which sends Jidae-ho into a full-blown rage. He grabs the man by his robes, yelling that after seeing that death trap, he couldn't possibly survive a single day. But his companion is utterly unimpressed, coolly calling him picky for complaining about such a simple task. From a nearby doorway, Manhwa watches, knowing full well that all the other rooms are just as lethal. Still fuming, Jidae-ho challenges him if this is so easy, then he should try it himself. Without missing a beat, his companion looks him dead in the eye and asks, "Shall I then?" Jidae-ho is stunned into silence, not expecting his bluff to be called so easily. Gui Oryang steps back, and as he begins to gather his energy, he corrects Jidae-ho's assumption about its use. He explains the true path of internal energy, circulating it from the dantian as a powerful aura begins to envelop his body. With a surge of blue energy, Gui Oryang pushes off the ground. He becomes a blur, a phantom streaking across the entire length of the hall in an instant. From Manhwa's perspective, he's just a fleeting shadow that vanishes before it even registers. He lands on the other side without so much as a whisper, his foot touching down with impossible grace. Standing calmly, he declares that with this technique, even traversing a death trap is possible. Jidae-ho can only stare, completely dumbfounded, wondering what in the world he just saw. It was so fast, so clean, he questions if anything even happened at all. Gui Oryang turns to address Manhwa, telling him to watch and remember his movements. He stresses that this technique alone will be their only means of survival. Both Manhwa and Jidae-ho can only look on, the gravity of his lesson finally hitting them. Jidae-ho is still trying to process what's happening, his mind completely blank. He crouches down, examining the floor, wondering if it has eyes to distinguish between people. But from behind, Manhwa scoffs, calling him a foolish little brother for missing the obvious clue. It's not sight, it's weight. This, he explains, is exactly why Ajang is forcing them to relearn how to walk from square one. And speaking of the devil, Gui Oryang appears with a smug grin, impressed by the young master's sharp mind. Meng Hui blushes at the high praise, trying to act humble about being called a prodigy. Gui Oryang elaborates, confirming that the trap is indeed triggered by anyone exceeding a certain weight limit. To move safely, he explains, there is only one method: to lighten one's body like a true martial artist, and with a whisper of movement at his feet, he demonstrates, becoming a weightless blur that defies gravity itself. And before Jide-ho can even process the blur of movement, a foot comes down, planting itself firmly on his head. He looks up to see Gui Oryang standing on him, perfectly balanced and casual. The aide smirks, explaining this is the profound principle of the light body art. Both Meng Hui and Jide-ho are left completely speechless by the impossible display. Jide-ho is reeling in disbelief. How can a grown man on his head feel this light? The sensation is, at best, like a single, delicate feather. It's a weight so faint it barely registers, a phantom touch on his hair. Meng Hui realizes this level of mastery is something even those approaching the supreme realm would struggle to achieve. His eyes sparkle with pure admiration. Ajang is no ordinary expert at all. Gui Oryang explains that light body art is the absolute foundation of all martial arts. It's a profound principle, far more efficient than just desperately running with raw physical power. He paints a picture for them. Imagine the sixth young master mastering such a technique. With peerless footwork, he might even be able to dodge the sect leader's infamous finger wind. A vision flashes through Jide-ho's mind, leaping through the forest with impossible grace. Could it be? The thought sends a jolt of pure shock and hope through him. Of course, Gui Oryang adds, for a beginner to master all this in a month would be a grueling ordeal. He hops off Jide-ho's head, landing softly beside a stunned Meng Hui. But for the seventh young master, he says with a confident smile, it's certainly possible, because, in his eyes, Meng Hui is a bona fide genius, leaving both boys speechless. With a confident point, Gui Oryang declares the special training officially open. He rallies them toward their future, and Jide-ho answers with a soul-shaking roar of commitment. Fueled by pure hype, he dashes forward, ready to conquer the peerless footwork technique. In his mind, he's already a genius, a master on the move. A thought that's immediately smashed out of his head by a brutal impact. A giant spiked mace sends him flying, a painful reminder that this trial is no joke. From the sidelines, Gui Oryang just smirks, completely unfazed by the violent display. His mind is on the bigger picture. Once Meng Hui becomes a minor sect leader, the old spies in the martial alliance can finally rest easy, their mission secured. The scene shifts, taking us to the grand headquarters of the Horikdang. Here, a new Hallmaster's ascension is marked by a time-honored tradition. They must personally hunt the great tiger, the sacred beast of Qiansan. Its hide is then used to adorn the Hallmaster's chair of honor, a throne that becomes the symbol and pride of the Horikdang, a seat for the master alone. But in today's Horikdang, tradition and principle have lost all meaning, all because of one single person, an omnipotent existence who serves the heavenly demon's will above all else. This man is Baekya, the first-class ghost, the left radiant seat. He sips his tea, noting that the land's energy is rising, and even the fragrance is exquisite. The actual Hallmaster can only bow, thanking the great man for finishing his drink. The Hallmaster, Jide-ho, acknowledges the compliment but knows this isn't a social call. Baekya sits with an unsettling calm, assuring him that while the matter is important, it isn't difficult. All that's needed, he explains, is for something to stop, but Jide-ho plays dumb, claiming he knows of no such action. That was the wrong answer. Baekya's patience snaps, his aura flaring as he puts the man in his place. And in that instant, the Hallmaster's facade crumbles. He knows exactly what this is about. The command echoes in his mind, the order for his subordinates to advance toward a place called Wolhachan. That very action, the one his men were about to undertake, is what Baekya is now ordering him to cease. The left radiant seat looms over him, his glowing red eye demanding one simple answer. Jide-ho breaks into a cold sweat, forced to agree, bitterly realizing he's being ordered to shut his eyes and ears once more. Just like the time he was forced to stand down as the slaughter hall butchers massacred the seventh young master's entire household. Clenching his fist in quiet rage, Jide-ho grits out that he understands perfectly Hez being told to ignore the Ma family's tyranny. But he can't stay silent this time, arguing that the current situation is far more severe. He explains that while the previous massacre was tragic, the victims were already gone, leaving him no choice but to let it pass. Now, however, the innocent believers of Wolhachan are in imminent danger, and Baekya just listens with cold indifference. Jide-ho stands his ground, declaring that harming the sect's own people is a clear betrayal of the heavenly demon himself. The left radiant seat simply tells him there's no need to concern himself with the sect leader's will, because this command comes directly from the heavenly demon. The revelation strikes the hallmaster dumb. What? His mind reels in disbelief. He stares back, utterly floored, needing to confirm what he just heard. An order from the sect leader? The words die in his throat, as he tries to process how such a command could even be possible. Baekya scoffs at the hallmaster's naivety, asking if he truly thinks a mere elder could influence the heavenly demon. With a chilling gaze, he reveals the cold truth. This is simply a test for the 7th young master's qualifications. Will Manhwa be devoured by his rivals, or can he protect what is his? This is a burden he must carry alone. The weight of this revelation crashes down on Jidae-ho, the terrible purpose of the sacrifice now clear. After all, Baekya continues, such a trial is only natural for one who aims to be the successor. He then levels a piercing question. Knowing this, does Jidae-ho still dare to defy the heavenly demon's will? Defeated, with all his arguments shattered, the hallmaster finally relents, accepting the command. A smirk plays on Baekya's lips, noting that his uncharacteristic silence reveals a clear interest in the young master. As if to rub salt in the wound, he offers a word of advice as repayment for the tea. But Jidae-ho cuts him short, insisting there's no need for such concern, his loyalty now grimly reaffirmed. With his trap now set, a dark energy swirls around Baekya's hand. He smirks, telling Jidae-ho to simply sit back and enjoy the show. The disturbance he's caused will surely become an entertaining tale for all of Cheonsan. And so, a few days pass under a clear sky. We find ourselves at the Grand Chilso Palace, a new stage for our players. Inside, Gui or Yang begins to complain to the young master, Manhwa. He tells him honestly that he sees absolutely no hope for their new recruit. For days, the man has just been standing stiffly in front of a swinging pendulum, and even now, Jidae-ho can barely muster a desperate roar as he fails to move it. His aide insists it's not just dull senses, this is a complete and utter lack of martial talent. Manhwa, the 6th young master, seems to agree, telling Ai-jang that Jidae-ho's current level is a joke. He looms over the seated aide, trying to appeal to his sense of self-preservation. With a smug grin, he makes his offer: abandon his failing lord and transfer to his side instead. But before he can continue, Jang calmly cuts him off, stating there are 2 points to consider. The young master is visibly thrown as the aide declares that he's made 2 critical errors in his judgment. First, he explains, the 7th young master doesn't lack talent. The problem is that his talent is far too exceptional. Manhwa tries to catch up, realizing Jang must be referring to the boy's legendary heavenly yang physique. But Jang dismisses that surface-level understanding. The true power isn't just a massive well of internal energy. It lies in the very nature of the extreme yang energy itself, a concept that leaves Manhwa completely lost. And if he truly wishes to understand, Jang points out, he's going to have to see it with his own 2 eyes. Jang tells him to observe the flow of internal energy as a spiked mace swings toward Jidae-ho. As the iron sphere hurtles closer, something incredible begins to happen. The young master instinctively recognizes the incoming threat, his body tensing for the pain to come. That raw survival instinct resonates with the extreme yang energy coiled deep within him. In an instant, his dantian ignites with a blinding red light. The power flares out, a torrent of pure energy surging through his body. It travels along his blood vessels, rushing directly to the point of impact. Gritting his teeth, he meets the crushing blow as his energy forms a protective barrier. This, Jang explains, is a perfect union of instinct and power that most can never hope to achieve. To wield it unconsciously, that is the true, terrifying power of the heavenly yang physique. Not only that, Jang continues, the energy seeps into his wounds to accelerate recovery, strengthening bone and sinew. He likens it to Shaolin's legendary Vajra indestructible art, noting that by now, the young master is completely numb to the pain. But with a chilling look, Jang reveals that this very numbness became a poison to him. His aide's eyes widen as Jang explains the terrible side effect of the heavenly yang physique. With his pain threshold rising limitlessly, his natural instincts to evade danger simply stopped working. Why move if it doesn't hurt? Even now, as Jidae-ho swings, you can see him consciously trying to dodge, following his instructions to the letter. Jang smirks slightly, admitting that while his master earned a reputation as a brute, he's actually incredibly diligent. The aide nods, finally understanding. The 7th young master has grown, and his talent is terrifyingly real. But his concern boils over, what good is a tough body if the senses needed for evasion have become dull and useless? In that state, Hell never master proper footwork, and his dream of dodging his father's strikes will remain just that, a dream. But Jang cuts him off, stating that his aide's conclusion is precisely the second error he's made. With a chilling smirk, he reveals he has no intention of letting Ji-dae-ho evade the attack at all. The aide's mind goes blank. What on earth could he possibly mean by that? Jang's gaze is unreadable. His true plan, clearly far more complex than anyone imagined. He brushes off the question, saying they can discuss it later, when Ji-dae-ho is also present. For now, he turns and begins to walk away. There's a more immediate matter to attend to. They must receive their honored guest. As they step into the hall, a calm voice remarks that it has been quite a while. A figure shrouded in a powerful pink aura stands before them, a guest known as Jin-san Papa. She lifts her hat, revealing piercing crimson eyes as she confirms her arrival. Jang Yiseo greets her with a calm smile, acknowledging that it has indeed been a long time. Jin-san Papa returns the look, cutting straight to the chase and asking for a brief word. Once they're settled with tea, he muses that he expected quite a story for her to come all this way. But her proposal is so unbelievable that he has to ask her to repeat it, doubting his own ears. She calmly explains that her suggestion wasn't anything so grand. She simply told him to ask for her help, and their enemies wouldn't dare cross the forest to reach them. In fact, they'd be so terrified they would hand the slaughter hall right back to them. The tension hangs in the air as she glances around, commenting on how much his palace has changed. Jang proudly confirms he had an expert install countless traps, making his home impossible for ordinary people to approach. She sips her tea, a faint smirk on her lips, noting that none of his vaunted mechanisms even managed to touch her. She tells him not to be so disappointed in his little traps. After all, they're decent enough to stop maybe some first-rate warriors. Jang thinks back. He'd heard she enlisted a master craftsman and knew something big was happening. But he has to admit, this woman is always full of unexpected surprises. She then brings up the rumors spreading among the sect's elite. Jang's eyes narrow, cutting straight to the point. What kind of sorcery did she use? She scoffs at the word, explaining it was no magic trick. She simply awakened the immense power that had long been sleeping within the young master. All she did was help him realize his own primordial strength. Everything after that, she insists, was the result of his own efforts. Jang's aide remains unconvinced, questioning if her explanation is truly so simple. She elaborates that the seventh young master was once a man for whom setbacks were routine, a man who had made a habit of giving up, whom she reshaped into a seeker of strength. The aide lets out a soft laugh, finding her tale quite intriguing. But then he changes the subject, reminding her that his own recent brush with death wasn't so simple. He asks how she plans to handle the grudge between him and his attackers, clearly surprised she knows the details. Her gaze turns sharp. What grudge is there to settle? And how many spies does he have anyway? He just smiles, downplaying the incident as nothing more than a long nap caused by exhaustion. In fact, he boasts that he should thank the archer, since he beat the man so badly he almost felt pity. She processes his confident display, her expression unreadable as she simply says she understands. She can see it in his eyes, a chilling intent to kill that he's not even trying to hide. He smirks, admitting it's probably obvious. After all, they were the ones who crossed the line first. Those dogs didn't just send insignificant lackeys to threaten the young master. They sent clueless assassins, risking everything, proving they're nothing but scum who need to be put down. And if he doesn't execute them himself, he asks, wouldn't that make him a failure of a deputy? Jin-san Papa chuckles softly, noting that very few people in Cheon-san dare to call the Sea Brothers Hall scum. But for such a brazen act of humiliation, she wholeheartedly agrees there is absolutely no reason for mercy. In fact, if he needs it for this execution, she places a hand on his shoulder, offering to lend her own strength to his cause, a move that clearly surprises him. And it finally clicks for the aide. A visit from someone so distinguished was never just a social call. The aide is stunned, admitting her proposition is more astonishing than he could have ever imagined. But Jin-san Papa just smiles, saying it's really no big deal. She's simply suggesting he ask for her help. Her eyes narrow with a cold, predatory gleam. She declares that before the slaughter hall can even approach the young master's palace, she will have them all annihilated. Without another word, she turns and begins to walk away. Her hand reaches up to the mask covering her lower face. With a sharp tug, she pulls it down, revealing her true identity. A confident smirk spreads across her face as she asks if a certain someone is ready. At her call, a man with striking white hair named Naraku appears before her. He bows, confirming that her forces are already in position, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He reveals his trump card, the third young master's strongest fighting force, the 10 Moon Mad Ghosts. Naraku promises that with a single word, he'll personally lead them to wipe out the slaughter hall before sunset. Jin-san Papa glances back, presenting this tempting offer to the one person whose opinion truly matters. But Zhang Zhe just smirks, seeing through the politics of the situation. He knows he'd be getting the short end of the stick. He thinks back to a past favor, realizing that simply taking out a few pieces of trash wouldn't even begin to repay his debt. He looks at her directly, stating that she, of all people, should understand his reasoning. Impressed by his sharp insight, she listens as he explains that his hard-fought battles have taught him discernment. He declares that this issue has always been about the seventh young master's reputation, not something to be solved by others. She questions his motives, wondering aloud if this is just about protecting his pride. But his eyes narrow with cold intent. No, this is about making a statement for all to see. He wants to proclaim the seventh young master's supreme dignity to everyone in Cheonsen. This is a message, a warning, so that no one ever dares to act so recklessly again. A cold, determined smile spreads across his face. His resolve is absolute. He asks her to leave the slaughter hall to him, as they are nothing more than stepping stones. They are the prey he has set his sights on to elevate his master's name. Watching him go, she can't help but be impressed by his sheer audacity. She admits to herself that she almost regrets sending such a capable man to her brother's side. With her decision made, she calls out to Naraku, issuing a new command. She orders him to have all of the 10 mad ghosts return at once. And from the shadows, Naraku appears, addressing her by her true title, the second young master. Ji-Dae-ho stands alone under the moonlight, his mind steeled for the battle to come. He knows this is their battlefield, and his men are ready to bear any consequence. As if signaling the start of the bloodshed, clouds begin to obscure the sky. And there they are, the infamous slaughter hall, with their leader at the forefront. She smirks, remarking that it's a fine day for a massacre. A day when the darkness will conveniently hide the rivers of blood about to be spilled. Her men, a pack of grinning butchers, are ordered to ready their blades. They're urged to slaughter, tear, and revel in the coming chaos. As he stares down at Uexia village, both he and his foe share the same dark thought. From this moment forward, this entire town will become their killing ground. But as the slaughter hall members step into the village, one of them senses something is wrong. They were promised a feast of screams, yet the streets are completely, unnervingly silent. He wonders if their prey had somehow caught wind of them and simply fled. One of the men turns to their leader, a mountain of a man, asking for his orders. This is Dong Zhuo, the fourth brother of the slaughter gang, also known as the Meteor Iron Leg. He scoffs, figuring the villagers are just hiding somewhere nearby, huddled together in fear. A sick grin spreads across his face as he imagines them trembling like livestock for the slaughter. But as he wonders where to begin the search, a new player enters the game from the rooftops above. A bow is drawn, an arrow nocked, aimed with lethal intent. Before anyone can react, the arrow finds its mark, silencing one of the invaders for good. Dong Zhuo's eyes widen in disbelief. An arrow? From where? He instantly glares toward the rooftops, a grim realization dawning on him. But instead of a kill shot, the arrow zips harmlessly past his head. He and his men pause, utterly bewildered by the near miss. They all just stare at the arrow, quivering uselessly in the stone tiles. On the roof, the archer is having a full-blown panic attack. He actually dodged it? Hez, convinced this monster, instantly saw through his technique's hidden weakness. His own allies, however, are not buying it, telling him to stop making excuses for a clean miss. Down below, the confusion turns to mockery as one of Dong Zhuo's men recognizes the pathetic attackers. Dong Zhuo just smirks, amused that these clowns think they can fight him out of some misplaced loyalty. Dong Zhuo calmly gives a new order. Cut off one arm and one leg from each man, but try to keep them alive. After all, he muses with a wicked grin, there's no fun in smashing a skull if the person's already dead. The archer and his men stare in horror, the cruel words echoing in their minds. All their courage evaporates as the archer scrambles to his feet, desperately begging them to wait. But another voice cuts in with a tired sigh, calling the pathetic assassins useless trash. A new figure appears, casually adjusting their robes and complaining they couldn't even use the restroom without things going wrong. The archer looks up in shock as he's coldly told to move aside. Even from the rooftop, Dong Zhuo's expression shifts. He knows that voice. He looks down just in time to see someone descend from the sky like a falling star. With a powerful slam, a woman lands in the center of the courtyard, instantly seizing everyone's attention. And just as predicted, half of the enemy's forces walk right into their trap, met by the imposing figure of Dong Zhuo. But the man they've come to face issues a simple, chilling warning. Get lost, unless you have a death wish. As it turns out, however, his current confidence is a very recent development, because a short while ago, he was getting some rather bad news. He was so shocked, in fact, that he spat his drink all over the floor. The news that the entire slaughter gang was mobilizing to wipe out Uexia village was a bit much to handle. He flew into a panic, demanding to know why a group of killers would suddenly descend upon them. His associate, Zhang Yiso, remained unnervingly calm, stating the obvious: they were here for a massacre. The stark reality sent the red-haired man spiraling, realizing that if the whole gang was coming, there was nowhere to run. That's when another young man piped up with a truly galaxy-brain idea. They could crash a housewarming party to get help. Hez immediately grabbed and shaken, his nonsensical plan shot down as he pleads for any place to hide from the coming storm. Zhang Yixio silently observes the pathetic scene of the red-haired man clinging to the kid's leg, begging for a plan. He lets out a slow, deliberate sigh, having seen enough of this cowardly display. He finally speaks, asking a piercing question. Are they truly fine with returning to the way things were? He reminds Jidaeho of a time when, faced with overwhelming force, all he could do was cover his own eyes. A time when everything he so desperately wanted to protect was simply and pitifully stolen from him. The memory of a bloody corpse flashes through his mind as Zhang Yixio asks if he's really okay with that happening again. The question lands like a physical blow, leaving the hallmaster sweating and speechless. But Zhang Yixio's point is clear. The man from 3 years ago and the man standing here now are not the same. Today, he has formed countless bonds with people he has sworn to protect. And more importantly, he has also obtained the considerable power needed to actually back up that promise. And he reminds the hallmaster that he isn't alone, a capable aide stands right beside him. The choice is now his. Will he bow his head and lose everything, or rise as a victor to protect it all? A dry laugh escapes Jidaeho's lips. He always figured he'd just drift through life without a purpose. But somehow, he'd ended up shouldering so much responsibility, including his own damned life. With a new fire in his eyes, he looks up and asks his aide for the honest truth. If he chooses to fight, if he chooses to protect them, what are his chances of actually winning? Zhang Yixio breaks into a razor-sharp grin, his confidence absolute. He tells him that as long as his mind is made up, victory against the slaughter gang is certain. And with that, the fight ignites, the courtyard erupting into a storm of steel under the pale moon. A massive mace shatters the ground as Dong Zhuo of the slaughter gang arrives, mocking the young master for showing up at all. Jidaeho calmly regards the brute, remarking that he never expected they'd meet again under these circumstances. Dong Zhuo just scoffs, asking what could possibly bring the young master out to the field. Did his rice wine stock finally run dry? A dry look crosses Jidaeho's face. He finds the question utterly absurd. After all, Dong Zhuo's men are the ones who barged into his home armed to the teeth, clearly looking for trouble. His aura suddenly flares with immense pressure as he asks Dong Zhuo if he can bear the consequences of this little visit. The sheer force of it catches the big man completely off guard. He never expected this kind of presence. He's genuinely confused. If the young master had this kind of power, then why? Dong Zhuo suddenly asks if he remembers a certain kid from back then, trying to jog his memory. A cruel, twisted smile spreads across his face as he brings up their visit from 3 years ago. He asks if Jidaeho remembers the children who died right here, inside his own residence. Dong Zhuo snaps his fingers with a sickening grin, claiming he remembers one of them now. He throws out a name, and the sound of it hits Jidaeho like a physical blow. A quiet, burning rage ignites in the hallmaster's eyes. This absolute monster. He remembers their faces perfectly, 2 bright, smiling youths, and this oaf can't even get their names right. It was Tai Yong and Zhang Dai, and the memory of them is seared into his soul. Dong Zhuo just shrugs, admitting he might have mixed the names up, but the memory was rather disappointing. He tells Jidaeho that crushing the skulls of young cowards is a rare pleasure he enjoys. But his boss had a special request. He wanted their faces left recognizable. So, Dong Zhuo cackles. He had to make do with just crushing their arms and their legs. The horrific memory returns in a flash, the boys, broken and writhing in agony. Another one of Dong Zhuo's goons chimes in, reminding Jidaeho he didn't lift a finger while they wiped out his people. The man steps forward, mocking him for suddenly trying to act brave now. He tells Jidaeho to find a corner and hide, promising he'll stay safe while they kill everyone else. Just like they did 3 years ago, a painful memory that hangs heavy in the air. The hallmaster trembles, his whole body shaking, not from fear, but from a rage that's about to boil over. The swordsman mistakes this for cowardice, grabbing his shoulder in a condescending gesture. He tesks, wondering why someone so frail and timid would even bother showing his face. But as he tries to lead Jidaeho away, a firm hand stops him cold. Jidaeho looks up, his voice dangerously low, asking if he's already forgotten the warning. The man's smirk falters, annoyed that this kid thinks he's special just because Hez the Qianma's son. But the swordsman's confidence is shattered in an instant as Jidaeho moves with blinding speed. An explosive fist slams into the ground, a blast of crimson energy obliterating the very spot he was standing. The Hallmaster's knuckles crack, his grip tightening with a power this fool could never have comprehended. He swings again, a whirlwind of furious energy engulfing the now panicked swordsman. The rest of the slaughter hall members can only stare as a pillar of red chi erupts in the middle of the hall. Dongzhuo and his men watch in utter disbelief, their minds struggling to process what just happened. The entire room is frozen in shock, their arrogant smirks replaced with wide-eyed confusion. The spiky-haired swordsman is sent flying backward, completely helpless against the sudden onslaught. He crashes to the floor with a sickening thud, and Ji-Dae-ho has a message for the stunned crowd. Hell only say it once. They stay over there, and hell stay over here. A line has just been drawn. A cold aura spills from Ji-Dae-ho as he declares that things are going to stay exactly this way. His eyes glow with malice, promising that anyone who dares cross his line will be taking their last breath. This entire display, this overwhelming show of force, was all part of a plan he learned long ago. A memory surfaces of his master, Jang Yiso, explaining the one and only strategy. Absolutely demolish the first person who challenges you. A younger Ji-Dae-ho had asked if he meant using the many-fist barrage, and Jang Yiso's answer was a blunt, "What else?" But even back then, Ji-Dae-ho was worried, admitting that he couldn't fully control that devastating power yet. Using it just once nearly exhausted his inner energy, leaving him vulnerable for a full 15 minutes to recover. So how would he handle the rest of the enemies? Jang Yiso just smirked, saying that was the simple part. Their plan, he explained, was to create a situation where Ji-Dae-ho wouldn't have to deal with them at all. His master was blunt. Ji-Dae-ho wasn't strong enough to beat them all, but he was more than enough to handle the grunts. The real targets, he recalled, were brutes like Dongzhuo, the kind who just charge in without thinking. An opponent like that, Jang Yiseo knew, would see Ji-Dae-ho's youth and try to crush him without a second thought. And that's precisely when he was to unleash his strongest, most devastating attack. Jang Yiseo's instructions were crystal clear. Seize that moment and show them everything you've got. But the real key to the plan was to make that ultimate move look like just another basic technique. If he could pull that off, Jang promised, none of them would dare to challenge him again. Back in the present, Ji-Dae-ho smirks at the terrified crowd, inviting anyone else to try their luck. The slaughter hall members can only whisper amongst themselves, wondering if he's bluffing or truly that powerful. Even his own allies, the archer and his crew, are completely blown away by the display. They erupt in cheers, roaring about the young master's incredible power, selling the bluff perfectly. The remaining slaughter hall members can only grumble in disbelief, furious at these upstart thugs. But their fourth brother, Dongzhuo, is completely shaken, unable to process the sheer power behind that punch. It forces him to recall the hushed rumors that the seventh young master had somehow reached a transcendent state. Head brushed it off as nonsense, but now has faced with undeniable proof, and he knows they can't win. A shiver of genuine fear runs down his spine, the massive warrior flinching at the very thought. But as his gaze settles on Ji-Dae-ho standing there, he suddenly stops, noticing something odd. He squints, looking past the overwhelming aura at the young master's physical state, and suddenly, a slow, predatory grin spreads across Dongzhuo's face. Oh, he sees it now. His voice rings out, filled with fake praise for the young master who has supposedly reached such a high level. Then he asks a simple probing question: by what miracle did he achieve it? And Ji-Dae-ho is caught completely off guard. Ji-Dae-ho scoffs, asking if Dongzhuo has lost his mind and thinks they're friends. But the warrior simply tightens his grip on his mace, deciding if he won't talk, then he'll just have to see for himself, charging forward with a furious roar. Before Ji-Dae-ho can even react, Dongzhuo's hand clamps down hard on his wrist. He laughs, admitting he was worried at first, since transcendent masters can hide their power. But by simply measuring his pulse, he can feel the truth, and Ji-Dae-ho visibly flinches. A manic grin spreads across Dongzhuo's face. The young master's energy is completely gone. His men watch as he mocks Ji-Dae-ho's celestial vessel, a body that can dump all its power at once. But that little trick won't work on him, as he unleashes the power of his meteor mace. A chill runs down Ji-Dae-ho's spine as Dongzhuo looms over him, declaring the parlor tricks are over. Dongzhuo promises that when Ji-Dae-ho wakes up, he'll be greeted by a spectacular sight. With a manic roar, he swings his mace, ready to recreate the massacre from 3 years ago. He sneers that the only thing waiting for the young master is a hall filled with bloodshed. But the look of fear on Ji-Dae-ho's face vanishes, replaced by a smug, confident grin, as he asks what took so long. In a flash, a figure descends from above, landing on a grunt's shoulders as Ji-Dae-ho tells the kid it's time to earn his keep. The newcomer's hand tightens on his weapons shaft, clearly annoyed at being called kid. The masked warrior levels his ornate glaive, sighing with exasperation at his master's antics. A brutal crack echoes as blood splatters. The fight is over before it even began. This was all calculated, as we see Jidae-ho in a flashback, calmly discussing a plan he believes will be very effective. He explains to his aide that the plan is foolproof, assuming the enemy is just a mob of clumsy, weak-willed soldiers. But the sixth young master interjects, reminding them that the slaughter sex officers are all peak-level masters. These are warriors so dangerous that even their own siblings can't afford a moment of carelessness. He's certain they would see right through a clumsy, power-draining move. Their commander, Dongtak, would instantly notice the seventh young master's failing energy, and Jidae-ho has to agree. At this, Zhang Yiseo nods in approval, impressed that the sixth young master had thought so far ahead. The young master flushes, trying to downplay his own strategic mind. But Zhang simply grins, telling him that since he understands the situation so well, he can handle Dongtak. The mission is simple: attack the very instant the enemy realizes the bluff, leaving the young master completely stunned. He asks if Zhang is suggesting they fight together, but Zhang puts the responsibility squarely on him. With the seventh young master needing time to recover, and Zhang having other matters to attend to, this ambush is his alone. The young master stammers, desperately trying to weasel out of the mission. He argues that as a Mang family heir, he can't just help his rival, but Zhang Yiseo isn't listening. Instead, he cheerfully presents a solution to the identity problem: a simple, breathable mask. He then reminds the stunned boy of his promise to earn his keep at the palace. Seeing the young master frozen in shock, Zhang's lips curl into a smirk, taking his silence as cooperation. And just like that, the ambush is on, with the newly masked young master descending like a phantom. His glaive cuts through the night air with a vicious whoosh, aimed directly at the enemy commander. The burly warrior, Dongtak, only has a split second to look up in shock before the blade finds his throat. A violent spray of crimson erupts against the moonlight, signaling a clean, brutal kill. Blood spatters across the white mask, the young master's own eyes wide with the reality of what he's just done. But the blade doesn't find its mark, it's caught, grinding against the commander's bare hand. The young master is stunned. His perfect surprise attack was stopped cold. A low growl escapes Dongzhuo's lips, his face contorting with pure fury. How dare this little runt stand on him? A wave of killing intent washes over the boy. With a powerful clench, Dongzhuo's grip tightens, threatening to snap the glaive in two. The boy barely has time to react, as the commander's rage finally explodes. With a furious roar, he's violently thrown back, sent tumbling through the air. Jidae-ho's eyes widen in alarm, calling out to see if the kid is even alive. But the young master lands with a sharp skid, already pivoting on his heel. Before Jidae-ho can even process it, the boy is already dashing back into the fray. Grabbing his own subordinate, the boy barks at him not to just stand there. And with a frustrated shove, he throws Jidae-ho clear, telling the fool to get out of his way. He immediately clashes with Dongzhuo, a sharp clang echoing through the hall. The hulking commander is completely baffled. This kid barely reaches his chest, yet the sheer force radiating from that glaive sends chills down his spine. In that one exchange, Dongzhuo realizes this masked boy is at least his equal. He's not even sure he could walk away unscathed from a direct confrontation. He decides to have his men attack first to analyze his foe, but a sudden presence freezes him. His subordinates murmur nervously, wondering where this monster came from and if he's the only one. They've seen what that other young master can do, and this village, it's just not right. A wave of doubt washes over them. Maybe pushing forward is a mistake. But Dongzhuo hears their whispers, and his expression darkens with contempt. Without a word, his fist crashes down on the head of the man who dared speak his fear aloud. The brutal impact echoes as he makes an example out of his own subordinate. With a sickening snap, the dissenter's body crumples to the stone floor. The sixth young master can only watch, surprised by the sudden, internal bloodshed. Dongzhuo clenches a blood-soaked fist, reminding his men that the slaughter sect are butchers, not livestock. He offers them a simple choice: grab their blades and fight, or die by his hand instead of the kids. The remaining men shiver, but the message is received loud and clear. With a roar born of desperation, the entire squad charges forward. They sprint down the long hall, a wave of bodies aimed at the lone figure. The sixth young master watches them approach, unimpressed but observant. He has to admit that Big Oaf certainly managed to rally his men's morale. But that courage shatters as the first man's throat is slit by a flash of green. He dances through their formation, his spear a whirlwind of death under the moonlight. One after another, the men fall, their war cries turning to gurgles of pain. It doesn't matter, he thinks. If they find their courage, hell just have to crush it again. One of the warriors screams in rage, swinging his blade down in a furious arc. But the sixth young master is faster, his eyes glowing as he easily ducks under the attack. In a single, fluid motion, he spins past, and the man's head flies from his shoulders. He defiantly dares the rest of the stunned men to try their luck. They swarm him, only to be met by a whirlwind of green light as he carves a path through them. He pauses for a moment, seeing their formation has completely collapsed into chaos. Perfect. Time to press the advantage while they're broken and finish them all off. With a final whoosh, he drives his spear through another warrior's chest. But to his shock, the man is still moving. That should have been a lethal blow. Realizing he's too close to swing, he opts for a powerful direct thrust instead. But the man behind shoves his own comrade forward, using him as a human shield. The sixth young master's eyes widen in disbelief at such a cowardly tactic. With the spear stuck, the surviving warrior lunges from behind the body, seizing his one chance. A low, triumphant chuckle echoes as blood drips onto the cold stone floor. The attacker is absolutely manic, screaming with joy that he actually landed the blow. His dagger sinks deep, pinning the sixth young master's hand in a flash of pain. But it's not just pain, a strange numbness is already spreading from the wound. A chilling realization dawns on him: the blade was coated with a paralytic agent.